All right, hello and good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Colorado Snooker Open 2026. We are live right now. With me today is Mr. Dave Burney. How are you this morning, Dave?
I'm doing great, Rob. As we know, sometimes there's a few snags that happen in these events. Mark is doing a great job, tournament director, table setupper, streaming connections, all the stuff. He's wearing many, many hats. So glad we got things dialed in, and so we're kind of catching this match in the middle of it. It's Bob Hemnani at the table right now. He's putting together a good break. Just not sure exactly what he's on. Oh, and just as we get on the air, Rob, a commentator curse happens.
Of course.
But Bob took the first frame to lead Brian McCreeless.
Yeah.
Bob comes by the way of New Jersey. Probably a favorite to hoist the trophy. Obviously, Dave Daly, defending champion, will have something to say about that. But players are in charge of keeping the score, but some of them don't keep the running score. Some of them just add it up at the end.
Right. And just so some of the viewers know that it's a different scoring system than what they're used to seeing, Dave, is on the bottom they can see in the middle that Bob leads 1-0 and BO3 means best of 3. So this group stage are best of 3 or 2 out of 3. Now I do see, looking at the draw, Dave, Ahmed Ali is in this year's event.
Correct, yes. Former professional player, spent some time over on the pro ranks, and now his 2-year card uh, finished up, so he's back here on North American soil. I'm definitely chatting with him a little bit. He's kind of impressed by the standard has risen in his home country. And I think there's just an issue with maybe the scoreboard. That's why they're having a little talk. That's why we got a little break there.
That's right. So we should be right back at it soon.
Yeah, we're at the Hampton Inn and Suites in Boulder, Colorado. Lots of great seating. If you want to come down and see the live action here, got 4 tables in use. And as Rob said, this is just the group stage. They're best of 3 matches. And Raymond McCarthy, another strong player as well, is in the field. He could do well. Andy McCluskey, 2-time Seattle Snooker Open champion, will be in action later today. It's great to see a lot of players came out. The first staging of this tournament last year was rather small. They actually only had 1 table, but now they've expanded to 4 tables and expanded the player field. Players have come from all over. The reigning champ Dave Daly comes from Seattle, Washington. Akma Ali Al Said, as you mentioned, Rob comes from New York.
Hmm.
We've got players from Virginia, California, and definitely there's a strong contingent of Colorado players.
And that's such a great thing to see how snooker is growing in Canada and the United States.
It certainly is. It's the tough part is we've got so much land to cover. You can't just quickly get in the car and take a 2-hour drive and be at a snooker tournament as our friends over in Britain do.
That's right. It would be nice, but it's not possible here. But it's definitely a good thing to see. There's a lot of good players that we just haven't seen yet.
Yeah, Bob's been a semifinalist in the U.S. National Championship, so I don't know much about Brian McCreeless. It's the first time I've seen him play. Seems all right, but he can't really gift any easy chances for Bob because Bob will really punish you.
Now I'm looking at the score, Dave. It says Brian's on a break of 40, but as you mentioned earlier, I think they're adding the score up at you know at the end of the turn.
Correct, yes. They're not keeping that running score. Maybe I know that there was a players meeting last night and they were instructed that the players will keep the score and the player at the table will spot their own balls.
Right. But it's also something new for a lot of these players too, isn't it, Dave?
Correct. And as you can see, Brian is spotting balls and keeping score is a tricky thing to do. Hopefully, with the time, we'll get more referees on the table.
And this is the group stage. So from what I heard, the group stage, so the top 16 will consist of the top two from each group will get out, which with the 7 groups will make 14, and then there's going to be 2 wild card entries to make the full 16.
Correct, actually, and I think Rob, we just had a few last-minute dropouts, so there might be a few more wild cards up for grabs. So every frame, every match counts, points count, and
Yeah,
it's, it's
especially
toughness
everything.
there by Brian.
Yeah, I mean, like especially in the group stages, Dave, if you're unable to win the match, win a frame, because that could make the difference whether you go through or not.
Yes, frame differential does come into play a lot on those final standings. I'm not sure what the ruling is in this tournament. Sometimes we see some if it's tied all the way through. We have that fun blue ball off the spot tiebreaker.
Yeah,
Those always get a
those
lot of excitement in the room.
yeah, those are what the fans like to see. It's not so much for the players, but the fans. It makes for great TV.
Yeah, definitely they got to settle their nerves. So he's a little hampered by the blue, but here's probably a good chance for Brian to get a good contribution. It's 67 on the table, and he's just trailing by 66.
Yeah, so mathematically still able. Of course, this pot here, the right middle, is not. It looks straightforward, but he is hampered over the blue, of course.
Yeah, kind of queuing down. Doesn't this kind of shot? You can put some unwanted side on it. As you can see, that's a very peculiar bridge that Brian has. So it's nice to see. It's always a family effort. Our good friend Dave Daly, defending champion, has just gone and instructed the both players if they could keep a running score.
Right, because as we see, Bob is on a current break of 64, but it's Brian at the table right now.
Actually, Rob,
Oh,
this is
pardon me.
Bob and Nanny. Yeah, Brian's donning the Johnny Clash all black
Thank you.
uniform. And
Okay, now we've seen the score. Okay, so we're gonna
I
go with
think when
the total points on the screen, 75-1 for Bob.
I think the ruling is when they get to the colors, if more than 3 snookers are required, then it's a concession. You've seen that rule a lot more pop up on the amateur side, just as more of a teaching aid, I find, because some of these players aren't fully versed in all the etiquette of snooker. And
Right,
obviously, in the pro ranks, when you see a frame is pretty much out of reach and the player needs a plenty number of snookers, they really concede. Because some players might think, well, when all the balls are down, that's when the frame is done, correct?
exactly.
Because most of these American and some Canadian players are more used to playing the 8-ball, 9-ball game. Well, Bob should be able to take this red at the left middle, come up for the blue. Obviously, the frame is his, with his opponent needing about 3-4 snookers to get back into it. And this should be frame and match for Bob. He's one of there's 8 seeded players, I believe, in the draw.
Well, I think we just saw the concession there.
Yeah, that was a miss by Bob there, but yes, handshakes all around. So Bob Himnani takes that frame by a scoreline of 75-1 and wins the frame and match 2-0. And Rob, I think we're going to step aside for a few short moments while they get ready for another featured match here on table 2 at the Riranka, Colorado
Yeah.
Snooker Open.
Well, while you're doing that, Dave, I am going to switch over to our camera 4, where Ahmed leads David Hunt 1-0. And that match should be coming to a close soon as Ahmed leads 55-37 in the second frame and 1 frame up. Wow. All right, so Ahmed El Said and David Hunt are now tied 1 frame apiece. So we're going to have a third frame decider here in this early group stage match. So we see Ahmed just resetting the table for this third and deciding frame, folks. Thank you all for being here. Once again, we are live on the NSL channel and the DT Sports YouTube channel, simultaneously broadcasting here today. As I always say, ladies and gentlemen, we will be here from the first ball to the last ball, bringing you as much of the action as we can. We had a bit of a late start. Technical issues can arise on the first day. We've worked out the kinks and the bugs, and we're now carrying on. As we see Ahmed at the table, his third and deciding frame is now underway.
Rob, you're on table 4, correct? For the
That
Ahmad?
is correct.
Okay. So over here at ground 0, I'm trying to navigate my way over to that table.
Yep, there's not a lot of audio from that feed, but we still have the commentary, folks, so we will continue on until the conclusion of this match, and then we'll get you back to our main table. I guess we're calling that table 1, Dave?
That would be a good idea. Yeah, I think it's going to be a defending champion Dave Daly coming up on that table, going against, I'm not sure the last name, but his it might be Mark Ziegler. It might be a gentleman by the name of Wyatt who comes from Speed. 30 people. He's the only one in town that has a snooker table.
Oh, wow. So he must be pretty popular amongst the snooker fans. Oh, I might just missed that yellow left middle. Just a little surprising. I think we just saw Ernst. Is it Ernst Bezimar? Is that it? Just passed by?
Bezimar, yes. Good to see the Flying Dutchman, and things are keyed and hummed over here, Rob. I'm joining you. I've got it up with Ahmad Al-Said and David Hunt. So yeah, David actually comes from Virginia. Ahmad up there in New York.
Well, so it appears we might be switching over to Dave Daly match momentarily.
Yes, Rob, you are correct. Got to put the defending champion up there on the stream. This is
Well,
kind of a like a messy little table here for Ahmed and David.
all right, well, they do have the score up on table one for Dave Daly and Wyatt Leon. But another thing I just noticed, Dave, is that Mr. Hunt is using a similar cue to Ahmed, the carbon fiber.
Yeah, those are getting a lot more popular.
They really are. We can see Matt in the background hard at work on getting our other table in action. I tell you, a lot of work has gone into this event with 4 tables. They moved these 4 tables in, cloth them, set them, bounce them, brush them, clean them, all the cameras. It's an amazing amount of work, Dave.
Tremendous, yeah. You think just a table, 8 legs, easy to set up, but you got to make sure it's nice and level, and everything takes a bit of time. Even as you can see, you mentioned Rob, Matt doing the lace work for those pockets.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's see how the defending champion gets on in his first match. Should be coming up very shortly. Dave actually was just telling me that they're not going to practice anything. They want to jump right into it.
Yep, I have that queued. It's queued up and ready. As soon as we see them break, we'll switch over to that. So we can get a full match in its entirety, Dave. So we will be here today, tomorrow, and Sunday. And it's so, these events are so, there's a, like we said, there's a lot of work that goes into them, but the players, often enough, if we do our jobs correctly, don't notice it. They come in, they get to their match, they go, they play, and that's all we want them to notice. But there is, like, logistics, everything.
Very true, Rob. There's a lot that goes on. Players just have to think about coming, playing their best. But for a tournament director, you've got to coordinate with the table mechanics, the streaming producers, the venue as well. This is a really nice venue, actually, that they've got here.
Absolutely.
It's kind of snooker of old. The main hotel is maybe just a 2-minute walk away, very short. You can all walk over to this conference room. And it gives a nice professional feel. You're not in a snooker room or a pool hall like we've seen sometimes in North America, because
Like
these
a
tables are definitely
public
very
establishment.
large. Yeah, these tables are very large, and it's tough to move. And unless you're Lou Ferrigno, you're going to need some help carrying those
Yeah.
300-pound pieces of slate that tables are equipped with 5 of them.
Yeah. Well, Dave, Mr. Daly and Wyatt, we're going to switch over to that now. They've just broke, which is back on table one, folks.
Yeah, Dave had a red, and then unfortunately came up unlucky and had to at least hit the black off the cushion. Wyatt in that position. It's a foul and a miss. He can put him back. It's a good ruling last night. Dave, an accomplished referee as well, besides being a Colorado Snooker Open champion. In these situations, the miss is always going to be called, but it's more up to the player to come back to the table. No, no, that was a pretty good attempt, because when you're playing without a referee, it's hard to be unbiased when your opponent has a foul in the miss situation. We hope you're enjoying all the action. We're on DT Sports YouTube page and the NSL YouTube page. It's David Burney and Rob Richards in the commentary booth. Hope you all are enjoying day one of the Colorado Snooker Open, the second stop on the U.S. Tour.
All right, so first frame, early goings here on day one. This is a 3-day event. We'll have, I believe, Dave. When does the knockout round start? Is that I believe that would be well, definitely Sunday, but Saturday afternoon, I believe.
That's what it is slated for. Obviously, we got a little bit late of a start today, so we'll see how that plays out. But the
Right.
idea is to just have the semis and finals on Championship Sunday. So the round robin will conclude tomorrow and then get into the round of 16 and the quarters, get those completed.
Well, I'm sure Dave Daly here is going to do his utmost best to keep that title. And maybe see how things progress today. He might even be able to jump on with us. Get some player reactions.
That was in a great safety shot there by Wyatt. It's a tricky red into the right middle going across the nap. Oh, you gotta avoid those in-offs.
That's unfortunate.
So for all the newcomers in snooker, red balls do not come back on the table on an in-off situation that just happened to Wyatt. Only the color balls, when they're on the colors, would come back on an in-off. It's also nice to hear our good friend Michael Packman tuning in all the way over there in England. Hope you and Lucy are doing well, Michael. Oh, that little fortune raised the hands on the flukes, flicked off that black for a long red.
Wow. That was a little bit of a stroke of luck. He's definitely got a good opportunity now. This pink to bottom right corner doesn't have to do a lot with the white. He's right in amongst them.
Ooh, that red covered that red just above the black spot.
I think it has, yes.
Let's see if a pathway for that red below the pink. Does he have a path for this one? Oh, well spotted.
Wow. That was from our view, well, from my view, definitely it was unclear if that went or not, but it went by a mile. Played that really nice. Ended up just about perfect on the brown or green.
Oh, yeah, we definitely have a nice view with the bird's eye view here, but when you're down on the table, that's the best vantage point. So I think, Rob, you and I have been fooled by these players sometimes. We don't think a shot goes, and sure enough, they come down and rifle it in like Dave just did on his previous shot.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Dave did get a little fortunate with that first red going off the block, but he wasn't completely able to capitalize fully on it as much as he would have liked or we would have thought.
Nice long red there by Dave. Playing with an ounce of safety. Have to have a good blue draw back to the business end of the table.
I think he's
He's
just
okay.
okay, yeah. I think it's
Looks
this
like the
match,
angle.
yeah. Sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, looks like on that ready at the angle, yep, to come for the blue.
I think it's this match, or this frame rather, progresses. I think Dave's getting seemingly a little bit stronger and more confident as this frame progresses. Another good solid blue.
Yeah, hitting the back of the pocket, going straight in.
Now I know, Dave, this is a Rasson tables. What are the other tables they got?
I'm not sure exactly what they are. I'm not sure if they're the, well, Rirenka is the cloth.
Yeah,
I'll do some investigating on that, Rob, and get back to you on that.
because what I'm saying is that they all look, and they all look like they play really well. The table fitters, whoever they were, have done a fantastic job. So players will be really happy with the play on them.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
you.
interesting talking to Mark, the tournament director, who also installed the tables. The Rirenka cloth is a bit slower than the usual Strawn, either number 10 or Superfine, or even the Hamesworth. But with being up here high altitude in Colorado, a little
Yeah,
drier, he was worried that if he put on the Superfine from Strawn, it'd be beyond an ice rink here. He'd be skating around very quickly. So
yeah, but
some players might think,
yeah, I mean everybody has their preference. Me, I love a fast table, right? Some people like it a little
"Hmm,
slower or medium, but these ones here, it doesn't. They, from what I can tell, they have good movement. Cushions are good.
correct, and they've been freshly installed. So obviously they're going to have a bit more speed. They don't have as much chalk dust on it. He's using that red nicely to hold for the black.
Dave Daly closing in on frame one here, leading 27 to 7, 20 in front, and he's right in amongst them now. He just, again, he doesn't really have to do anything, Dave, but keep it simple. See, it's always nice
Yeah,
when you're able to play position and leave yourself options.
correct. Yeah, he can, those two reds that are close to cue ball, the top one he could roll through, Or the bottom one looks like he's going to take and stun down for the black. Beautifully played. Avoided that red on the left side of the black and put himself in prime position for a black. It's not a problem that the black's going to go onto the pink spot. So that happens when a color ball comes back to the
Yeah.
table and its spot is covered. It goes to the highest point value available, and in this case, it's the pink spot for the black.
Well, it's not ideal, but still has a shot or a putt at the black with the rest. Unless, well, he's up 43-7. So only 36 in front. Still 67 on. Of course, if he pots this black, Dave, I don't. He's got to be a. Oh, he's a favorite now for the frame, but he's going to be a heavy favorite if this black goes in. Well, maybe I spoke too soon.
All right, Wyatt's got a red to the right middle. Just going to run through beyond the black. Just comes up a little bit on his shot on the follow through. Doesn't keep that head dead still. Might be the one little critique for Wyatt. As we mentioned, he comes from Speed, a town of 30 people, I think he said. So,
Oh, wow.
as much as he has a table at home, practice is good, but you need that match play experience to excel in the sport.
Of course. This is an open event. Anybody could play. It didn't matter where they were from. So, who knows, Dave? Maybe next year, maybe I'll make the trip.
That is true. I think it was stated as an open tournament before it got put onto the U.S. Tour.
Yeah.
Because there are ranking points up for grabs. We do have runner-up Mark Ziegler, who played in the first tour stop at the National Snooker Academy a few weeks ago.
Now, can people find the standings online, Dave?
I'm not sure if snookerusa.com has put that up yet, but that's definitely the resource to where to find upcoming events on the U.S. Tour. So that's www.snookerusa.com. And this Colorado Championships rolls right into the Canadian National Championships. So a busy time in snooker in
Yes.
North America.
And then, of course, right after that follows up with the NSL Championship, June 12th to the 14th. So, a lot of snooker coming up, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
It's great to see snooker growing in North America, the NSL, snooker here in Colorado, all across the U.S.
And it's certainly nice to see what the PAPSA has done as well. They're creating a lot of opportunities for people to achieve that snooker dream of being a professional. As
Absolutely.
the Open and Senior Championship will be in Brazil this year. And the winner of the senior plays in the World Championship. Oh, what a pop by Wyatt there.
Wow.
Unfortunately, he's not really great on the black, but
Well, I suspect Dave Daly may not like his next view.
yes. Let's see what kind of player Wyatt is here.
I mean, sure, he's got a yellow over the top left corner, but if he gets tucked in behind that black,
Yeah, I think it's black all day long.
absolutely. Brown. I tell you, as a player, Dave, when you see your opponent about to roll behind the black and he plays the brown, you're wiping the sweat off your brow.
Definitely.
Because Mr. Daly should have been or could have been in a lot of trouble there, and it very well could have got Wyatt right back in the frame with the three miss rule.
Yes, actually, in the round robin stage, it is 4 attempts and 3 putbacks. That's what
That's
they've
right.
stated. You know, always good to get the correct wording, as there was a little misunderstanding of the players' meeting. Someone was like, 3 snookers. It's like, no, it's more than 3 snookers, because 3 snookers is 12 points. But if it's more than 3 snookers and you're trailing by 13 points, well, you need more than 3 snookers. So then it's a concession.
So
It's a
only
little twitchy
26 the
with his follow
difference.
through.
He
Yeah,
was. That's
well,
right.
it's a little twitchy there through his follow through. Unfortunately, Dave missed, but there you could see in the camera there the solid push back and push through of the cue in a straight line that Dave executed there. Kept down on the shot.
Yeah, I think he just took his eye slightly off the pot. Happens to the best of us.
Ooh, that's not going to be happy for Wyatt.
Well,
White has gone in. It's fortunate red really isn't a sitter of a shot. Dave's going to try and double this into the right middle. Now it's snooker lingo. A double is a bank shot. You know, we have some pool players on tune in. And now that almost would have been a triple.
very
Double,
close.
as they like to call it. Mm-hmm. But Wyatt not out of it, just trailing by 30 points, 43 on the table. That last, or that second last red by that pink could be very helpful for him.
Looks like he's got a good white here. I think
Yeah, I
Dave
think
can.
he's.
Yeah, I think he can clip this red here by the pink. Oh boy.
Oh, but the pink falls.
Well, that's gonna make a big difference in the score. I know 6 points doesn't seem like much, but when there's only two reds left on the table, it's definitely going to keep Wyatt in this frame.
He's gifted a great chance now for Dave. This is a good chance that he could take the frame.
Well, Mr. Daly has certainly given Wyatt a few chances. Just didn't go Wyatt's way.
And it's giving him a shot. Drew it back nicely. Ooh, that red was his frame ball. And just lifting his hand, I think he's got the snooker there as there's no gap between green and yellow for Wyatt.
Yeah. Oh, should be a straightforward hit. If he can come off that top cushion. He's got to watch the white, though. Might. Oh, yeah, see? Oh, he doesn't want this. Didn't want that either, Dave. I think he would have preferred the
No.
fluke as opposed to leaving it over the bag.
Yeah. Tough little bridge for Dave as his hand is in that green pocket.
Only 27 points up. Now, can he squeeze this red between the pink and black? Nope. Is he going to get the snooker anyway? No, I think he's got the left edge, Dave.
Just a thin coat of paint on that red. But yeah, I don't think there was a gap between the pink and black for Wyatt on that last red, but he might have been able to at least put the red through the gap to get the snooker instead of the pot.
That's right.
But Dave's got a, oh, there's
Oh,
a
boy.
nice shot there by Dave. I was going to say he had a nice little wall here with yellow, green, and black. But
that was definitely one of those pots that, from my view, it looked like you could only see it wasn't clear that you could see the putting angle for that one. But this blue should just about seal it for frame one.
Dave just maybe put off a little bit by the mechanic work on the other table. There's no rule in snooker that once you're down on a shot, you have to stay down. You can always get up and recompose yourself. So,
Oh boy, he got it
a bit
anyway.
of the Irish grin comes out there with a little smile. Obviously, that was not the pocket he wanted to put the yellow in. So,
And that should just about do it for this frame.
yep, but good etiquette by Wyatt here. He's letting his opponent continue on with the break, not conceding just yet. That might be at the more than three snookers required stage, so that is it. So Dave Daly takes his first frame, a best of three match, 61 to 23.
Well,
So
that was
the
a very
defending
interesting
champion,
frame.
yep, defending champ coming off good. He's gave Wyatt some chances. Uh, so I think Wyatt's got to realize that he's up against a tough competitor. And maybe seeing those opportunities for that snooker, as you and I both alluded to, Rob, just getting nice and tight behind that black would have given nightmares for Daly. But unfortunately, Wyatt went for maybe a long brown, maybe with thinking of safety there. And I'm sure when he goes back and looks at the tape, he'll have one of those aha moments.
That's right. So we're just going to wait for the players, folks. We're not going to cut away. We're just going to keep the live feed going. And the players may have stepped away just for a brief moment. perhaps a quick comfort break may have been needed. It's just so nice, Dave, to see events like this in actual venues for a change. You know, um, you and I both know a lot of the events that we've done in the past have all been in local rooms and clubs and that are open to the public, that are regular businesses. This takes me back to when I was a kid. Every major championship, everything, even regular tournaments were in venues like this. So good on the organizers for getting this one going.
Yeah, I totally agree, Rob. There, it gives a level of professionalism. They don't have to deal with potentially other snooker tables and pool tables. As when we get into the evening in those pool rooms that we've been in before, Rob, it can get quite animated.
Oh yes, and there's nothing wrong with people coming in and or even at their other venues and watching and applauding a good pot. Um, just like I'm sure they'll do here uh, for the knockout rounds as the crowd builds up. But when you get into a public business and there's a hockey game going on, or just a regular business playing pool, it can be a little disturbing for some players. However, other players, it doesn't bother them whatsoever.
And as he tempted Wyatt to take on that long red that's open on the left. Good discipline there, Wyatt. Just going to play safe. Oh, just maybe hit that a bit too fat. It's fortunate that red is really covered up this cue ball. There is a relatively easy red into the top right corner, but Dave's going to have to cue over that red I mentioned. Once again, Wyatt has left a red on, but Dave's got to negotiate going over a red. Yeah, I would love that to trickle down a little bit more. It's that red on the bottom of the pack. We'll go to top right corner, but Dave might have to come off the top cushion and be high on that black, as that red close to it is blocking the low potting angle. Glance off that nicely. He's got a pink as well, maybe.
Yeah, he's just on the wrong side of the blue, but he's got good cue power. Should be able to get right back down. Wants it to slow up a little bit. I think it's just going to run on.
And he missed that little hit. So when a foul occurs, the player at the table does have the choice. Wyatt could play on or put his player in from this position, but going to play and try to take that long pot on. Hey, Dave could, I think, clear up the black here. Is that red that he's close to just hampering the angle a bit? Coming over to get his glasses. Just seeing if it's a touching ball. Let's see if it's a touching ball that acts as the first contact, and the player can shoot away if it's a red.
Well, I think Wyatt's got to make make a go at something here. He seemingly, we don't know. I don't know too much about him, but from what we saw in the first frame, which wasn't a lot, um, needs to when he gets that one opportunity. I'm pretty sure, Dave, that he'll get at least one good opportunity. He needs to take full advantage of it and get his arm going. But oh, that was so close. Unfortunate double kiss.
Yeah, I always say double kisses are only good in France. You can't give these opportunities to Dave. And yeah, with a name like Wyatt, he is the lawman around these parts.
That's right.
But you see in the amateur side, there are going to get a few chances. There's a few players that definitely can polish off a visit.
Oh, table's getting a little messy. Reds are going to get pushed up, as you see now. Dave might have this red into the right middle, just past the pink. Looks like he spotted it. Overcut it, Dave, just a little bit. May have, well, yeah, he's left it on. Definitely a possibility here for Wyatt. And And that will do. That's not bad at all. I think he's got a slight angle on this block. If he runs it through, should have a pot to left middle. Not much here for Daly, just bringing that white back behind the black. Oh, he got the double to the corner. I'm not sure that was his intention, but he's definitely going to take it. Needs a bit of luck. Doesn't have good position on this black, but he's having a look at the potting angle to the bottom right corner. It's a thin one. Oh, and he's overcut it. That's unfortunate. Dave Daly leading 15-13, only in front by 2. Opportunity to increase that lead here, of course. Here in frame 2, frame he needs to win the match 2-0. Group stage where every frame counts. Oh, Daly's come off side cushion into the bunch. We got several matches coming up later today, folks, so stay with us. We'll be here all day and tomorrow and Sunday as well. Dave now leading 27-14, frame 2. If you're just tuning in, folks, welcome. I am Rob Richards here in the booth with me, who's just stepped away for a brief moment. Is Mr. David Burney. We are watching the Colorado Open Snooker Championship 2026. This is returning champion. Dave Daly won the event last year versus Wyatt Leon. Dave leading 27-14, 13 in front, up one frame to nil.
Yeah, I'm in a funny little the venue over here, Rob. Sometimes I'm in a closed off space, so my voice doesn't bleed into the play because I'm pretty much right beside them in a closed off room, but it's making it tricky for the Wi-Fi signal to come in. So sometimes I'm getting a little glitching on the video screen.
Yeah, and that's something we can look at, see if we can improve going forward. Uh, as you know, we had some challenges getting going this morning, which is always what happens on day one. Takes time to get things dialed in, um, and just needs a few tweaks here and there, and then we're good right now, but quite possibly we can make it better. As you know, Dave, we do what we can with what we got, and we do our best. So I think work is still progressing on that other table, if it, which is actually holding up play from being on that table. So we might have a bit of a. I'm not sure, Dave. Are we gonna? Do you think we'll have a bit of a late ending to the day today, or push it in to tomorrow?
That will definitely be up to the tournament director of how they feel things are going. But definitely a possibility, but we are playing roll on, roll off philosophy. Obviously,
Right.
the first matches of the day get started, and then when tables are available. Well, it seems like the Gremlins have taken a coffee break, and my video monitor is back and looking sharp for Dave Daly and Wyatt Leon.
Well, Wyatt still got a chance. Only
What are you
down
feeling,
35.
Dave? What are you thinking, Rob? Do you want to take this red, glance off the right side of the pink, and go into the middle pocket?
If I was Dave leading one frame, 21 up, quite possibly yes. Positionally, I mean the red was almost assured, but positionally it was going to be a challenge. He's got fortunate to end up. He could take the pink or the green, depending on how good he's feeling. Rightfully so. Nothing to do with the pink here, Dave. Just roll it into that corner. Doesn't have to worry about the white. White's going to come right back down the table for a red into the bottom left corner or the two into the right middle. Except that's quite short of pace. But like I said, he's still on the red to left corner.
Bit tricky going from one side of the table to the other. A little mid-range shot here, but not a problem for the Irish-born American living player now.
Played very well.
Yeah, stun up nicely off to this black to either those two reds into the right middle. Just think about clearing up those two. Obviously, just be mindful of maybe developing those reds. Just a flicker of a thought in the back of the mind, but I think Dave will be happy just to get these two reds off the table with the colors, extend his lead, and a potential match-winning frame. Let's kind of push that red safe a little.
Yeah, but we're edging closer to the finish here.
Don't think he had an angle to. Well, he did nicely. Nicely done. Didn't know if Dave had an angle to kind of get over there, maybe open up those red and blue.
Yeah, he's definitely looking at the double.
Yeah, cut back beyond the black. So the pace for the treble. No, and he's gifted quite a relatively easy starter, but trailing by 43 points.
Needs to get past. Oh, and he just gets through, Dave. A little fortunate there. He's got no choice. He's got to play this black. Well, Dave's not doing too good with the doubles, but it's an opportunity here to get that white back to the bulk end.
And he's opened up the red, so a little positive safety shot there by Dave Daly. It's a decent sized room, but you can see these are big tables, 6 by 12. I think Wyatt was just waiting for a player on the adjacent table just to maybe take his shot, but
that's right.
That player was still thinking, so Wyatt elects to try and take on a tough long red. Does that green come to his rescue? It's tough to tell from our vantage point.
Oh, I think it has. Dave won't be bothered. You know, I like how they've set up the tables. There's 4 tables in this venue, and there's plenty of room around them and between them. Oh. Well, I think that's going to be the nail that ends it for Wyatt here in this match with Dave Daly. 1 frame in front, 61-15 in front, and ball in hand.
Yep, red is pretty much frame ball right here.
Well, I think Dave may have opened the pocket a little bit with that last pot. Ball just dropped on the floor there. But not too much far to go. So, Dave, if this match does conclude, which I have a feeling it will very shortly, For our viewers, I can definitely bring up another match until something else comes back up on our feature table. I think we're going to go with this one being our feature table, Dave. You know, Wyatt's he did okay in the early goings of both frames. He kept himself in it, kept it close, and then no real big breaks from Daly. However, we're now at Snooker's required, of course. So 54 the difference, 43 on. So as long as there's a red on the table, doesn't matter how many snookers are required. Play can still carry on. But I ex- I expect we'll see a handshake coming soon here, Dave. Just this red frame will be over by concession. Well, one red remaining, so Wyatt within his right to come back to the table, but he missed that red completely. So there we have it. Concession been made. Congratulations. Dave Daly wins this match 2 frames to 0. So, ladies and gentlemen, stick with us. We're going to switch over to table 3 for the time being. So this is table 3 with Ernst versus Ray, tied at 1 frame apiece. And as soon as the match comes back up on our feature table, folks, we'll get right back to that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, stay here with this match. I am going to step away for 2 moments for a bit of a cover break of my own. I will be right back ever so shortly. Thank you for tuning in, folks. Stay tuned. Don't go away. Enjoy the snooker from the Colorado Open. We'll be right back.
Unfortunately, we've seen that the black has gone up to the bulk area, making a real profitable break. Going to be tough for either of these players. It's just got a nice long blue, but being the left-hander, he's got to negotiate with that green. I'd like a bit of a bigger bounce. I'd love to hoist the trophy on Sunday afternoon, but I'm pretty sure he might be in line. If he doesn't make it there, he might be refereeing the final. Very accomplished referee here in America. What's a nice long red there by Ray. It's got a touch of an angle on the yellow. That pink is rather blocked up too, so. Oh. Ray. Man from Ireland doesn't get any of the luck of the Irish there. Renka 2026 Colorado Snooker Open, alive here at the Hampton Inn and Suites in Boulder, Colorado. David Burney's in the booth, as well as Rob Richards. We're glad that you're tuning in. You can find us on DT Sports YouTube channel and the NSL YouTube channel. Happy that you're enjoying day one of this great tournament. Second year. going to step aside. Hopefully Rob will had Wi-Fi gremlins working again that are kind of stuttering to don't have a live angle at the tables, just in a small little room beside it. But hopefully we'll enjoy the action. Hopefully we'll be back with a good match and some great commentary. Talk to you soon.
All right, folks, sorry about that. Stepped away, came back. We're still in action. We see Ernest leading Ray McCarthy in this third deciding frame, 30 to 16. 14 up. Nice draw off that side cushion. Bit aside, missed the black. Nicely on the yellow here. A little heavy on this on the draw on that one, but he's okay. Still on this red to left middle. Just gonna tuck up behind the block here. So Ernest leading 34-16. Good hit. See Ernest, a little tap on the table. Touching ball, I believe. So Ernst can just shoot away as he's already deemed to have hit a red. Trying to get the white behind the green. It's going to be close. Oh, I think he's can see the outer edge of this red. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in today. Don't forget to like and subscribe and join us in our chat. Let's see, Ernst leading by 18. 34-16 in front. Good attempt, wasn't there. This red's going to hold up right over that left middle. for Ray McCarthy. It's a great venue. I'm sure all the players here in Canada will have loved to play in a venue like this. It's a good setup. They've done really well at the tables. So this frame getting right down to it. One red remaining. As Ernst pots the pink to left middle. Nudges the red, however, and I don't think it goes past the black, not from our view. Well, it might. See if it doesn't go, maybe Ernst can roll up slow, get that snooker. No, it did go. Nicely done, Mr. Bezemer. In control of this third and deciding frame here in this group stage match. So it's Ernst leading by 20 now, 27 on. Only requires the green. Oh, he's overscrewed that one by a large margin. My goodness. This is a very tricky pot, this green to the yellow pocket. Well, the way he's played that, I'm not so sure he even attempted it. Wow, what a pot. That was frame match ball right there for Ernst. So now we're at snookers required. 49-24 is the lead for Ernst. 25 in front with 22 on. So at the conclusion of this match, folks, we have another match that's been queued up and in progress. We'll get to that as soon as we can. This match is just about done. Ernst playing, attempting to play the snooker there, didn't get it. Could have played the pot into the top right corner, but chose defensive. Ernst may have a go at this one. This brown's thin to that right center, but I do believe it will go. Oh, and he's missed the whole ball. What's he done? Oh, and he's hit the pink. It's going to be a difference of 19 now. Brown waiting over that right middle bag. Blue is also there. Can he get the white in position on the blue from this angle? So this frame is not over yet, folks. White's come up well short of the mark. Still possible, but it's thin. And I believe he's going to need the rest, my word. Doesn't go. It's run safe. Where's the cue ball? No, it's slowed up. It's okay. So now Ernst needs the blue. I think he's overhit this one a little bit. He's going to leave a, well, yeah, he's definitely going to leave a pot on here for Ray McCarthy. So very interesting finish to this match. Ernst leading 49-34 now, 18 on, 15 the difference. One good pot here. He's not in position on the pink, so he's going to need another good pot to end this match fully and completely. Snooker's now required, of course, once again for Ray. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next week is the Canadian National Championship. And then the following week, June 12th, 13th, and 14th, right here on the NSL YouTube channel, is the NSL Championship from Markham, Ontario. So we have a lot of good snooker coming your way, folks, in a short period of time. You see 2 snookers required now, 20 the difference. 54-34, Ernst in front.
Yeah, hello again, Rob. It seems like if I hold my breath long enough, the Wi-Fi gremlins go away. But
Excellent. Yeah, that sometimes can happen. Wi-Fi can be a little bit tricky. But Dave, as you know, this frame is not over. Should be if Ernst can putt this pink. No, it will continue. Two snookers required, of course. And of course, to get those two fouls could be a bit of a challenge. But, all right, Dave, just checking. Are you still with me? All right, so there is the frame and match. Ernst Besmar is your winner, ladies and gentlemen, by frame score of 2-1. We're going to keep the action rolling, folks. We have a match queued up, ready to go. Back on our feature table, table one. This is Joshua Kane leading Luke Pfeiffer 16-3, 13 in front in frame one. It's still group stage, so it's still best of three. So seems like a good tight frame. Gets a double kick. Good long pot. Gets Luke back in the balls. Luke, one of the few left-handed players in this event. Welcome back.
We might have a bit better internet connection now. Do you know what table we're going to, Rob, for our next match?
Right now we're on table 1 with Joshua Kane and Luke Pfeiffer. Still waiting for table 2 to come back up, or to get started rather. They're still doing, I believe, still doing a little bit of work over there. So it's, ladies and gentlemen, so it's Joshua Kane leading Luke Pfeiffer 24-4, 20 points in front in this first frame. Joshua just leaving the table, just playing the white to the bulk end, but he's left a putt on here for Luke, which doesn't go as planned. But at least these matches, Dave, are being played in good spirits. Players having a wonderful time, we can tell.
True, it's been a great bunch of players, with all the hiccups and stuff like that. Players have really been patient. They're aware that things can happen. You think you've done all the prep work leading up to the tournament, everything should be dialed in, and then poof, something strange that you didn't see happen.
Absolutely. And it's good. It's good to see. Both. Mostly all the players that we've seen are smiling with each other, having a good time, and it's just great sportsmanship. So, it's a big event, but they're also having a good time doing it as well. And if anybody hears any weird noises like racing motorcycles coming out of the mic, that's because I am not on location. I am at home, and there's a sometimes a busy street outside my patio window. There's a good stretch of road outside of here, Dave, that motorcycles like to take advantage of at times, and sometimes the microphone is it can pick it up.
Yeah, we use top-notch equipment. Hopefully maybe a blanket over your window or that it's too distracting.
Oh
That
yes,
Molson Indy in the background.
yes.
Gosh, at some of the big events like the U.S. Nationals.
Well, that was an opportunity there for Joshua Kane, leading by 24, 28 to 4. I can definitely tell they're enjoying themselves. And I would think, Dave, that most of these players aren't particularly used to playing in big events like this.
No, it definitely has some prestige. Great to see some people in the community. Rirenka providing the cloth, Tome providing the chalk and some pouches. So it's great to see some support from companies.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting match to say the least.
Yeah, a little dangerous with that black on the verge of dropping into the yellow pocket. So obviously, probably an automatic 8 points for whoever gets that one red.
Yeah, would certainly help out Luke.
Yeah, Joshua, the best dress of the turn so far. Very glitzy blue or red rice coat, as you can see there. This is real awkward bridging. Oh, that's a foul.
Yeah, he did call the foul. And
Yeah, I
for
think
some
yes.
players tuning in just that already know it's a foul. That some of these players are new and don't. They know the rules, but they're not seasoned with the rules.
Yeah, and if you head over to WST.tv, There is a link there where you can download a PDF version of the rules. Always good to get yourself well versed. Where they actually sell for, I think, maybe about $30, a small little pocket sized book that has the rules of snooker, the shootout, snooker event, and also English billiards.
Yeah, and that can come in very handy.
It is nice to see that a lot of the players that do have that patience with some of the newer players. As much as it's a big tournament, they know that we need growth, and slamming a player just being ridiculous. Obviously, on that foul that Luke committed by touching the yellow, Joshua was very relaxed. Just said, "Hey, actually that's a foul, and I get the choice if you shoot again, or I can shoot from that position."
That's right. Yeah, and there was no argument from Luke. He just smiled and said okay, and so that's what I mean. Good sportsmanship, good vibes in this event. So it's very, from a broadcast point, from a viewer point, it's enjoyable. Don't like to see a lot of conflict in a match. But chance here for Joshua Kane pot this red. Needs a good pot, and that black's hanging precariously over that pocket still.
See, as you can tell, Joshua's new. Look where he's standing at the table, or Luke, I should say, is standing at the table. He should be kind of away from the table as well. Shouldn't be really chalking while his player opponent's down on the shot. But it's interesting. We have rule books, but we don't have etiquette books.
Yeah, that's something that you learn with experience.
Like our good friend Jonathan's son, who runs Top 147 Snooker and Billiards in Richmond, British Columbia. He's got a good junior program going, and he teaches the fundamentals, but he also teaches the other side of the game, that etiquette and how to be a gentleman. Shake hands, show up on time for your matches. Don't stand in the eye line of your opponent when they're shooting.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes you can't help but be in their eye line, depending on where the event is being played, of course. But oh, Luke got a three in the side there.
He's definitely having fun. He can't believe he made it too.
Yeah. So he's just, I think Joshua was telling Luke he can't combo a color into the black, or else it would be a foul. But I do think Luke looks more like a billiards player or a pool player, nine ball, eight ball, around that area, venturing out, could be venturing out into snooker the last little bit.
Yeah, I think there's a room out here in Colorado that has 25 pool tables and only one snooker table, which is a shame.
Yeah, isn't that the rec room?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
NSL did a match with Matt Herm and Jonathan Glennon earlier in the season. I gotta say, Matt did very well for himself. First time on camera for both of them. So, and I think Matt's playing later today, is he not?
I think so, or he might have just withdrew late just to put the cue aside for the better of the tournament.
And concentrate on the admin
Fundamentals
side.
behind the scenes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's understandable. It's a hard thing to be a player and run the tournament and coordinate and do everything else.
All right. Luke finally got that piece of, I don't know what that was. Obviously, I caught into this match a little later, but there was a weird piece of, it's a rather large piece of something on the left side that Luke disposed of.
Well, we're at Snuggers required. 29 the difference. Joshua leading 34 to 5. 27 on.
This is a dangerous yellow. I think that black, I don't think he can kick that black out and drop the yellow. The black is too much into the jaws of that yellow pocket.
So you see there, Luke's just having a little discussion with Joshua what he can do. Yeah, he's knocked that in.
And he's left the yellow as well. Yeah, just runs his hands through his hair in frustration.
And speaking of Jonathan Glennon, there he goes. Oh boy, that was close. So 36 the difference, 25 on. You know, Dave, this is not by any means the most putting frame that we've seen, but I still love putting new players on film because they are still out there giving their best, giving their all, trying as best they can. It could be their first time on camera, first time at a big event. So it's,
Yeah.
and to bring American snooker to Canadian viewers is something that really hasn't been done all that much.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they are in the more than three snookers side here, as there's 25
42,
on, up into 30.
13 points and 25. No, 38, 40. Yeah, we are. So this frame should be a conceded frame or a dead frame.
Yeah, just on that last shot, if Luke is up for some constructive criticism, just looking at his stance, he just needs to be a bit more stable. For any newcomers or young players, when you have that stance, you want to be firm to the ground, so if someone tries to push you over, you won't fall over.
Yeah, funny you should mention that because when I was growing up, just starting out, there was a player who I knew well named Jerry Belanger out here. I used to play at a club called Silvertips, owned by Eddie Galletti. And I never really got lessons from the man, and he was a great player back in the day. And if I wasn't standing right, he would come by, walking by, and I wouldn't know anything, and he'd knock me over on purpose. And he would go, his always words were, "You see, son, if you were standing properly, you wouldn't be on your butt on the floor." Of course, he wouldn't use butt on the floor. His language would be a little bit more colorful, but for our stream, I kept it a little bit more PG. But great man, good player, very knowledgeable, and yeah, exactly that. Just come over and two fingers, just knock me over. So, and then I would learn how to stand somewhat properly. But I think now, as you mentioned, we are beyond that 3 snooker rule. Um, frame should be called on. Yeah, see that he's as you're mentioning his stance, Dave. Luke's definitely got closer to a pool type stance. A little tap on the table from Luke. Perhaps this frame is going to be officially conceded by Luke.
I don't think so. Unfortunately, I didn't see either of these players at the players' meeting last night. But I believe in the rule document, it did say more than 3 snookers. It's an automatic concession just to keep the flow going. But as Rob, you and I have seen, I think these players are new to it and maybe used to the 8 ball or 9 ball game where until the last ball is put down, that means the end of the frame. But unfortunately, that's not the case sometimes in snooker.
That's right.
We do see some black ball finals, and that's when it doesn't go down to that final ball, and that's when it can get real exciting. But I think our co-tournament director, Matt Herm, might just be coming over to instruct the players of the more than 3 snookers ruling.
Yes, I do believe you are correct. There we go. So Joshua Kane now officially has won the first frame as we see it on our scoreboard, folks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see if Luke can rebound. They're best of 3.
Yep, there we go. Now he's got the blue in the correct spot. So frame 2 coming right up, folks. That's good to see. Joshua there is telling Luke how to break. That he doesn't have to hit them hard. He doesn't have to spread them wide. And this will be something for. I'm pretty sure this is Luke's first time on camera, so it's good that we are able to show this and he can have a look back on it later. And because we haven't mentioned it, folks, thank you for tuning in once again. This is the Colorado Open 2026. Thank you for joining us today here on our Friday afternoon coverage. This is the group stages. Don't forget to like and subscribe wherever you're watching us from, whether it be on the DT Sports YouTube channel or the NSL TV YouTube channel. Like, subscribe, join us in our chat. We have a lot of coverage. Well, it's going to be an interesting frame. Let's check our schedule, Dave, shall we?
Sounds like a good idea, Rob.
See how we're doing on time. This is Joshua Kane and Luke Pfeiffer, which was originally scheduled to start at around 10:30 Colorado time, which would have been 12:30 here. So we're a little bit behind schedule only because of the bit of a late start. If I can find what match just started, which would have been Sonam Sherpa and Jonathan Glennon. So yeah, we have got quite a few matches to go. But like you said, it's a roll-on, roll-off system, so there's no assigned tables per group. Whichever table comes up, whichever match is next, that's the table they go for. And that will help, in general, speed things along. Well, Luke's in tough here. Can he see this red at all? No, he's got to come off that side cushion. And he's going to get out. From where he was, Dave, that's not a bad outing. Possible red to left center. But I'm not sure Joshua can control the white to get position. He may have a look at one of the long reds. Definitely a billiards player. Good pot. Yellow to right middle. A bit high.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a pathway, Rob, here for this red to top left corner. Seems like Joshua thinks it's there.
It's going to be close.
Oh, great eye. Nice little flick off the blue.
Should serve him well here.
Yeah, Joshua definitely looks like a pool player to me. Doesn't get that cue right on the clef of his jaw. Has a lot of space there between cue and chin.
Yeah. And you also don't see a lot of people texting while their opponent's at the table. That's definitely a pool thing. But you know what,
Definitely.
Dave? They're having fun. And the spirit of competition is still there.
True, it's quite a prestigious tournament, but also it is a big spot for a lot of these players to learn. Because definitely things in Colorado are heating up. It could be a site for a U.S. Nationals in the future.
Yeah, I mean, this venue alone is fantastic. I mean, last couple U.S. Nationals I was involved in, it was the Embassy Club, which is a great venue, but I don't know.
What is this stuff that's coming off and going on the table? Some plastic or something.
Something from overhead?
I think it's from one of the players. Have to keep a better eye on that.
Well, long red attempt here for Luke.
Oh my goodness, he's missed everything and hit the black.
Isn't that always the way? He had 2, 3 reds
How is
there he
that?
could have hit, but no, it had to hit the black.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think our co-tournament director Matt Herm might just be strolling over to our featured table here. Just maybe give a little etiquette lesson to Luke over here. Obviously, the seasoned snooker player would be probably quite furious with Luke's posture over there. Needs him to, just return to your seat. Let
Right.
your opponent be at the table. Yes, I think as you can see.
I mean, of course, we know he's not, because we know he's new to the game and new to the competition. He's absolutely not doing it intentionally. Uh, but you're right. He should be standing off to the side and definitely not in between tables. But so Matt just gave him a little bit of advice. Oh, he's got to watch the push, and that was a well. I don't think they're calling pushes, but I think that was very, very close there, Dave. I
It
mean,
certainly was.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, but if I was Joshua, I would be questioning that in the at the very least.
Hmm. Could have done with a bit more pace there to be on the black. But they're definitely getting on with it. They're not, walking around the table hours on end studying a shot. It seems like
Absolutely.
there's some good etiquette there by Luke tapping the table for a good shot for his opponent.
Yeah, but we don't. I mean, it is, and I appreciate it. I'm sure Joshua appreciates it too. But we don't usually see that during the opposing player's turn.
Correct. It's more often we see it when a player has made a great safety shot and you're coming to the table and you just tap on that table, just go, yep, well done, opponent. You put me in a little bit of bother.
That's right.
So, so Luke's got a nice red into the yellow. It's got a good angle to come down for blue, maybe even the black. Not sure why he doubled it there. I guess that's the pool. You see a lot more pool players try to bank shots in,
Yes.
to use a pool terminology. The snooker player would rather cut the ball.
Well, I mean, for us, it may have been the right shot to play the pot right in. For him, however, he's trying something that's new to him or relatively new to him, and wow, okay. So you got to play what you feel comfortable with.
That is true. A big thing about this sport is know your percentage. If you have a shot that's 90% on, you take it on. If it's a 35% shot, you forget about it and go to a different shot.
Yeah, and as you know, Dave, the game is so much easier from the commentary booth
True.
or the viewing chair than it is when you have a cue in your hand and a piece of chalk at your side. So and this is showing people that it doesn't matter what your skill level is, come out and play and join.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh,
that was a
nice
good one.
pot there by Joshua. Yes.
Oh, he's
That might force Luke to sit down.
for a moment. Nope. I like Luke. I was gonna try a tricky blue or pink. See, that was a case of he was on the green, which could have got him back into the reds, but a little bit too much cue ball control needed. The pink was a lot more straightforward, a little bit more difficult for him, but he's doing his best.
I find it sometimes quite amazing, Rob, that so many of us are fans of snooker, but not many people watch the professional game. You watch it, you can get a real understanding of the game and see where the players are, obviously. You watch, say, the World Championships that previously on, you see when a player is at the table, their opponent is far away sitting in their chair, and
That's
it only
right.
comes to the table when it's their turn. I think Luke's got an angle on this red, and top right. You can just come off the cushion and have the black at the left middle. But those Wi-Fi gremlins are back. My screen. He'll have the better call now, Rob.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it, Wi-Fi can play some tricks on you, whether it's cloudy outside or a lot of metal in the building, and different frequencies. Yeah, a lot of things can disrupt Wi-Fi. But it's Joshua Kane in front, 31 to 2, 29 in front.
Yeah, Josh just might be coming up a little bit. Should maybe just give a heads up to any of these players if they're aware of a player by the name of Sean Murphy. He really stays down, the runner-up of this year's World Championship. You watch after he's taken a shot, his head doesn't come up until either a ball goes down in the pocket or all the balls come to a stop on the table.
That's right. Yeah, I've noticed lately Sean Murphy stays down a lot longer than he was previously, say even last year. And for a lot of players, it's a hard thing to do, because your instinct as soon as you play the ball is to get up and move. But it absolutely does make a difference.
You know, some of us should just take a page from the Steve Davis book. As when he was starting off, he got into the club and would take his cue ball on the brown spot and knock it over the blue, pink, and black. Ooh, nice long pot there by Luke. But would up and down the table over those four colored spots, come back to hit his Q-tip. And in the meantime, he had his manager or assistant just put in a cue on top of his head so he wouldn't pop up, so he would stay down. So not a bad exercise for new and younger players, or even some of us that have played around for a while.
That's right.
If we feel like we're not getting the results, maybe it is because a little bit of head movement.
Well, one thing I don't think we're going to see here is a lot of safety play.
You are correct. I think these guys are definitely going for it. I'm not sure if they're aware of that side of the game. It is called snooker for a reason.
I mean, I do applaud and appreciate the effort. I mean, this is something a lot of people here in Canada
You want
don't
to,
get to see.
you want to pot balls. You want to put balls in the bottom of the pocket. But as we play more and more, there is that one time that the devil will come a knocking, and it might say, "Hey, that snooker is a bit more advantageous than that pot." I was talking a little bit to Dave Daly after his match as we had a little hiccup with our Wi-Fi. He
That's
was
right.
shocked as well that Wyatt rolled behind that black.
Yeah.
Could have done with a little check side on that cue ball, give him a better shot at the pink, but
Oh, he's not bad. He's in position. on the red lower right corner. Oh, and Christian Youngers has joined the NSL chat along with Jesse Fox and Vinit Dasani. Hello, Christian, Vinit, and Jesse. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you all for joining us. And yes, Christian Youngers, Colorado Snooker is brewing. We are mile high this weekend.
That's true. Wonder how some of the out-of-state players are dealing with that, as the higher altitude can have a little issue on your health.
How do you find it, Dave?
I'm seeing it all right now. I just wish our Wi-Fi was a little bit better.
Yeah, like I said, there's a number of technical things that can affect even the best Wi-Fi signals.
True, the tough part is I think some people are watching it on their phones in the room, and that's just really gonna drain the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, if you're not on a dedicated Wi-Fi, then yeah, absolutely. If you're on the same Wi-Fi as every other guest in the hotel, even if they're not watching the same feed, but if they're using the same Wi-Fi, it's definitely going to drain it. But at least our camera feeds are still up and going. But it is Joshua Kane closing in on a 2-0 win here. So Joshua Kane in the lead, 47-3. So he's 44 in front with 43 on. Well, that was a tough pot. He needed snookers before. He definitely needs them now. All Luke has to do at this point is pot the red. Or Dave, if Luke pots the red and no color, it's over.
Correct. I think we might, from my position, we might step away at the conclusion of this match as just being in this very tricky, unreliable Wi-Fi position. We might step out, but into the foyer. There might be a little background noise, but we might have a better signal that will transmit the visuals to me on my end, so I can enjoy the match with you, Rob.
Yeah. Is he gonna get the snooker? Is he gonna get the snooker? No, he's come close. That white traveled a fair bit of mileage. Well, I gotta think Luke's not really paying attention to the score. He's looking like he's gonna pot this red, Dave. And ladies and gentlemen, if you hear any colorful language that's not PG, we do apologize. So it's going to be a very interesting play here for Joshua Kane. Technically, we implement the in or over rule, but we might be here for a moment, Dave.
Well, I'll let you take the conclusion of this match, Rob. I'm just going to kind of reconfigure, try and go to a different position in our complex here, and hopefully that will give better Wi-Fi results. So I'll reach out to you, Rob, when I get back and going. But hopefully
All
everybody's
right.
enjoying the snooker. And as Schwarzenegger said, I'll be back.
Excellent. We'll talk to you soon. Oh, that foul there from Joshua gives Luke another 4 points. Still down by 40, except he's just missed the red. Contacted the pink, and he's left a free ball.
No, it's the Wi-Fi, man. Oh, the Wi-Fi's walking on you.
So 46 the difference, folks, in favor of Joshua Kane, leading 54 to 8, one frame up in this best of three. Luke opting to send the red around the angles. Getting a little fortunate with the leave there. Well, that should be the end of the frame and match right there. So there we see the concession, folks. So we have more snooker queued up and ready to go. We're going to switch over to our table 3 now. This is Sonam Sherpa and Jonathan Glennon. Sonam leads this match 1-0. All right, folks, I need to step away myself for a brief moment. Do enjoy the snooker. I need to refuel, and I'll be right back momentarily. Thank you, folks. We'll see you in just a few moments. All right, folks, sorry about that. I have returned. We're going to get Mr. Bernie back here in just a moment. All right, so he will be back in just a moment. We're getting things reconfigured on his end. Hopefully he gets a better signal. But this match here is Sonan Sherpa leading 1-0 over Jonathan Glennon. Only 7 points in it. Thank you, Toronto CFC. The putter 6. I believe there was 28 players, give or take. You know, and this man here, Jonathan Glenn, ladies and gentlemen, we did see him earlier this year in an NSL, a live NSL match on NSL TV versus one of the tournament directors, Matt Herm. Jonathan Glenn just missing that pink to left center. And we may have another match coming up on our feature table momentarily. When that match starts, folks, we'll switch back to our feature table. All right, folks, bear with me as I complete my lunch. Um, Been a long day here, but we are going to be switching over to our main feature table where we have a match just starting on our feature table. Matthew Herm versus Ryan Nolte. This is frame one. The break has just been done. Oh, and here's a good chance for Matt, this red to bottom left corner. So Matt only able to score one on that visit. Matt's got a bit of a thinking here. If we remember correctly from his NSL match, folks, then he's a player that doesn't mind using the rest, and sometimes more often than not uses it. Kind of uses it sometimes like professional Sonny Akani. But he tells me he's been practicing to try and use it more traditional. All right. Bear with me, folks. We have a special guest waiting. I'm just going to take a brief moment and get them connected. Stay with us.
Hey, Rob. What a shot by Matt.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Mr. James Power joining us here on the 2026 Colorado Open Snooker Championship. How are you doing today, Mr. James Power?
I'm doing well, thank you, Rob. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's enjoying the snooker from Mile High, Colorado, and we're happy to be involved in it. What a great event!
It is. They've done a great job with the venue. The tables are spectacular. This table is playing really nice. Uh, balls are moving around, James. I mean, this cloth is second to none.
So yeah, it looks like it's Waraka cloth and on
Yes.
a Rasson table. Two quality brands. So yeah, it looks like great conditions. I wonder if there's any change because of the altitude. Um, and how the cloth behaves. Would be interesting to see how the players feel about it compared to playing at regular altitude.
That's right. They were
Yeah,
they were saying they had a choice: this cloth or the Strachan super fine cloth. But they were afraid that if they put the super fine cloth on there with the altitude change, that it might be an absolute ice rink.
yeah,
So
well,
they went with something
well,
just a little bit more thicker. And this is, I mean, we all know what it's like to play on brand new cloth, and this is working quite well. So
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just wondering when you're going to bring up the match that we recently had. We're into this call now about a minute. I haven't heard it yet, which is I'm very
what
surprised.
what I don't think we. You're not talking about that match, are you?
Well, I figured you'd be talking about it. Anyway,
No, no, I wouldn't be doing
I'm
that.
giving. The floor is yours, Rob. As I'm
No,
giving you free reign to talk about.
ladies and gentlemen, James Power is being ever so kind and spotting a few balls for me the other day, and we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good, good. I'm
But
not sad about that.
he's getting ready for the Canadian Seniors coming up, are you not? And the
Yeah,
Open?
seniors tomorrow. Yeah, seniors tomorrow, and then the Open middle of next week. So yeah, I kick off tomorrow at let me see, play tomorrow. Group match against a guy called Ron Parker at 11 a.m. Looking forward to it.
Oh, that's not too bad. 11 a.m. Very good.
Yeah, yeah. Two matches tomorrow. One at 11 and one at 5 p.m., which is not bad. And then the next day is more difficult. One at around 12 and one. No, one at 12 and one at 3. It's pretty good.
That's not
And
bad.
third day, it's me and my buddy Frank, 9:30 in the morning.
Oh, gee.
So yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be a good one.
So group stages run for 3 days?
First 3 days are the group stages, and then it gets, I think,
Oh, in the after,
24 players.
right, in the
Yeah,
afternoon, it's the,
yeah, it'll go around to 16 or 20, around to 24 to play into eight. So then,
yeah.
they'll end up with eight seeded players against eight qualifiers. Yeah.
No, that's
So
very
yeah,
good. And
yeah, and then maybe a 1 day break. Um, well, obviously, then it goes into quarterfinal, semis, final, and then
that's right.
possibly a half an hour, a couple of hours sleep break, and then the Open starts, and that goes until I'm going to say Sunday, or no, it goes to Monday, and then or Sunday, the 7th of June,
Yep,
and then there's 4 days off, and then the NSL Championship starts June 12th. So
that's
basically,
right.
it's not non-stop snooker starting
A
tomorrow.
lot of snooker coming,
Yeah, yeah,
and
and the
you're going to be
Colorado Open
involved.
too. Yeah, yeah,
Well,
the
yeah,
one in Colorado.
this is kicking off our championship week pretty much. It's the Colorado
Yeah,
Championship, then we got our
yeah,
Canadian Championship, and then the history-making NSL Championship.
yeah, all in the same couple of weeks. It's an exciting time to be involved in snooker in North America.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, I got to ask, which one is going to be your favorite? I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Well, it would be nice to win one of them. Um, it would be nice to actually just get anywhere near the winning line in any of them. Obviously, the NSL will be my favorite, but the prestige that goes along with winning the Canadian Championship and the Seniors Championship, I mean, that speaks for itself. So yeah, I mean, listen, I'd be happy to win a couple of matches in any of the events. The
Well,
shootout will be kind of cool with the NSL. Actually, that
yeah,
would be a nice one to win. I'd like to win that. That would be cool. Yeah,
that definitely sounds like a lot of fun. I mean,
yeah,
I know you've done well in past Canadian championships, but this year with the NSL being live, pretty much, and the shootout being just, that's going to be a lot of fun, especially for the viewers. It's going to be
yeah.
crazy.
It's a unique thing. I mean, obviously, we borrowed it from the WST, and there's other organizations doing it, but it's going to be first time over here, and it's we've test run it a few times. It's pretty wild. So
Yeah,
it'll be exciting to see. Not, I mean, I'm sure that they're probably the toughest job there is to referee it. But
they're going to need to
we've
be
kind of,
quick.
yeah, they've got to be quick on their feet. So it'll be it'll be interesting. It probably won't run perfectly, but it'll be a lot of fun, and it's a second chance event, right? So
Yeah,
whoever gets knocked out in the main event will parachute into this, and yeah, it'll be good. Yeah.
excellent.
So yeah, looking forward to it. But looking forward to for the rest of this Colorado Open. This will be interesting. There's some great players in this field, from what I understand.
Yeah,
Andy McCluskey, Ahmed Ali,
Dave
uh,
Daly,
Dave Daly, yeah, defending champion, yeah, and
Matthew Herm.
Matthew Herm, and I forget the name of the fella.
He's pulling double duty.
Yes,
This
he is
gentleman.
TD, yeah, TD and player, yeah. And then there's what's his name? The guy who made the 147 out of Houston. Shit, I forget his name. Anyway, him.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of great players there, so
that's
it'll be
right.
interesting. Yeah,
No, it's going to be a good time. We had some hiccups earlier in the day, but we got it sorted, and so far so good. I mean, the cameras look
Yeah,
pretty good. The tables look great, and
yeah.
yeah,
I understand it's part of the Hilton Hotel, right? It's one of the
correct.
conference rooms. Yeah. So what a
Yes.
great venue, right? To be able to, and like
Oh,
the players, the visiting players, they've been able to stay right there. That's so cool.
yeah. That's
Right.
why
So
it was. I mean, I tell you, it doesn't matter. I don't think it would matter if we could get a venue for any tournament.
mhm.
I don't think it would matter what the prize money would be. You get the players just because it would be in a venue,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. Yeah,
right?
I agree. Very good
So,
job from Matt and Mark Wilson to secure that, right? A very good job that
oh,
they're doing.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. These guys are
So
doing some great things for snooker in the United States, Colorado in particular.
absolutely.
So
That's why I love being able to be a part of it to bring this American snooker, not just Colorado, but American snooker to Canada.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
around the world via YouTube, right? Yeah, so
absolutely. The NSL TV YouTube channel.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Subscribe if you haven't. If you're listening
Like,
to this and you haven't subscribed, shame on you. Get on it. Smash that subscribe and like button. Let's go.
absolutely.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's going to be good times.
yeah,
Now,
yeah.
so from what I hear, in case you've looked at the draw or people have looked at the draw, James, they have the top two from each group do get out. There is 7 groups, and they will have a final 16.
Hmm.
Now, I've been informed, so that only makes 14, so the math doesn't work. But I've been informed they're going to have 2 or maybe more, because I think somebody else may have dropped out. What they call wildcard spots. So they will
Yeah,
go back and they will review all the results, and then they'll take the top 1 or 2 players from the overall results, and they'll get the final couple of spots to make the final 16.
very cool. Very cool.
It's a very unique way
So
of doing things.
it is, yeah, yeah. The wild card systems, they're borrowing from the NFL football playbook, right? Wild card winners.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be interesting to see if a wild card actually goes ahead and wins the thing. That will be interesting.
Well,
Um,
it could be. I mean,
yeah.
we've seen some good matches earlier today. We've seen some close ones. We've seen some not so close ones. Um,
Hmm.
but other than
Any
that,
high breaks so far? Anyone putting in any decent numbers yet,
not
or about that?
not that I can tell. There's still a little bit of a glitch or a slight bug which we're working on with the score where it has the break.
Yeah.
It doesn't reset itself back to 0
Ah, okay. So
after
somebody, in theory, could make a 147 in 10 visits, right?
in 10 different matches. Yeah.
Oh, in different matches too. Yeah, that'd be
So
interesting. Yeah, yeah.
we're working on it. There's still things can't be tested until you actually use it and go live.
Yeah, there's nothing like live to figure
You,
stuff out, right? Yeah.
you have to go live and you know to figure things out. You can only test it so much before you actually need it, and then after that you let happen what may happen, then dial it in.
Hmm.
So there's a few things we need to dial in for the rest of the weekend, James. But they're doing great work. Matt was on his hands and knees fixing the table earlier
Wow,
while play was going on around him.
wow,
You know,
wow,
and
wow.
now he's flipped his hat, so to speak, and got into player mode.
Yeah,
And
you can definitely, something about Matt. Matt is, he's a worker. He gets things done, and that's impressive, right? So good for him.
oh, for sure,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
when he puts his mind to it, you can tell he's a very determined individual. Uh,
yeah, yeah.
there was even word that he may have. I'm surprised to see him playing because there was I don't want to say rumors, but there was word that he may have been backing out or thinking about backing out to concentrate on running the event,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
on its own is a lot of work. But when you're playing as well, it's so hard.
yeah. I'm preparing myself for that from June 12th to 13th, 14th. I actually was going to back out, but I might still might. I'm going to,
Yeah, I think
as
you
they
got.
say, I'll call an audible at the line of scrimmage. We'll see on
Well,
June 12th for that.
I
Yeah,
think you got to play.
yeah. I probably will. Yeah,
Thing because if you don't play, you won't win.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah.
If you do,
It'll increase my chances of winning by
if
about
you
1%.
do,
Yeah.
if you
So it's
do play and lose, then you're in the same
yeah,
position.
yeah, yeah.
So you might
But
as well
I'll
play
tell
and
you,
enjoy it.
it like, yeah. So I can understand Matt here. So to run an event and to play in it. Look at this shot. Wow. I'm probably on tape delay here, but he just made an unbelievable red
Yeah.
up the yellow, up to the yellow pocket. Anyway, to run an event and to keep your mind on the event and to actually play in it, good luck, right? It's near
It's
impossible, right?
I've done it time
So
and time again, and it's not easy.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah,
you have to sacrifice one thing for the other if you're doing both.
yeah, yeah.
So
And it would be kind of cool though to win the event and hand the cup to myself along with the big check. That would be kind of cool,
yeah, I
So
think we may have
um,
to designate somebody else for that.
yeah, I'd like to thank myself for
I
one. Uh,
thank myself for
uh,
just
I
gonna
think
hand
people would be
myself the trophy.
yeah, I think people would be questioning the draw if that happened. But anyway,
Yeah.
buys all the way to the final.
That
Um,
brings up another question.
yep,
People will want to know, when is the draw?
the draw for the NSL. The draw for the NSL is going to be on June the 10th, Wednesday, June the 10th, and it'll be live on YouTube. Don't know the exact time yet, but it'll be on June 10th, which is 2 days before the event.
So
It
sometime
might,
in the
yeah,
evening.
yeah, yes. So that's the tentative time. We may do it on the 8th, which is a Monday. I'm not sure yet, but we'll make that announcement next week sometime. That's exactly which
Right.
day and time it'll be.
So it'll be
Probably
done after the
so,
Canadians and before the NSL.
exactly right. Yeah, give
Perfect.
people plenty of time. Yeah, yeah. If anyone is interested, any interested parties will know who's who and who's playing who. Yeah. So
Excellent.
it'll be exciting. Yeah, it'll be good. Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are looking forward to it, as am I.
Yeah.
Uh, Mainly because I think I'll be on location.
Yeah, but one thing at a time. The Colorado Open. Let's
Yes.
see what happens here, and then next week, and the Seniors Canadian and the Open Canadian stuff. We'll see how
Yeah,
things go.
you're a busy man.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Right, but
So
had to negotiate this time with the boss at home, and yeah, I'll end up paying for this for years to come. But yeah,
oh,
two
absolutely.
weeks of snooker, 2 weeks of non-stop snooker.
Oh yeah, you've had your vacation, so
Yeah.
I guess the boss is going to, what sunny destination are you sending them to?
Exactly. Yeah, but probably a very expensive one that I can't afford.
Like
So
Barbados or Hawaii or
maybe even more exotic than that. We'll see. But there'll be
uh
something that I'll end up having to foot the bill on.
But
Anyway,
you see here, Ryan leading Matt 45-21, only 24 in front, 3 reds remaining. So
and
he's hanging in there.
where does Ryan play out of? Do you know? Do you know anything about Ryan, or is he local to Colorado?
I am not too sure.
Yeah,
Um,
okay.
I know a few players. Unfortunately, Ryan is not one of them. Um,
Hmm.
we did have a couple of the match before this one. It was a great sportsmanship match.
Yeah.
Okay, uh, two beginners giving it their all. Um,
Yeah.
not really aware of the complete rules, but I tell you, the sportsmanship, it was second to none. It was so good to see, because
Cool.
you know how snooker matches can get so intense,
Yeah.
and it's just not. You don't see it here. Everybody
Hmm.
here has a smile on their face, whether they make a good shot or a bad shot. They're laughing at themselves. I'm not used to seeing that.
Yeah.
You know.
Speaking of which, I just saw David Burney walk by on the screen. So good to see he's there too. Yeah. So he's doing some commentary there as well with you. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's. They are. He's actually in the midst of finding some food, a little bit of
Okay.
fuel, and looking for a better Wi-Fi spot to locate himself,
All right. Okay.
because the laptop they have for him is
Yeah.
freezing his feet up.
You can ask him if he's looking for food, if they have any good scrambled eggs in that facility, and only he will get that joke. I don't know why I'm telling you this on the air here, but he'll get that joke.
Okay.
Well, me, myself, and him, we were down in Rio at the Pan Am,
Oh, right.
Patrick
Okay.
Murray, and in the hotel that we stayed in, the breakfast every morning was scrambled eggs. It was good the first 2 days. After that, it became, you know. Anyway, there you go. That was the joke between me and him.
Oh, yeah, that sounds kind of
Yeah, it was funny. It
interesting.
was funny at the time. Nobody listening to this finds it funny, except David Burney, I'm sure. Anyway, good to see he's down there. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he'll be up for the Canadians next week, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
going to be a good, another good event. Like I said, a lot of snooker coming in the next few weeks, but right now we've still got this Colorado Open.
Hmm.
Dave Daly is still battling out to retain his title from last year.
Yeah,
This is only the second year, so he could be the only winner if he
yeah, that
retains
would
this
be
year.
yeah, that would be excellent. Yeah, yeah. Dave doing some great things for snooker out in the on the west coast there, northwest.
That's right.
Um, yeah. So yeah, and like I said, there's some very good players in the field. Um, Andy and Ahmed Ali, New York, some good players. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how this one ends up. If Dave can retain his title and get the bragging rights for another year.
That's right.
Yeah. I actually heard that he pulled out, and then I've heard now. I just recently heard that he's back in. So that's good news. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Mark Wilson had to withdraw, or he withdrew for whatever reason. That's
I
unfortunate.
yeah, I think he was like Matt was thinking of just concentrating on running. There was so much left to do even this morning. That's why we had a bit of a late start.
Mm,
Uh, Play was set to start at 11 a.m. We didn't start for about another half hour or so after that. I think I'm being generous, but because there was still so much left to do,
yeah.
so I think he's stepped away to let somebody else play or vacate the spot essentially and concentrate on
Yeah.
running a good event as he is the main guy
Yeah.
of this event.
Yeah, and good for him for doing that. That's impressive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like he didn't he step out of the NSL?
Yeah, he did, and because we had this sort of weird setup where certain numbers of league numbers didn't work, and in the case of Colorado, they were it was one of those bogey numbers where they either
Right,
had to gain two more or lose one, and a couple of people dropped out and they were on that bogey number, and Mark put his hand up and said he'd drop out and run it, which again. Uh,
yeah,
that's you have to commend him on that. That's
exactly. That's
very
and that's
very
why I mentioned it.
visionary.
That's why I
Yeah,
mentioned it
yeah.
because a lot of players will say, okay, well, I'll back out,
They
but
volunteer someone else, right?
I'll
They
back out,
volunteer
but
some. Yeah,
I don't want to run
yeah,
it, or
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, so they'll be like, okay, well, you gotta find somebody to run it. I'm not gonna do it, or no, I still want to play.
Mm-hmm.
But it just
Yeah,
makes it easier. He's just that kind of guy. He just wants to get the sport running and off to a good start. And both
yeah.
Mark Wilson and Matthew Herm have done a fantastic job, as well as Danny from DT
Oh
Sports.
yeah. DT Sports is doing a great job. He did some great work with our broadcast of the Rec Room a couple of months ago,
That's
and
right.
yeah, top man is Danny. He's doing some great work. Yeah, shout out to Danny.
Yeah, I mean, snooker is not his forte, but it's slowly becoming
Mm,
his forte.
yeah.
He got the cameras all set up with Mark this morning, and look at the venue. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks really good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyway, enjoy the afternoon, everyone. I'm gonna check out and
Well,
got
it's
some
been a
things to
pleasure.
do. Yeah, thank you, Rob, and hope everyone's enjoying this. And
And before we go, folks, the match James was referring to, we had a match the other day, and yes, I won.
and the reason why I'm
Just thought I'd
bringing it up
squeak
is
that in there at the end.
yeah, no, that's good because you should mark it on your calendar because I think it's might be one of the only matches you've ever
One of
won.
few.
Yeah.
But it was done in
Maybe.
such spectacular
Yeah, no,
fashion.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was beautiful. It was a thing of beauty, and I, take my hat off to you. You were the better man on the day. Until next time.
All
Okay,
right,
gotta
James.
go. Everybody enjoy. Yeah, good luck. Okay,
You have a
thanks a lot.
wonderful day,
Cheers.
sir. Thank you for joining
Yeah,
us. Bye.
bye, bye.
Well, folks, that was Mr. James Power, and we thank him for joining us and his insights and his opinions and for the chat. But we have a look now. It's Ryan Nolte in the lead, 58-22 over Matthew Herm in this first frame. So snookers are required, only 27 on. And it has been, frame's been conceded. So frame one goes to Ryan Nolte. Oh boy, that's a bit of an aggressive break. But he's left the putt on. It is what it is, folks. And Matthew Herm will have first scoring chance here. Good first opening putt. He's not in position, but he's got a great opportunity here to put his opponent in trouble behind the bulk colors. He's looking at the blue, doesn't need to putt it. It's a difficult putt past the red. Looks like brown it is. So not a lot of scoring. This is the opening of frame two. Oh, valiant attempt there by Ryan. Good chance here for Matt to pot this red black, and there's another easily accessible red close to that left middle. Well, Matt just bounced the black right off the table. Oh, hard to believe, but things do happen. Okay. And welcome back, David. How are you?
I'm doing all right, Rob, and how are you?
Good. So, how is your connection? Seemingly better?
It seems like it is. I've switched positions into the hallway just next to the room, and it doesn't look like there's much freezing going on. Oh my.
Yes.
We have frozen again. It seems like everything was all right, and then
Boy,
I got on this call with you, and then things froze down.
those gremlins are just following you around today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I went for lunch. I set up the station before I went to lunch, and the stream was running fine, no hiccups. But then we make the call through WhatsApp, and that hicks it up.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if we end the call, does it go back to normal?
Well, we can certainly try that and see what happens.
All right. Okay, so hang up. I've got an idea.
Okay.
All right, sorry about that, folks. We're trying to get David Burney in here. We're going to try. All right, folks, bear with me. We're going to try and get Mr. David Burney in here once again.
Hold on, I'm just getting into my messenger and I'll call you back, okay?
Sounds good. All right, so just a few more additions and we'll have David Burney right back here with you, ladies and gentlemen. For now, it'll be me. Wow, it was a pretty wild attempt there by Ryan. He's covered the red over the left middle. Well, as we see, it's Ryan only in the lead by 14. Not a lot of scoring going on, 16-2 in front. But He is up by 1 frame. And we, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, we have got a lot All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and David Burney has joined us back here in the booth. Welcome back, sir.
Thanks, Rob. Dealing with those first day jitters, as some players may be nervous, and so are the internet functions happening to us.
Yes, some things you can't plan for. Things that are beyond your control. They can be a little annoying at times, a little bothersome, but at the end of the day, you just nothing you can do except roll with it, right?
True, true. Hmm.
So here we got an interesting one. The great Matthew Herm looking to tie this match up to go to a third frame decider. And one good putt. Colors are not too bad. Brown's a little bit safe, but he's just got to find that one good putt to get things rolling for him here.
Yeah, always tricky when you've got so many hats going. They got to put on the player hat now. Got to forget about tournament director or jack of all trades. Matt has been doing a lot of great stuff.
Yeah, there was word around the venue that. Oh, sorry, I'm getting notifications that are coming through. There was word around the venue that he was considering pulling out to concentrate on the event. So it's good to see. He loves his snooker. He enjoys doing the tournaments, running them and directing them as well. But he really does love playing. So I'm glad he decided to stay in it.
Certainly is nice to see, but I think sometimes if we want the sport to grow, we do all love playing the game. Sometimes we got to put the cue aside for just the better of the sport and better of the tournament. Because I think you and I, Rob, have both participated in some tournaments that we've ran, and sometimes when a
Yes.
player finishes a match, they're walking around with a card, trying to find that tournament director, and we're busy at the table, and then we have to excuse ourselves, and it interrupts the flow a lot.
Yeah, it does. And also, if you're a tournament director, people are coming to you asking you questions, and not only does it disturb you, it just disturbs your opponent as well. So that's one thing we take on. So sometimes, if there's no other choice, then yeah, I've dropped out of events too and just run them, just because that's what needed to be done. Trust me, I enjoy playing more than I do running it.
Yeah, kind of a little messy table we got right here.
Yeah, it's certainly turning out that way. I mean, Matt's only down 14 points. That's only, two colors, and you'd be right back in it. This is the Sonny Akani way of using the rest. Nicely done. He's going to want to keep that rest unless he plays the block to the left corner, same pocket. Yeah, people who don't know Matt, you can see on your screen he's not the tallest of people and does require his extension quite a bit. But I tell you, he's been practicing with the rest from the first time that we saw him, Dave, when he had his match in the NSL.
Yeah, there's a strong player up in the Vancouver area, Gary Spence, who was playing in his early days and not playing well with the rest. And the great Canadian Bill Werbenick, known
Yes.
for a great snooker player and join a logger from time to time, just went up to Gary and goes, "You're terrible with the rest. You and I were going to play a frame, and every shot is going to be taken with the rest."
That sounds fun. I might try that one day.
It's not a bad exercise to do.
Well, I've done it. I've practiced with it before, just putting the colors on the spot and just trying to run the colors out. The only problem I ran into was when you get on the blue, which was perfect, the distance between the tables was not too good because you're standing further away from the table with the rest. So it didn't code too well. But yeah, I had to do the Sunny Akani like Matt does with the rest, and oh, it was horrible. Oh, look at this. Great amount of topspin got Matt. Nice position here. And I've been talking with Mr. Danny Tran, who's thankfully he's got us this great score, Dave. Um, the player's break score, which is not resetting after each turn. We're going to be looking into that later today. So, and that's just one of those little things that we need to dial in for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, it'd be pretty tough to have a break of 29 when your score line says 13.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are tricky going along the cushion, but that's
Yeah.
right back into this frame. He needs it to continue the match. Ryan obviously would like to get a 2-0 victory.
That was a good solid pot there from Ryan.
Yeah, it's just a little hamper going for the yellow. That's a tough blind cut for this blue. Past the red. Don't know if it's there. So it looks like he's going to opt for the brown.
Oh boy. Well, I think you see there the hand motion. I think he feels it may have rolled off to the left a bit. Because if it wasn't for the cushion, he probably would have missed the whole ball.
Yeah, a little stroke of good luck there.
Yeah, it could have been worse. I mean, it can always be worse, right?
Yeah, but Matt does have a red into the green pocket. And probably he's got to hit with some pace if he wants to be on a color afterwards. Hoping for maybe this long red by the blue spot.
No, I think Matt just playing the white down to the bottom cushion. A little conservative, but he definitely likes to think the frame. As he said, he can he can think about the right shots. He just has sometimes problems with execution. And I told him he's not alone.
Ooh, that could be disastrous for Ryan. Ball in hand. Surprised he didn't go for the red into the left middle. He also had some reds close to the yellow pocket for Ryan. But good opportunity here for Matt. And Rob, you mentioned the Sonny Akani way of using the rest here. As you can see, Matt demonstrates he is the representative for Impress Hughes in America. Definitely when Ronnie made his few maximums with that Akani cue, it propelled the stock of the impression cues. It is the Rirenka 2026 Colorado Snooker Open here. We're in Boulder, California. Site is the Hampton Inn and Suites. It's a round robin match here with Matt Herm, co-tournament director, taking on Ryan Nolte. Ryan has got the first frame, but Matt in it here. David Burney's in the booth. And as well, Rob Richards is joining us. Just have to step away a little bit. But he will be back to give his great analysts. Oh, just had to come down on that cue ball bit. Didn't want to follow it into the pocket. So was looking promising for Matt. Follow that cue ball into the pocket. So he's got ball in the D. And unlike Poole, he can shoot in any direction. Yeah, he's just eyeing up that blue if it passes the red. Surprised he didn't take that red near the yellow pocket. Have a little angle come off the cushion beyond the brown. Now he's gifted a chance for Matt to the top left corner. Tough to see about the angle here. Need a little bit more power. He's right up against the cushion now. Doesn't have much to use with the cue ball. Doesn't need to do a lot to put this blue in, and he could have that red out in the open down the top left corner. Just doesn't want to put any unwanted side. Shots, yeah, they need a lot of care. It's a tough thin cut, but give it a good amount of pace that he didn't sell it out. But Matt has a long red into the yellow pocket, top your screen. He's got a slim 2-point advantage in this second frame of best of three round robin match. Oh, again, he's followed in. He just looks up to the heavens and asks why. This is a lot more difficult, this red along the cushion. Not sure why he's going for this one. I'd more opt for the one out in the open. But Ryan probably knows his percentages better than we do. Oh, it was close. And once again, Matt has a long red if he opts to take that on. Just got to be mindful of that blue. Any bit of fabric from his shirt hits that blue, it's a foul. So I'm sure Matt will be looking intently, as in these matches that don't have a referee present, the opponent acts as the referee. Do have a few roving referees in the room. Some players that aren't at the table could be asked to come over to inspect the shot.
Yeah, Dave, we're only 3 points in it now.
Yeah, a lot closer than the first frame. Just mindful of the yellow. Possibly taking on that brownie. Was going to be carrying over those two reds, what made it difficult.
Good chance here for Matt. Wants the white to hold up. Doesn't want to go too close to those reds.
Or even get cover. Ooh.
Yes.
That's not a smile of happiness, that's for sure, from
No.
the Colorado native.
That white just curling behind the red. See, I think he's attempting the brown here, but he's got a good opportunity to play a great safety. A very tough cueing there.
Yeah, if he's going to just for the cross double, put his cue ball between the black and blue, come off the top cushion, go between blue and pink, get back to bulk. Oh, he's taking on the pocket. Now, he didn't leave it in the jaws. That's one saving grace, but still, it is on for Matt.
Absolutely. Matt's certainly getting his chances, more chances now in this second frame. You know, and it is a short race, only best of three, so if Matt, obviously if he can win this frame, he's well within this match. Now, as format goes, Dave, we know the round robin is, or the group stages are all best of threes. What is the format going forward?
Yeah, when we get into the knockout round, the first round is best of five, followed up by the quarterfinals, which would be also a best of five, leading up to semifinals, best of seven, and a final will be a best of nine.
Right. And so the semifinals and finals will be Sunday, correct?
That is what the schedule says so far. We did have a little bit of a slow start this morning on day one, so we'll see how that works out.
So if I check our schedule one more time.
And hopefully he doesn't sell anything out. Oh, and he has. It's going to be a tough red to make. I'm surprised he didn't go for a more safe shot there.
All right, bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I just check our schedule and see how we're doing here and what we got coming up.
Might be able to put this red by the green. A lot of balls bouncing around there. Wow, this is a great opportunity for Matt to lay a fiendish snooker. Just can hit the red gently. The natural angle is going to put him right behind the green. But he might be playing aggressive and going for the pot. I think he's having a good think about it now. Obviously, when you're down on the shot that you have in mind is the shot you have to take. Can't think about anything else. Then let that kiss on the black. Chance for Matt now to get behind the green. Just take half on the red ball.
Yeah, this frame all tied, 32 apiece. If that red carries, he's going to be good, and it will.
As I've seen on the published schedule, Ryan wasn't on the schedule there, so he might be a late entry. That's why most of these tournaments, when they do get a full field, they still encourage people to register, as they can be on the waiting list for any last-minute pullouts. And in that case, someone did, and Ryan has stepped in, donned the three-piece suit. Decent effort and good pace. Leave it for his opponent and put his cue ball tight to the cushion. There's potential for a double. Interesting when you have that cue ball on the cushion. A good friend and a great coach up in the Southern Ontario region of Canada, David Putty, he once told me when you got that cue ball against the cushion, just with that backhand and where you're looping around, just kind of lean your hand towards the table so you're kind of down on the cue. And it forces you to push through the cue ball.
That's right.
Sometimes if you have that regular kind of grip, there's a chance that you could get skid off the top. You always learn something when you go to a snooker room.
Absolutely. Well, you should anyway. The opportunity is there.
The key thing is, who do you trust in the room and who should you listen to?
That's right. I mean, it doesn't matter who you watch, but you gotta take the basics, then adapt them for your own style. Like if you're always trying to emulate a better player, it'll work for a little bit for the basics, but after that, you really got to come into your own and decide what kind of player you are and go with that. And then build on that and improve on that.
Yes, our good friend Rob, the 1980 world champion, Cliff Thorburn, his back arm kind of almost darts out like a chicken wing almost, very
Yes,
obscure. But he had to compensate, I think, for an old maybe hockey or football injury when he was a youngster.
I believe so. Well, it seemed to serve him well
That's true.
on a couple occasions, anyway.
Yeah, three-time Masters champion as well. First player ever to make a maximum at the famed Crucible Theatre in Sheffield, England. Host of the World Championships. Looks like it will be there up until 2045, which is great news, but probably in a couple of years' time is going to go over a little makeover.
Yeah, excited to see that makeover. You know, kind of disappointed I haven't gotten over to see how it looks like and experience it now, but I'll get over there to see it one day.
Well, next year is going to be a great time to go over, Rob, as it's the 50-year anniversary of the Crucible hosting
Yeah,
the World Championships. So if you haven't got your tickets already, I implore anybody that's a great fan of snooker to book the tickets. It will be probably great festivities. Who knows how the snooker will be, obviously, as this past year, as we just saw, was a phenomenal World Championships. Lots of great action.
absolutely. And even you made a slight appearance near the end there.
I did appear, yes.
You did. I'm like, oh, I know him. Getting those photos in, doing some good work out there.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate them letting me come in and just being the lone Canadian in there, telling them, we're still alive and working with great Chris Stonehenge as I send my photographs off to him. Obviously, there's not a very quick turnaround as I still shoot on 35 millimeter film. So when I come back from England, I hurry on over to the lab, get the film developed, and then scan it and send it off to Chris. And he does some wonderful work to promote some stories and
Yeah,
pimp out
very
my
good.
photography. I think if you are going to go, if you do get tickets, I recommend definitely get a session that doesn't end and get a session that does end for sure.
And why is
It's
that?
nice. It's nice to see obviously a conclusion, to see a winner of a match, but
Yes.
a winner could happen within one frame. So you buy a ticket and you just get one frame. So that's
Yep,
why I say get a ticket with a full session, like the beginning session of a match. You're guaranteed to have 8 frames of snooker.
that's
Now,
right.
obviously, with every match before the semifinals, they do have the 2 tables set up. So if you do get one of those finishing sessions and it does end after one frame, they do lift up the wall and you can get some bonus coverage of the adjacent table if it's still going.
Very true. Because we've seen matches where Ronnie has come in and it goes to intermission or the end of the session, then he comes back and only has to win one frame. And then he wins one frame. And it's
That's
over.
true. Back in, I think, was it, trying to remember, it might have been 2015 when he won it. I think Selby won it 2014, but in 2015, I think when Ronnie Reddick won it, anyone that wants to correct me if I'm wrong, but he was playing Barry Hawkins, or it might have been 2013, and he only needed one frame to win in the evening session and won it.
That's right.
However, last year, Zhao Xingtong won his semifinal match against Ronnie O'Sullivan with a session to spare. So our good friend Carter, who owns
Right.
the Master Q in Markham, was delighted with a great exhibition with Steve Davis and Dennis Taylor.
Yeah, that would be fun. Well,
Yeah, it's definitely not nervy snooker action that the Crucible produced, but it's always for good fun and a good laugh.
well, those foul points from Ryan is caught up to him.
Yeah.
So by the
Final
score,
attempt here.
yeah, final attempt. He was close on the last one. And here in the background, Matthew is so encouraging of his opponents. He as much as he wants to do well, he likes to see his opponents do well also. Good chance here for Matt to hide the white. Didn't quite get the snooker, but he's got a great white.
But once again, if he can just trickle this cue ball, delicately touch the red and get behind the yellow, he'll be in business.
Oh, he went all out for the pot there. He's gotten away with it somewhat.
A little bit, but just looking at him as he came off the table, was just a little disgusted. I think he realized he might have hit it just a bit hard and had a trick there.
Absolutely. I mean, even if he had potted it at that pace, it was a lot too strong to go in. Oh, I think Matt may have left this one, but not easy on the cushion. Will require good cueing. If he can get through, I believe he can. Oh, maybe he couldn't.
Just going back a bit to the Sheffield talk, it's just the city is alive with snooker. If you're going to go check out the World Championships, and as well, there's a lot of players milling about. They're walk into the theater, for their match, but they have time for everybody, which is always great to see. They'll stop for photos and autographs. It's really great to see in our sport. Ooh, has the black helped him? I don't know. I think he can get by it and just nip this red in. Just 12 points in it and 35 on the table, so Ryan definitely not out.
And our camera is doing something a little weird there for a moment. I guess it was trying to autofocus there, Dave.
Yeah, we did tell the players to be mindful as the camera is kind of on their table where they keep their water bottle and towel. This is a little bit peculiar. The yellow ball on the cushion. Well struck. Yeah, the family colors, as Marianne McConnell likes to call them, are all over the place.
That's right. I think we had that discussion about the family colors, didn't we?
I believe we
At
did,
one
going
point.
back to the first NSL match out in Vancouver with Charlie Brown and Marhan Manashkar.
Yeah. The family colors, and then I guess the pink and black would be the parents or the grandparents, or
I think they were the
something along
grandparents
that
because
line.
they're always giving big gifts.
That's right.
But blue is just somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, blue seems to be like that middle child.
Easy now. There's a few of us middle childs around here.
No, nothing wrong with being a middle child. Nothing wrong at all. Blue is pretty much one of the more versatile colors on the table, Dave. It's got 6 pockets.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you should just clip off the bottom side of this green, come off the cushion, and maybe get near the black and pink. Well, the blue looks like it could come to his rescue. Oh, I think it's ran on a bit too much. So just 8 points in it, 25 on the table. It's come up in a nice potting position for Matt. Now, blue's rather safe on this table, so don't blame Matt for giving a go on this brown.
Absolutely. But Ryan down by, well, 11. Requires the 4 remaining colors. Oh my goodness. Matt still requires the blue here, Dave. And the blue is, well, it's pretty much out of commission for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this might help. Or not. The blue just came right back up the cushion. So a little bit of work left for both players in this second frame. Being group stage, all frames are important.
Yeah, definitely a big difference from a 2-0 to a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, even though you might win the match, Dave, at 2 frames to 1, but because you lost that frame, that could mean you don't advance. So everybody's trying to go for that 2-0 win.
We might be in a bit of trouble here. Well, it's got a decent cue ball, but Brown is open to the right middle. He has an angle to come off the top cushion. Could be looking down for the blue, but just waiting for the other table to take their shot. It's a nice room, but with these 6x12 tables, sometimes there's a little bit of a stall. There's the space between the top and bulk ends.
Yeah, I haven't seen. I mean, yeah, it
Close.
happens from time to time with players on opposing tables, but hasn't happened too much.
Agreed. Definitely in the setup that they have here, it's very rare. We've seen some other tournaments in the past, Rob, that
Yes.
seems like players are standing more than playing sometimes because some of the tables are so close together.
Right. If you're not waiting for you're waiting for a player on one table, and by the time they finish, now you got to wait for a player on the other table that's next to you, and it's nice to see that. I mean, there's quite a good amount of space around these tables.
What a stroke of luck that Ryan has had there. Missed the blue, and look at where his cue ball has ended up. Pink has just covered
No.
any safe path.
Well, he's looking at the left cushion, but he could come off the right side cushion, make it a little bit easier on himself, because he'd be looking this way. He's looking away from the object ball. If he can get to that right side cushion, then it'd be a lot easier hit.
Yeah. You might just need on your shot there you're alluding to onto the right cushion, maybe just a little bit of running side, maybe.
Could be.
Just spring it in to form. So attempt number 1.
See, and that's always a possibility, right? To me, I mean, if I need to use a touch aside, I would prefer to be looking at the ball than looking away from it.
I'm kind of surprised a little bit. Ryan, I should say, my apologies, got down pretty quick, but he's got a good blue. Pink for frame and match right here. Just needs to put it in. Doesn't have to do anything with his cue ball.
No, we're not done yet, Dave.
Matt Herm sees another light. He needs pink and black. Ryan just needs pink.
Well, there's a very big gutsy shot here for Matt. To get position on the block, he's going to need to take this pink, and this is a big shot. Pink into right center. Cue ball,
Yeah,
if he
just
plays it right, should come off 1, 2, maybe 3 cushions to somewhere around that label on the cushion.
Yeah, it looked maybe a little dangerous, maybe the in-off and the yellow, so now he's gifted a great opportunity. This is the only thing you didn't want to do. You don't want to miss and sell it out like this. Oh, but Ryan just can't get that ball to seal the deal on the match.
Didn't need position.
It's always that tough ball to get you over the line to win the match. He should have had that shot, but the pressure, big tournament here in Colorado. That's done all right to avoid the double kiss.
You know, it's not a bad attempt there by Matt trying, if he can get that pink close to the black, get his opponent to open the black for him. But I think this pink is definitely on. It's not easy, but
it's interesting because, yeah, with the shot of this pink, he will develop probably that black because that's in a great position for Ryan. It's going to be a tough pot for Matt if he does get that opportunity after taking a pink on.
Yeah, and I can't see Ryan going to the left of the pink because he's got the pocket to worry about.
Yeah, he brought it out a little bit, but not too much, so it's okay, but
yeah,
he didn't sell out a pink to Matt, so
definitely a better position now than it was.
Nervy stuff here Friday afternoon, the Rocky Mountain state of Colorado.
Is that pink going to hold up?
Again. Oh, has it gone a little far? Ooh,
it's gone just past. Lucky. Yeah, but well,
don't chance your high. Just make the contact with the pink. It might be a
Exactly.
very thin cut on that pink, but you miss it and you just give your opponent 6 easy points. So well done just to make contact and not give that 6 points away to your opponent. Let him make the shot. It's definitely potable the pink, but it's a long one.
Yeah, you simply gotta, cue it well, go through the white, and if he can maintain his cue ball, or if he can concentrate on keeping that cue ball on the bottom cushion, if he makes it, he'll be in position on the block. If he misses it, the white should be safe. And that's not bad. He's gotten away with it.
Yeah, maybe play the 3 cushions to the side. Your cue ball obviously will be safe at the top end of the table.
Yeah, he's got to watch that black, though. So, more than likely what's going to happen here, Dave, Matt's just going to... He's good with the rest. His attempt to roll the pink in and pocket weight into that corner. But with the angle he's got, if he plays it with a little bit more pace and a little bit of draw, he could possibly try and develop the black into a better potting position for him. But I think in Matt's case, simple is key at this point.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity. Just had to put that pink in. Natural angle is going to take him nicely down for the black. So pink into the left middle for frame and match for Ryan Nolte. Oh, he's going for
Oh boy,
the yellow pocket.
this is going right towards the right middle. Well, I do believe we're going to have a black ball finish to this frame.
Yeah, I think even Stevie Wonder could make this shot.
Well,
No
I think
offense to Matt.
I think Matt's got to leave the white where it is, and he's got enough room to get the white behind the black and knock the black up the table and keep the white close to the cushion. Yeah, and I think he's just about perfect. See, he could bank the white or bank the black off the cushion back up to the top cushion, absolutely. But keeping the white solid to the cushion is going to be a little bit more difficult. So if he utilizes that space between the black and the cushion, the table will do the work for him. Oh, he went to cut it in.
There. Dangerous shot. I like your shot a lot better, Rob.
Yeah. He had the table to do the work for him there. I'm a little surprised.
Put the pressure on your opponent, but just trust your technique here. Don't have to do anything fancy.
No, but you can
Get
hit
a
these
straight
thick.
cue.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
and he's
played
done
it
it
well.
nicely. So Ryan Nolte with a 60-55 frame win, and he wins the match 2-0. It's a little nervy there at the end, Rob, but in any match, we always have to have a winner.
Absolutely. One way or the other. All right, folks, so congratulations to Ryan Nolte there winning that match over Matthew Herm. Let's see what else we got going on. Well, we got one camera went down, Dave. They're working on getting that back up, but I think Mark Wilson is a little bit preoccupied at the moment. And let's see who we got here. Okay. All right, Dave, we're going to go over to camera 2 for the time being, folks.
Roger.
So this is Mohamed Nouri versus Mustafa Ahmadi. Mustafa leading this match 1-0, and he's up 27 to 12, 15 points in front in frame 2. Just for the time being, until another match comes back onto our live stream table. And I believe the match coming on our live stream table, Dave, or our feature table, is, from what I can see, it appears that might be Ahmed Ali. So that will be our feature match.
Well, he's left a thin cut into the left middle for Mustafa. He's a right-hander. He might, straddle the table, and I think that red will go through between the blue and pink into the top right corner, but looks like he's just having a look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, so I think this red to left center, yeah.
Yeah, this is the Wirenka 2026 Colorado Snooker Open here in Boulder, Colorado. We're at the Hampton Suites and Inn. Lots of great seating in this facility. Come by and say hello if you're in the neighborhood, but we're glad that you're tuning in on the stream on NSL TV or DT Sports. It's David Burney and Rob Richards in the booth. It's day one of this tournament. We've seen some great action so far, and it's only going to get more exciting as we progress to see who can hoist the trophy. Will Dave Daly do it again? It's going to be tough. There's a lot of good competitors this year that have made the trek.
Like I said before, Dave, I hope being able to broadcast this here, this American or Colorado snooker event here in Canada, this being an open event, depending on what happens with the USA Tour, of course, that more Canadians will possibly make the trip next year and make this event even bigger.
Yes, we'll have to see about that, as obviously the announcement of this event, it wasn't open, and that was before the USSA, the governing body for snooker in America, slated that this would be their second stop on the US tour.
Does he get the double? Nope. Very close. But yeah, we had a few Canadians go over to California. I believe it was last year or the year before, Dave, to the Embassy Open. Stephen Wong's room out in California. I think Carter was there actually that year.
Yep, Carter, I believe Levi,
Edward Lang.
Chan, Edward Lang, Jason Williams, Simone Lloyd. Well, we always know Charlie Brown's going to be there. If there's a snooker tournament on, Charlie Brown will be there. I don't know if he's played in Antarctica, but if there's an event going on there, I'm pretty sure he would make the voyage.
Sounds far.
Sounds exciting.
Right, yeah. I know one of our players, Matt Toshieri, wouldn't mind if there was a tournament over in Indonesia. He'd be all over it.
not sure if Matt has signed up for the Brazil event, the Pan American Championship. Goes on at the end of October into early November. That's slated to be lots of fun. It's good to see our Brazilian friends are always a jovial bunch.
Oh, yes. When they were over here for the Pan Am at Corner Bank that one year, they just like to have a good time. You know, and then they go play their match, and then they come back no matter what happens, and they're back to having a good time again.
But I think they were coming up and they said, boy, it's cold up here.
Well, that too. That too.
This is some nice stuff here by Mustafa, though. Looks like he might have just a bit of an angle. He'd love to be straight or a bit lower on the brown for the natural angle to push him for the blue. But up 17, 22 on. This is his frame ball.
Just got that lower knuckle. Brown's going to travel.
Great chance for Muhammad to steal this. This will be colossal damage to Mustafa. Like to be a little closer to the blue, but just draw back a little bit after it.
Wow, look where the whites ended up. Oh, look at the blue. It's going to nudge the black. All right. Almost nudging that black close to the bottom cushion. All right, so the Ahmed Ali match that we are going to get on our feature table, folks, is not on our feature table at the moment. So we will keep an eye on that table for you. But we do have a few matches coming up, folks. Quite a long way to go. I think we're just about over halfway.
So 13 points in it and 13 on the table. Muhammad loved to force a black ball respot. Trailing by a frame, like to push it to a decider.
This is going to get very interesting. Oh, I'm telling you, that black wants to get close to that cushion.
Mustafa just needs to take a few deep breaths and just put this pink ball to home. And he's done it.
And there
Great
it is.
long kick. So Mustafa Ahmadi takes this match 2-0 over Muhammad Nouri.
All right. So what do you say we keep this going? Our feature table still hasn't started yet, so we're going to go over to table 3, folks, where we now see Mark Ziegler and Krishna. I'm sorry to this gentleman. I'm just going to leave it at that. However, it's Krishna in the lead in the second frame, 28-16, 12 points up, but he trails Mark Ziegler 1 frame down.
Yep, Mark Ziegler, runner-up at the first tour stop of the USA Tour in Nashville.
Oh boy. Oh, opportunity here for Mark. You know, it's also nice to see, Dave, that they are cleaning the tables in between matches, not just, so you get a fresh, clean table for your match. So a lot of events are so busy that the tables get chalked up and not nice to play on if you're 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th on the list.
Yeah, it seems like sometimes starting to be the norm at some of these tournaments is obviously when a match comes to the conclusion, the loser unfortunately has to brush the table.
Well, I mean, the way they do it up here in Markham at Master Q, especially for the Master Q Open, and sometimes for the Canadians, sometimes, it's the winner that has to brush the table.
Surprised he's not trying the cut back on the blue. What did he do there?
Oh, I think very surprised he missed the green.
Completely.
Oh, he's got to put him back in. Not put it back, but he's got to make him shoot from here.
Smart choice.
I mean, he's played a great safety, but look at too much topspin. See, Dave, if he had played that double kick with, like, reverse or draw, that white wouldn't have curved. It would have gone right back up the table.
Yeah, the good old parachute shot. So giving Mark a little chance at the mid to long range red, top left corner.
Oh, good chance they didn't get the pot. May have the snooker here if a white bounces. Partial, but you know what? I think he can pot it.
It's definitely a tough pot. Wow.
Very nicely done.
Showed great potting ability, but just a lapse when it comes to the colors.
That's a very unique looking cue he's got. No inlays that I can tell of. And you see the way he was cueing that one? That was pretty much, he had his cue hand on the table, the cue resting next to his first finger with his thumb tucked underneath, so that was almost one-handed. So 7 points the difference. Mark Ziegler trailing the second frame. And the two colors he requires to win this match, blue and pink, are both tied up on the cushion. This green's going to be right over the bag.
But Krishna does need the blue.
Certainly does. Oh, he's had a result there, hasn't he? Yeah, this is definitely going to cause Mark to have a bit of a think on this one.
True, and it's not tight to the cushion. It's got a little space there. It's always nice when you're tight to the cushion. You know, use your object ball.
Wow.
Hit that object ball with cue ball cushion and ball first, and then it glides along the cushion. But
Gonna watch that white. Well, he watched that white go right into the bottom of the bag is what he did, unfortunately.
I don't know a lot about Krishna, but he's made some great pots. Not sure if he's a local player or not.
Oh, wow. Oh, this frame all tied up now, Dave. 30 apiece.
Yeah, tough shot to play for the blue. And just look at Mark's stance there. Talking to Bob Himnani last night, he was feeling that the tables might be just a little lower. It kind of
Really?
looks like that way just with Mark's stance on that previous shot.
Well, how do you feel? You've seen the tables up close?
Yeah, it might be a touch low. Really haven't got on the tables, but this is a great chance here for Mark. Oh, wow. He knew it was a great opportunity for that brown to go in and be on the blue. Gently roll it in and possibly the pink. Top right corner for the win, but got to make the brown first. Maybe he was just thinking of that blue while he was down on the brown.
Absolutely. Well, as we see in earlier matches, got to watch the push shot. So much so I don't think he's going for this.
Didn't get a great kiss off that black with the brown.
Yeah, but he's got a fair white. Funny thing is, the way the points are now, I was just about to say, whoever doesn't make the brown is going to require the black. And right now, that's Krishna. Now, if Krishna pots the blue, both players will need the black. Or we might get a respotted black.
Yeah, that's a good shot here for Thought he might have tried for the snooker behind the pink. But unfortunately, he isn't successful there, and it's a long pot, but
Yeah, but if he can stop the white pretty much close to where it is, he might have a shot at the double with leaving the white safe, almost like a double to nothing. Just like that, my word. I think it's worth taking on. The white come right down towards the bottom cushion. The only hard luck is if he hits that top knuckle.
oh,
Or does something like that, but
great effort. Didn't sell out the pink.
yeah, but it was worth going for because the white was going to put him in position directly on the black as our camera takes a bit of a nudge.
Yeah, our cameras are right on the players' table, so
Yeah.
hopefully they recognize that, and
Well,
now they're going even more Dutch. A Dutch angle just as much as Ernest Bazemere, the Dutchman, walks through. How ironic is that?
right. I think,
Now they're just going a little too far.
yeah,
Snooker up Euro.
yeah. I think I'll give him a simple fix is to pretty much grab some duct tape and duct tape the bottom of the tripod to the table.
True, or if there's a lot of dirt around here in Colorado, Rob. So maybe we can make some sandbags tonight.
That too. That too. So unfortunately, we can't see the bottom right-hand corner, folks, too much because of our score. But we can see that white going close to the corner. Oh, he's okay. That's okay. We're only staying here temporarily, Dave.
True, but we might be back. So maybe at the
Yes.
conclusion, I might just jump into the room as I'm outside the room and get our camera back on even keel.
Taking us on.
Yeah, no pun intended from a photography angle. That was just quite ironic that our camera angle went Dutch and Ernest walked by. Boy, that's going to be my shot of the tournament.
That's right. Oh, and while you were gone earlier, we had James Power on, called in.
Great to hear from James.
So he wants to say hello, and he wants to know how are the scrambled eggs.
Non-existent right now.
He explained it to me, but he said you would understand.
Yeah, and as I tell you right now, they're non-existent right now, but there's always tomorrow.
Well, we do have that black ball frame now.
But all your concentration, and then it's tricky. Oh, he sold it. Oh, we got it. I thought that was going to rattle out. All right, well, they got a little break. Maybe I'll just quickly jump in there and get camera oscuro irregularo. So
Excellent.
I'll be right back. Rob, take over, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right. All right, folks, so Mr. Bernie's stepping aside for the moment. Our camera's will be adjusted here momentarily. This match all tied up, folks. One frame apiece. We're going to have a third frame decider here.
So our good friend Sharam is working on correcting the view. He's got the stream up on his phone.
There we
just
go.
Manipulating the tripod. And we'll get set for a deciding frame between these two Americans. So we're going to stay with this match to see who comes the winner in this deciding frame. And then after that, if it's still ongoing, Ahmed Ali Al Said is in a match, and we'll jump over there. But right now, fasten your seatbelts, everybody. We've got a decider in this round robin affair.
Deciders are, well, they're crowd favorites, Dave. They are. They really are. When it's a good match, doesn't matter how long the match is. Doesn't matter who they seem to be pulling for. Generally, throughout the match, both you and I have seen long matches, 5 out of 9, 6 out of 11s, and more and more and more. If it's going back and forth, and it gets to a decider, but before the decider, you have a favorite. Everybody has a favorite in the match that they're cheering for. But when it comes down to a decider, they're now cheering for both players equally. It would seem, right? Like I've seen it on the Pro Tour and WST. Um, whether it's Ronnie or Barry Hawkins or Neil Robertson or Mark Selby, they're cheering for one guy or the other. But if it gets to a decider, they're now cheering for both. Wow, good putt off the cushion.
Yep. Krishna in first. He's got a good opportunity here. Some open reds. And he's got some awkward bridging and
Yeah, I still fancy him for it though. Might be a little bit of a stretch. Just gotta watch the red.
done nicely. I knew he had a cluster of reds that he could cannon into to stay down in the business end of the table. Fortunately, he's pushed the pink up near the bulk line, but has a red to right middle. The angle to stun down for the black. Oh, he's got this one. This is a bit easier, obviously, for a left-hander. He's kind of wobbling a little bit. Doesn't hurt to just take another lap around the table and just evaluate all your options. We are on the NSL NDT Sports YouTube channel. If you have any comments or questions, definitely chime in and let us know where you're tuning in from as well. Snooker is played in over 100 countries throughout the world, so definitely let us know where you're tuning in from. We are here in Boulder, Colorado, just outside of Denver.
Mile high for sure.
Our good friend Vanita Sandy curious about a link to the draw and standings. I'm not sure of that right now, Vanit. It might be up on Cloud Snooker.
I don't think so. I'll have a quick look there, but
Nope.
I didn't see it there. No, I don't think it is. Because they were looking at the scoring app, but they didn't get it there. Or in time or connect with the powers that be, so to speak. But that is a very good question. matter of fact, I was kind of wondering that myself. I love our viewers. Fantastic. Yeah, we've had some technical difficulties, but we press on though, Dave, right?
Yep, we do. Even there's another little glitch that Sharam was telling me about that it looks like up on YouTube that table 4 is in action. However, on YouTube, maybe on the DT Sports YouTube channel, if you click into table 4, you'll see the action on table 1. And if you click on table 1, you'll see table 1. So
Yeah, because
always,
yeah, table 4 is down at the moment. I did message Danny, and he's trying to get in contact with Mark, but Mark is apparently preoccupied or doing something. You know,
man of many hats.
yeah, it's hard
Uh,
to adjust cameras or when they're that close to the tails and interrupting the play. So he has to wait for an opportune moment.
Oh, Mark, very
My
nice red.
goodness.
A little unfortunate, his color is to be desired, but yeah, it's interesting when we go into new territories. There's always some hiccups on the first day.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of new territories, it looks like our friend Zia Sheik tuning in the chat. Well, Zia, when are we coming to Nashville? But kudos to you, Zia. It was a tremendous kickstart to the USA tour out there at the National Snooker Academy.
Okay, and table 4 is back and up and running. Well, it's good to hear, Dave, that your connection is holding. Knock on wood.
Yeah, I think we kind of troubleshooted some hiccups there, but hey, knock up some wood. I'm just hearing the thunder clouds are moving in here into Colorado,
Oh,
so there
really?
might be a big storm on tap for us. So hopefully
Well,
we
you're
can
you're
fight through that.
you're covered, right? You're in the lobby.
Covered, but
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
that lightning hits, it might kind of jeopardize our stream. So
And I was worried about the weather here.
we'll try and get that addressed for Mother Nature if anybody has complaints if the stream goes off air because of a thunderstorm.
Yeah, they can file it with her. But interesting match this. I mean, both players have made some great pots. You know, you know more about Mark Ziegler than I do, of course. I don't know too much about Krishna at all, really. But he's made some really nice pots here. Oh, a little bit low.
Yeah, he might be maybe, this is the first time I've seen him as well. He could be that dark horse. than we did in the previous frame. See a careless error when he completely missed the green ball when he
Yes,
elected as
very
his colored
surprising.
balls. Kind of surprising he didn't take that to the middle.
Yeah, a little bit. He's left this on now for Mark. Do we know how old Mark is? He looks kind of young, somewhat.
Yeah, I'm not sure completely what his age is. I guess, maybe you have to ask him what music and television shows he's interested in. Maybe that will spell out his age.
Tells his tale.
But no relation to the great Canadian Floyd Ziegler. Not that I'm aware of.
Not that he's aware of.
Because I think Mark was up at the Pan Am Championships in Montreal back in 2024.
Okay. I thought he looked a little familiar.
Yeah, I wonder if any of these players, I get it sometimes when I come to some of these events, just complete strangers, people I've never met or maybe met for the first time. They're like, hey, nice to meet you finally. I've seen you a lot.
Yeah,
I scratch my head. I'm not too sure where they've seen me. And then I guess, the camera finds me somewhere at a snooker tournament.
very true. I remember when I first started doing this broadcasting, people would come up and say, "Hey, you're the guy." I'm like, "Well, I am a guy, yeah." They go, "No, you're the voice." They would recognize my voice, and not having that done before, it was quite odd at the beginning. But see, we're keeping an eye on. Okay, so the Ahmed match, Dave. Ahmed's leading 1-0. They're just starting the second frame, so if that match is still going, folks, we'll switch to it. But this is the third deciding frame, so Mark Ziegler, as Dave has pointed out, was the runner-up, I believe, at Tennessee. So we are going to stay here.
Just wiggled it enough for Mark, and he's got a good angle on this pink.
Well, if I'm looking at the schedule, Dave, I think we're pretty close to being on time. So we've made up some time somewhere.
Yeah, so I got a little distracted there. I don't know what happened there. I thought Mark had nailed a run and was on the pink, but Krishna came to the table, so he must have fouled or something. But nevertheless, just an 11-point advantage for Krishna.
Well, he's left the red on. It's a bit of a back cut, Dave, that left corner, but. Or if he likes the long pot, he's got the one top left corner. Of course, this one is the easier of the two. Is he going to get position? No, he won't. My word. What an opportunity he may have missed there. Unless the brown goes.
I think it goes, and it's just, I might just have to hold there just to be on the red afterwards. Just got to be mindful of the pink. Looks like he's very close with his cue.
You know, it's also good to see that the players are using the scoring apps and not using just the rail bar system. So, because for some players they haven't used an app to score before.
Yeah, it's definitely the way of the future. It just helps just give such a more professional stream looking as well.
Absolutely.
I think the first tournament I ever did, I was in the same situation here that I am in Colorado. It was just outside the room, so couldn't really see what was going inside, but obviously on a monitor could see all the action. And the great late, unfortunately passed away a few years ago, Gordon Mawhinney,
Hmm.
was coming in with post-it notes to update me on the score.
Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, I've done a few matches where the score hasn't worked or they're developing it and it just wasn't working correctly, and keeping score by hand on pen and paper just to have something to tell the viewers. Doubles close. 17 points in it now. Getting, but we still got was it 6 reds remaining.
I'm not surprised with that. I thought that's Krishna has been potting quite well. That's a shot he could take on, but Mark's just going to look to get back into bulk here.
Oh, and he's done quite well. A little heavy, but he's okay. Yeah, thin off the left side of this red on the bottom cushion closest to the pocket. Is that white going to travel? Nope. Oh, he may have a slight angle here, Dave. He might be able to stun this red in and either draw back or stun over for the black. That did not sound good.
No. Expecting his cue.
Yeah, snooker players really don't like that sound on their cues. Oh, it. I tell you, I've done it too. I don't know about you, but I've done it, and your heart sinks, and you feel like you've just taken a chunk out of it. What has Krishna done there?
So, Mark let off a little bit there. Oh, but Mark can't capitalize on it.
Well, he's going to be one to watch, this Mark Ziegler, in this event.
Agreed. If he can if Krishna can come away with the victory here, I don't know. He's got to obviously tighten the bolts a little bit. Can't make those careless mistakes that we saw on the green.
No, I mean, he's
Okay.
holding on to that mere 17-point lead right now, but that's, I mean, Mark's a fair player. So 17 points if he gets an opportunity. Well, the way the Reds are sitting are getting it's getting a little bit more difficult. So in these kinds of situations, I would love to have a 17-point advantage. Any kind of point advantage when Reds are sitting like this. Right? Even though it's only 17 points, you really do feel like you're in the driver's seat. That's not going to work out in his favor.
No, I think the Redwoods are going to come out here.
Absolutely. And all Krishna has to do at this point is pot of red and keep pushing something to a cushion if he doesn't get position. And let Mark keep making shots like this or mistakes. Yeah, as you said, got to get the long ones. But I think the black might be impeding him a little bit.
But even this looks a little
Oh, it is.
dicey. I don't know.
Ooh.
I just wonder if he doesn't maybe not have an extension, but I think they have the telescopic extension in the room
They
that
do.
people can.
They do, but I think, yeah, sorry, I think the black was impeding where the rest may have been.
Yeah, you can still, I think, work around it a little bit.
I would have given it a shot at least.
Because it just looked like he was off balance a little bit there and funny bridging. Ooh, that's not Mark's favorite shot.
Yeah. Well, Krishna really got away with the result. That was just luck of the highest regards there, but sometimes, welcome, like I say, welcome. People say, oh, you got lucky. I'm like, keep telling them, just welcome to snooker. Sometimes it's a game of luck.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of luck there, but I think that will catch up on you. Obviously,
Yes.
we might not see it in these short matches, the best of threes, but when we get into the latter stage of the tournament, when the matches get a little bit longer, you might think your opponent has all the luck, but it does balance out.
Yeah, generally speaking, but in these short type matches, best of threes, one bit of luck, oh boy, wow, like that could either cost you the match or win you the match. I think they're just having a discussion of the score.
Yeah, Krishna should have another red there. He should have 30. Or maybe he just missed that, or I apologize, he did miss that red, and then it. So.
Oh, Mark seems to be. Well, he's overhit that one again. Davey was not. I don't believe he was intending to play anything into the middle, or at least I wouldn't think so.
Well, it's run enough. It's a long red, but kind of shot to nothing here. This cue ball will be coming back to the bulk end of the table. Oh, wonderfully done. Develops those reds. Still needs a good shot on this blue. Might be able to come through, come off the bulk and left cushion, beyond that red into the middle pocket that he's queuing over.
A little unfortunate to get the kick off the blue was the brown.
Yeah. Thunder and lightning have come to greet us here in Colorado.
All right, so hopefully we don't have any power outages or Wi-Fi issues or internet issues in general in Colorado, folks. But if we do, rest assured, I will talk to you for about an hour. No, I'm just kidding. we will do
I
our
know
best to get everything back.
we might have to bring back snooker radio.
Exactly.
But another really careless miss there by Krishna. Didn't hit either red. I know that was a thin cut for him in the red, but it's a couple times he's missed his object ball.
Yeah. See, those
Rather-
there, they're super thin, and you almost got to play them with a touch more pace. Or I find 9 times out of 10 you end up catching them a little bit thick, like we saw there. But he's okay.
Go for the, thought he might go for the cutback double, on that other red that Mark's queuing by, because this red is definitely going to go into the yellow pocket for Mark. It's got a pathway. Right side of the blue. Got a little.
Okay, well, good news, bad news, Dave, is bad news is Ahmed Ali's match has just concluded. Good news is he's won his match 2-0. All right, folks, hang on. We're going to get Mr. Bernie back on the line here in just a brief moment. Bear with me. All right, folks, so David Bernie just had to step away for a brief moment. He'll be rejoining us there as we see this match continues. Mark Ziegler now in the lead, 42-29 over Krishna Sridharan. 13 points in front. This the third and deciding frame. All right, folks, we have Mr. Bernie back with us. Welcome back once again, sir.
Well, what can we say? Thunder and lightning out here in Denver, so that's
Yeah.
having a little hiccups.
Well, better happen today than when we get to the finals or any part of the knockout stages. If it's going to happen, do it today. But this match is coming close. We're now in the colors, only 27 on. Mark leading only by 6, 42-36. Oh, I'm not sure. I can't really see if he got the snooker, or I think he might be able to clip that yellow thin. So I think Dave, at the end of this match, will be switching over to Dave Daly and Joshua Kane. They are just setting that table up because that previous match has just concluded.
Good to hear. So I just needed to re-upload. Let's just run on a bit. There might be just a thin snick he can get on this yellow. Looks like he's just putting a little swerve on it.
Nope. Oh, that's going to be a free ball. So that'll bring Krishna within 2.
Hopefully Krishna does know the ruling. You cannot snooker your opponent on that free ball. You can hit that free ball and go to a different color ball and create a snooker, but it is a foul.
Unless it's the pink and black. If there's only the pink and black left on the table and you get a free ball and you're able to shoot the black, you can roll up to the black. But we're far from that.
Yep, but always good to go out and get that rule book.
You know, one man that I know knows, I mean, there's so many little tiny rules to snooker that are, in the very, very fine print, fine detail. One man that I know is good at that is Kevin Patrick here, from one of the top referees and head referees here in Canada. He has the book. It's got these little rules. I don't know how up to date it is. However, he brings it out. Well, opportunity here for Mark Ziegler. Still requires the blue, Dave. But the way the balls are sitting, if you can pot this yellow, he should be off to the races, off and running.
Yeah, this is the big one to keep him going.
Nope.
And hit it with decent enough pace that it just didn't rattle and stay in the jaws.
Yeah, this is still potable, and he can hold it. But he's got to play at dangerous speed, which is a low pace. If he doesn't pot it, it's going to be staying right over that hole. Oh, he got the bounce off the knuckle. Yeah, the opponent on the other table there is standing close to Mark. Apparently, he's not bothering Mark at all.
Now he's realized how close he is. So
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that's just going to go to our more senior players, players that have been around the game, just to gently remind the newer players of the etiquette. Don't get too much out of control in these early stages. Are they probably more of our more recognizable players that we see at all these tournaments? Will
That's right.
exude some patience for these newcomers. So one thing we want to do is not to discourage people from coming back to the table.
Right. They want to have, like you said, there's a lot of new players to the sport, a lot of new players to this event. And first and foremost, we want them to have a good time and enjoy themselves so that next time there's an event like this, whether it's in a couple of months or this event next year, they come back.
Mark. That's 99 out of 100 times he makes that yellow.
Absolutely. Very surprising.
But a big question for you, Rob, and
Yeah.
our viewing audience out there. How are we getting youngsters into this game?
That's well, I
You
mean,
know,
with the emergence of the attraction of quote unquote easy money in pool, like 9 ball, 8 ball, um, it's hard. It's hard. I mean, I fell in love with it when I thought to myself, because growing up, my dad loved pool. We had a pool table, 4.5 by 9 in the basement, and that's what I started on. But then I went out to the billiard rooms, and I saw these big tables, and I could make a long ball on the 4.5 by 9. But I thought, how impressive would it could be if I could learn this game and do the long ball on that table?
back in Canada and Southern
Yeah.
Ontario in the late 80s, early 90s, when the sports network up in Canada was showing a whole gambit of sports, just trying to find their
Yes.
feeding because they were a new network on television.
That's right.
And they put snooker, and that's how I got into it. But you don't see snooker and even pool to that degree on terrestrial television as well. Terrestrial
No.
television is kind of going to the wayside, it seems like.
Absolutely, it is. Um, even our regular TV here in Canada, whatever network you're with, like we're here in my area with Rogers Cable, it's considered all streaming because it all comes through their network cables now. All right, Dave. So how's the storm coming?
Storm is, well, it looks like it's tapering off a little bit. It definitely, probably about 10 minutes ago, it was really raining hard. And it seems like it's seizing up. It probably be kind of over in about an hour's time as we look at the forecast. So hopefully that will let us enjoy the rest of the day here in Colorado.
Well, at least we've found somewhat of a fix, so now it's only internet issues related to weather. So, pardon me. So nothing we can do about that. But I think the Facebook Messenger, for our purposes, is working out just fine for now, unless we can find something better. But like they say, Dave, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
True. I think we might test out my first setup today, tomorrow, just because it looks like that WhatsApp that we were trying to do that remote commentary together was kind of being a hiccup for us. Because
Right.
where I'm sitting right now is in the hallway. There's a lot of coming and going with people,
Yeah,
and
I
some of
think
the
your
players.
original area might be okay.
Yeah, some of the players are stepping out to make a phone call back home, talk to their family, give them updates of how they've done. As a call will
Sure.
come now to the Ziegler clan as he's victorious here,
Yes, he
57 to
is.
45. Probably just doesn't need the black, but it's more submission by Krishner, allowing them to put that black in. That definitely makes it official. So big scare there by Mark Ziegler. Looks like he might have faltered against Krishnan, but
Yeah. Hey,
Ziegler takes it.
he does. So congratulations. I was just about to say Floyd Ziegler, but it's Mark Ziegler. My goodness. Floyd, if you're watching, you've gotten a lot younger, sir. Every
And
time I see you.
it's a long drive from southern Ontario down here to Colorado,
Yes.
because I know
So,
Floyd does not fly. He had an opportunity actually to play over on the Pro Tour, but how is he going to get to England if he doesn't fly?
swim.
So, you can
Get
try
those
that with
arms going.
Floyd.
All right. So, let's go over to Dave Daly and Joshua Kane, ladies and gentlemen, here on live on table 2. And actually, I think I'm not sure if Jonathan Glennon is spotting balls and doing score for them, but I think some players might be volunteering for that now, Dave.
That's nice to see.
Oh, and he just missed the whole ball. I don't think he hit that red at all. No, he did not. Yeah, okay, so Jonathan Glennon is volunteering for this assignment. Good on him. And of course, we thank him for that. Now, Dave, you would know more than I do. I mean, I know that they're keeping score using their phones or whatever. Is there some sort of other monitor or bigger screen for the players to see the score, or is it simply on that phone as well?
Unfortunately, yeah, it's just on that phone.
I see. Okay.
So, um,
Oh, and he's potted it anyway. Slight miscue. Yeah, the small screen doesn't seem to be disturbing anybody or making a big difference, but definitely that's something that they can. One of the little things that they can improve on. I mean, it works now, Dave, but that's something else they can work on in the future by getting the scoring tablets or different items of that nature to make it a little bit more easier.
yeah, this is the second go around for the Colorado
Exactly.
Snooker Open, and
Well, we have an issue with table 2 now.
yep, that's gone severely Dutch, almost right angle.
And it's frozen. So, folks, okay. Okay, I need to take a breath. That's just, ladies and gentlemen, it's gone a whirly bird here. I'm just going to switch cameras over to table 1 until we can get table 2 back. My goodness, what is going on, Dave?
Well, I look outside, and when it rains, it pours.
Oh boy, that one caught me off guard. I just had a slight giggle to myself. Oh,
Jeez, yeah. We're seeing it all here in Colorado.
wow. just sent a message over to Danny. My goodness. Either the camera fell or somebody. Oh, I think somebody might have unplugged the internet. But they're on phones, so I'm not sure how the internet is hooked up to the phone. But whatever it is, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get you back to Dave Daly's match versus Joshua Kane as soon as we can, if we can. But for right now, we're on our main table, table one. Kenneth Juarez and Neil Cavendish. Kenneth leading Neil 1-0, but he's trailing in this frame by 6, 34-28.
Oh, it's a gutsy pot there by Neil.
What an attempt, my goodness. Wow, good pot. Unfortunately, ran into the black a little bit. And again, another carbon fiber cue. So it looks like.
True, I don't think Ahmad Al-Said has set up shop here. I think he was one of the first to use the carbon fiber cue.
That's right, yeah. Even took that cue with him on the Pro Tour. I thought maybe he would switch cues on the Pro Tour, but no, he used it the entire time he was there.
And ironically enough, he's not using it in the tournament here.
Oh, he's not? I thought he was.
I think he jumped back to an ash. I saw him practicing last night.
Yeah, he
to
might
double
be.
check on
He
that.
might be going back and forth. Okay, when I say he used it the entire time he was over there, I mean in the matches that I was able to watch of him, that's what he was using. It'll be interesting to see how Sahil Nayar makes out this year, being his second year on tour. I know he is currently the reigning Canadian champion until this one is concluded.
Yeah, there will be a new champion north of the 49th parallel this year.
That's right. He actually wanted to play this year. But considering, I mean, he's allowed to play, according to him and the WST, he's allowed to play in any event he wants as long as it doesn't coincide or disrupt his obligations with them. The Canadian Open is an open tournament, but he's not eligible to play for Canada because he's already a pro. He can't play in amateur events going forward. He's a tour card. Doesn't matter of your rank as long as you're a pro holding a tour card. Rank does not matter. You know, and he had some great matches this year, Dave. I'm not sure if you saw any of it, but he had some good results.
Yeah, I did check in a little bit on Sahil. He didn't get just, blown off the table, which is nice to see.
I mean, I'm sure he would have liked to do better, had a few more wins, of course, but wow. Here, well, this match is done. So Dave, we will see what kind of cameras we can get going now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Dave, we're going to go over to table 3 again with Sharam Chengezi and Mitchell Sayer. Now, isn't Sharam is he the gentleman from Houston?
That is correct. He is a Houston native, and actually, if you look up on YouTube, he
The
made a
147,
maximum.
that's right.
Some people I've heard around the room saying that those pockets might have been a bit generous, but nonetheless, that's still a feat. That's putting 37 pots together.
Yeah, no, it's still an accomplishment. I mean, back in the day, the old Brunswick anniversary tables were absolute buckets compared to these. Oh, is that a foul? I think that may have been. All right, so I think this is going to be one of those matches where the score gets added after the player's finished. But Mitchell not doing too good on that one. He's left this for Sharam.
Yeah, great opportunity here. Black's open. Got some open reds. Just kind of take it nice and easy. Good angle on this red to bounce off the cushion to be on the black, so. They kind of like to get in a nice tempo. They're like a conductor using their cue as a baton to just make sure all the horns and flutes and stringed instruments are singing along as he puts together a nice break.
Well, he's moving along quite nicely here, Dave.
Yeah, the high break prize for the tournament is $250. So,
oh wow, okay.
I think pretty soon Sharam is going to start thinking about that. Obviously, he'd love to put the frame to bed, and then that pressure is off, and then can really focus on scoring heavily.
Now, for the high break, does there have to be a minimum break score, like 75 or 50, or to even qualify? Or if a player makes 40 and that's the high break, does that qualify?
I think we're in luck, Rob. You and I have our break of 4 could maybe be the high break here.
Excellent.
If it doesn't get you, no, but I don't think there's actually a stipulation that you mentioned there.
Yeah. Sometimes there is that. Depending on the sponsor or the event, or they may say, okay, the high break prize is $500 or $500, but the high break must be above 80 or 75. Right. So it's good. It's good this way. It gives everybody the opportunity.
Yeah, I think maybe Mitchell is a bit new to the game here because obviously in that situation, pink was covered and all the other colored balls were covered. So the pink is going to go closest to its spot and line with the top cushion. And usually when there's not a referee present in these kind of matches, the player will ask the opponent to spot it.
That's right.
But when that does happen, as soon as when that ball is being spotted, both players will recognize that that player that is spotting that ball is a referee. So if that player, quote unquote, referee, makes a slip up and kind of disturbs some other balls, because it is a bit nerve wracking rolling that ball tight into a bunch of colors.
Right.
There will be no
They're
foul
acting.
occur.
Yeah, they're acting as a ref at that point.
Mhm.
It's the same thing as if they have to clean the white. If they
Mhm.
accidentally touch another ball, they're acting. It just gets put back and play will continue.
Yeah, Luke Pfeiffer was not acting as a referee as we saw earlier today
No,
when he hit that yellow.
but good on him for playing. You know, Dave, because there's many players out there that don't join because they think they're not good enough.
Mhm.
But you know, they got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah, and his ears must be burning as Luke just walked in the room just as we're talking about him.
Oh boy. Well, you should let him know he can catch his match up on YouTube. But this break, it's hard to tell because it's still Danny will be fixing the break counter. But this frame is all been all Sharam.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Is this? He's had a pink, but I think all the rest have been blacks. Obviously, he came to the table up 22-0, so just not fully sure where we're at with the break.
Yeah, he's quite fluid the way he plays though. Quite smooth. I think the first time I saw him play was one of the matches that I was calling at, I think it was the Embassy Club. I think you were there as well. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think like you said, Mitchell is might be a little bit newer to the game or newer to the competition. Definitely newer to the app because he's not keeping score.
He ain't. Yep.
But as
But you
long
know,
as we don't have, yeah, sorry, as long as we don't have to do it, I'm okay.
yeah, you got to test out the waters going back to Mitchell coming in, and maybe it's his first tournament that he's played in, but sometimes you just don't know what the standard is out there. I remember back at home in Vancouver when I had recently got back into the game, I heard of a BC Open Championship going on, so I'm like, yeah, I'll try my luck at that.
Sure.
See what the competition is like, and hey, I went undefeated.
Yeah.
Won every coin toss in my match, but I lost every match. But
That's
got to meet
excellent.
some great people, and yeah, it was lots of fun, and it didn't discourage me. Uh,
No.
but I have, for the better of the game, kind of put the cue aside a little bit. I do play here and there, as I think most players back in Vancouver were quite surprised when they saw that I had been playing over in the UK in Sheffield.
Right.
I like to keep a little mystery out there, They might just see me as an organizer commentator.
Exactly. I'm starting to get a bit of that. They're like, "Oh, you're the commentator." I'm like, "I play too." It's like, "You play too?" It's like when I first got online and started doing some commentary with Mark Wilson and Dave Daly. We did the NSL with them, and I was talking to Dave a little bit beforehand. He goes, "Rob, I didn't realize you played also. I just saw some of your photos," and I'm like, "Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I chalk my cue once in a while, but I like it when people think I don't know how to play. It's great."
I think Sharam has got to be getting close to a ton here.
You know, I think so, Dave. But whatever it is, it's been a great break.
It might just be a little straight. You saw a little body language there, kind of kicked the ground a bit.
Yeah, so much so I think he's taking the pink. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, just got in, wiped its feet a little bit, not much, but see, this is where, like, even if the break score wasn't working, we could see what the overall score is on the screen. Well, we know we're at Snooker's required, Dave.
Yeah, maybe just a few.
Just a few. I think the frame will be conceded after this.
I think Sharam's going to clear up the table here. These balls are all on the spots. This is a practice exercise these players
Oh
do.
boy.
But
What's he done there?
wanted to come back. Yeah, wanted to come back a little bit more. So a little tricky, as it always is, brown to blue when you're making the clearance.
Yeah, this is going to be soft brown, blue into left middle. Oh, can he hold it?
Oh.
Okay, a little stun down. But you know, this is not bad, Dave. Another slight draw.
Yeah, great brown, great recovery on the blue.
Not ideal on the pink, but I say that only because he's stretching a little bit.
Yeah, he can slide down nicely for the black. Yeah, this is probably going to be the high run of the tournament so far.
And we should hear some applause.
Yeah,
there it
everyone
is.
applauding there.
Great to hear on day one. We hear the applause, Dave. And all that effort, and he's only up 1-0.
That's, hey, the great Stephen Hendry once said that, and I think maybe one of his final Crucible appearances. He's got a 147, but he lost the match.
Yep.
People like 147. He's like, yeah, but I didn't win the match. So Mitchell's just got to shake it off. Noise against a tough opponent here, but you never know what can happen.
Okay, so I'm looking at the schedule, and I think we're getting down to the last few matches, Dave. You know, it's hard to tell who's in and who's not. Only because, you know, we had some dropouts and we had some other late call-ups. So it's hard to tell exactly where we are. But, yeah, this should be... I think we're close to being on time. We're a little bit later than normal, only about half hour, an hour or so. Actually, nope, pardon me. This match was scheduled for 1:30 to 3. But overall, we're not doing bad, time-wise. So I think looking at the schedule, Dave, we should be able to get through what's slated for today. But and then tomorrow we begin again at 9 a.m. Colorado time, or 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And 8 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, as we're not changing the
Absolutely.
clock anymore up there in Vancouver. But just heard from the horse's mouth, Sharam had a nice break of 1-1-2, so 112.
There you go.
So a century on day one, great to see.
Definitely think that's a contender for the high break. But who knows, Dave? When it gets to those knockout rounds,
True, they do get a little longer format, so
one player I'm surprised is not here. Can you guess who?
Renat Denka.
That's the one.
I can read people's minds sometimes.
Yeah, you're scary.
No, yeah, I agree with you on that. Renat's just probably got the biggest trophy case known to man in America.
Yeah.
But it is a bit of travel, and we all are amateurs here. You know, no one is paying the bills with their snooker
Exactly.
winnings. So I don't blame Renat for not coming down.
So
Obviously, it would be
Yeah.
Exciting to see him here.
So I think the only thing keeping him away is scheduling. I do think if he was free and his schedule permitted that he would be here. Because I
He's got a
do think he's coming down to the GTA for the NSL Championship June 12th to the 14th, but we'll see.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit shorter of a jump, obviously.
Yeah, that's a drive. Where is he? He's Chicago, right? Wow, that was a heck of a putt. Well, look at the Reds, Dave. You know, I have a feeling this could be a fast match. He's on a red here. The right middle can go right back down and get on the black if he chooses. He can also play the pink to left middle.
Sorry about that, Rob. Just stepped away for a brief moment as
No problem.
two-time Seattle Snooker Open champion Andy McCluskey is here.
Excellent.
So that's another player that could put a ton on the board. Andy, he's going to be a strong competitor in this tournament.
You know it's bad when you're trying to remember a player's name and you can't, so you got to scroll through all your previous chats that you know you've had with them. Just to find, there it is. Albert Kenny, another player who's coming down for the NSL, I believe.
Great to see, and hopefully he's working hard on getting his Canadian citizenship.
Right.
So he'd love to play the Canadian Nationals.
Oh, wouldn't that be a fantastic? But he's got to be a resident for, I think it's 3 to 5 years. But that would be up to the powers that be. I think if you're a resident of Canada, you're a resident of Canada and you should be allowed to play. Period. But I think it's based on what happens not just with the Canadian format, but where the Canadians lead to, meaning the IBSF.
Correct, yes.
What their rules are. If they say you can only represent Canada and you must be a resident of Canada for 5 years, then it doesn't matter what the Canadian Association does. They have to go by their rules because it's their rules.
Ouch. That's a tough miss by Mitchell. That was a relatively easy shot that he should have been able to
Watch
put
this
in
green.
and on the black.
Oh, by the red and the green. So I think Sharam Chingizi is doing all the scoring for this match there, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure Mitchell has got the hang of it. But, you know, and that could be understandable. They just want to play. Right? We've had players here when we first started coming out and using the Cloud Snooker app and the scoring. Some players said, no, I don't want to do that. So we had to get volunteers to keep the score for them. and they got used to it, and now that's no big deal. Wow. And hasn't that worked out? He doesn't even need the rest. That's even better. Gotta watch his waistcoat, though. Or his arm, rather.
Yeah, I think one of the first tournaments I threw in Vancouver back in 2017, you had people showing up on the day with cash in hand, or people saying, "Oh, I'll pay you when I get to the tournament." Well, that takes a lot of trust level there, because you make up the tournament the draw
Exactly.
beforehand, and if the person hasn't paid, that really doesn't give the motivation. They're like, well, maybe I don't feel like it. So it's nice that we've catapulted into the, well, I guess we're in the 21st century now.
Yeah.
And people are sending e-transfers, or there's registration and links to pay online, and it just makes it a lot more easier and seamless. Might be a hurdle for some of our older players in the community,
That's right.
but
Yeah,
find your son or your daughter and they'll help you out.
Yeah, I mean, if you can pay a bill online, you can send an e-transfer. But, it's not, like you said, it's not easy, like, for the older generation. We still have a lot of older people playing that don't use cell phones or email or e-transfer. They still do banking by going to the bank, paying the bills at the bank, like my parents did and so forth. But, we're getting there. As for entry fees, though, that's why now we must be paid before the draw is done. If the draw is not done and they still haven't paid by the time the draw is set to start, then they don't get entered.
Yeah, it's starting that you got to be quick as soon as those announcements come out about tournaments, because they fill up rather quickly. Seen a lot more waiting lists happen, so. Yeah, this is nice to see from Mitchell. He's putting some pots together.
I'm thinking 20 years ago, Dave, there wasn't a whole lot of interest in snooker in the States, or a lot of publicity about snooker in the States. There may have been the interest, but we didn't hear about it over here. So, to me, this is all going in the right direction. We're all doing, pretty much we're all trying to do the same thing, and that's promote the game of snooker, whether it's Canada or the U.S. So, to be a part of this Colorado Open for the first time, hopefully we can do some good things.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Obviously, in here in America, the U.S. Nationals is going on for many years, has a good history, but didn't really hear of it because it wasn't really televised or streamed. It wasn't until Mike Dominguez and his great team up in Ox Billiards televised, or streamed, I should say, the 2022 U.S. National Championship.
Right.
And that really kickstarted, I think, a growth in Americas, because people are start seeing these events, that they're, oh wait, this is happening in my country. I do remember snooker. I played that a little bit when I was young. Maybe I should see if I could do something as well. So kudos to Mike and the whole team at Ox. Our good friend Christian Youngers always does a great job putting the streams together. Obviously, he's been very busy with work, so I wasn't able to make the trek out here. Sure, I'm definitely making it look easy.
He's an incredible player. Wow. And as soon as I say that, that's not one of his best positional shots, is it?
No, yeah, because he just needed that last red. So slowly going to go down the table and find home in the green pocket.
Oh boy, you got to be kidding me.
As the great Marv Albert would say, nothing but net.
Jeez. Oh, he's on easy street here.
It's going to be a tough man to beat. Now,
So we got Ahmed Ali, Dave Daly, Andy McCloskey, Shahram Changizi. The 4 favorites just off the top. I know there's a couple more, but these are the top 4 off the top of my head at the moment. My word. Oh, he's overrun. Oh.
that is the more than 3 snookers, so I just can't see off camera. There should be some handshakes there. I think this one's pretty much done and dusted, Rob. Maybe we got everything correct on Dave Daly's match over there.
No, table 2 is still not working.
Camera obscuro.
So I'm going to try and find. Oh, okay. We're going to go to camera 4 for the moment. Ernest Bezamar Mohammed Nouri in a deciding frame. But Dave, what I can tell you, the score is still going, but the feed is down because there's 2 different things. Dave Daly leads Joshua Kane 1-0, and he's 32 points to 0 up in the second frame, from what I can see on my screen.
But we're happily to be here live on the Ernst Bezimer match.
Yeah, it's still live snooker. All right, so good news, Dave, is apparently I'm going to be doing the Canadian Championship.
All right, then.
So we got some more time spent together. So we'll see how we already know how that's going to work. So this is a good run for that. But let's see, Ernest, good control of this frame. 42 to 5 up in this decider, Dave. 37 in front. 59 on, so Mohamed Nouri's not completely out of it yet. He's in a bit of trouble right now, though. Yeah, didn't want to make that. Good thing he didn't.
As you can see there by Muhammad, just his feet are a little close together.
That's right.
Just might not be too sturdy there. So got a pot into the yellow pocket. Tricky. Yeah. 59 points on the table and 36 in it. Ernst just needs a couple more reds with colors to get him over that frame clinching point.
Quiet down, please.
Oh, we didn't get the cover behind the pink. Can you see the potting angle on that red that's close to the yellow pocket? Ernst having a good long look at it. Well, Ernst putting on his referee hat as well. Looks
Yes.
like there's a little commotion in the room.
He's a fine referee, too, when needed.
Should hit that with a bit more pace. Come out that cushion, get closer to that red. Oh, nice cut there by Ernst. Fortunately, the wave's gone in. Seen that a lot today. Players have been making some phenomenal res, but unfortunately, the cue ball has all found the bottom of a pocket. Mohammed returns the favor. And he's gifted Ernst a great chance here.
Absolutely. Sorry, Dave. I was just getting a text message myself. I know there's no cell phones at the table usually, but I'm not at the table, so I'm allowed once in a while.
Oh, as he snookered himself.
What do we got here? 32 the difference in this deciding frame? Well, thank you again, Toronto CFC and NSL Snooker, both in our chat wishing us the best and commenting on Ernst rocking his trademark waistcoat. Alright, so now my phone's going off like it's lit up on Christmas Eve. Is it there? Almost got it twice, Dave.
He was willing that blue, trying to get it in there. This is looking like Ernst's match here. Want that to pull up a little bit. .37 in with 22 on. Oh, very nice double there by Ernst. As a referee, he'll know that it's his frame rate here and match, as the more than 3 snookers needed does come into effect.
Yeah, I definitely see this frame match going towards Ernst. This frame's definitely over, but there's the handshake, Dave.
Yeah, the Flying Dutchman does it again. So we'll just kind of check in to see what's happened with camera 2. Hopefully we can get Dave Daly up on the stream. So stand by, everybody, and we'll be right back with some great snooker action here in Boulder, Colorado, site of the 2026 Warenka Colorado Snooker Open.
And right now, in the meantime, we can get table 2 going, folks, where we'll show you this match. Alright, so I'm going to step away just for a brief moment, folks. I need to refresh my coffee cup. And I will return in just a few moments' time. This match, Leo Chaparro and Krishna Sridharan, just getting underway. 8 points toward Leo. Please enjoy, stay with us. Don't forget to like and subscribe here on the NSL YouTube channel or DT Sports YouTube channel. And I will be right back momentarily. All right, folks. Just trying to get our other table back up and running. All right, so this match continues. Still the first frame. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining us as we enjoy our snooker here.
Yeah, it's been a great first day. Obviously, I had a little hiccups in the technical side of things, but we're seeming to iron them out. Had a little bit of
Quite
fun
nicely.
weather hit us here.
Yeah, quite nicely and quite efficiently, I might say. So it's been quite smooth, despite some of the challenges, but we've gotten through them rather quickly, as I said. You know, sometimes, Dave, it's a challenge to know what we know what we think will work, but we won't know what actually works until we get into it. Now that we're into it, I think we've hit our stride knowing where we're going and what we can do.
Yeah, as I alluded to before earlier in the broadcast of the day, coming to new markets, always have the few challenges we don't know the ins and outs. But this is actually Leo Chaparro's first tournament, actually. So good to see, and he's doing all right now. Oh, and the commentator curses him. I'm not sure if that's Leo, actually. I might have the wrong scoreboard. We're on table 3, right,
Correct.
Rob?
Yes. Yeah, Leo Shaparo and Krishna Sridharan. And if I've mispronounced anybody's name today, I do apologize. Okay, apparently table 2 is up and running, folks. We're just trying to get that going for another match that's beginning. Unfortunately, I do believe the Dave Daly match that we were watching before has concluded.
So I spoke too soon. I was actually looking at a different match. There's so many new faces. I thought Leo was playing, but actually this is Leo at the table right now, alluding to a different gentleman playing in his first tournament. It's the Wiraka 2026 Colorado Snooker Open, also brought to you by Tome Chalk. Great sponsors there. Oh, and we're getting a little funny. What are these guys doing?
There goes our camera.
Guess they're trying to get maybe a Steadicam shot or trying to get a player point of view.
Well,
If
we're a little
anybody's
bit off.
if anybody's in the Colorado area, especially in Boulder, if you got a few sandbags, feel free to come on down here to the Hampton Suites and Inn, Boulder North. I'll happily buy you a cup of coffee because at least we can put those sandbags on those tripods and they won't move.
Yeah, I think that's one little minor tweak we need to fix for tomorrow.
Looks like a good friend Ernst Bazimer is helping us out to just kind of tweak this camera. I'm not sure what had happened there. It seems like
Oh, where are they going? Well, at least we can still see the full table, Dave.
that's true. Ernst is doing a great job. He just needs to tweak it ever so gently. And he's just getting a visual, and everything should be keyed and hummed. Interesting on these cameras. It looks like almost the top, or I should say the bulk line is pretty straight where the top of the table is very askew on the bottom of the screen.
There we go. Much better.
Pretty as a picture. We know snooker's an individual sport, but it's definitely a family that brings everything together.
Hence the term, the family balls.
I don't think he's covered the pathway for this red out in the open. It's definitely a long red for Leo. Well, we opted for the long red. That was the problem. Nice opportunity here for Krishna. But he can't convert. Hit the black sitting there nicely.
Okay, and apparently table 2 is still not available, Dave. So we will have to go without that for now.
Looks like Leo Shapiro was a late entry. Our good friend from the Chicago area, Arif Mahmoud, was scheduled to play, but things can happen in life.
Oh, for sure. And I'm sure that he's not the only one, I do believe. But, like you said, things happen last minute. It was all good intentions. Something comes up. They, as much as they want to be here, they just can't.
Yeah, no, and Arif, he does love the game of snooker, so it had to be something pretty big. Hopefully everything's all right. If you are watching Arif, we wish you all the best. Wishing you were here. Always good to see his smiling face in the room. But sure, when the open stages hit, Leo was quite happy to jump in, but he's got to be a little bit mindful of the dress code. Rolling up that sleeve, that's a no-no.
All right. So as I said, Dave, Cam 2 is still not working. It's still down. Um, it might be in good position. However, it's not coming across live for us. But we still have this match right now. Oh, and camera 1's gone down too, apparently. So, for the time being, we will have this match. We still have 2 tables. We have cameras 3 and 4 still available to us, so we are good to go for the time being, Dave.
Yep. Touch wood. Hopefully everything's okay.
Yeah, as long as we got 1 camera feed, then we are good. But as you know, it's nice to be able to switch if we see something happening on another camera or another table, like a break or something like that.
Done well to avoid that corner or the middle knuckle. Oh, is he eyeing this plant a little bit along the left side of the table? Certainly a dicey shot, but big reward if he's able to get it, but luckily not for it.
Sorry,
That's
Dave, I'm
okay.
just checking our streams for Danny here.
Oh, it's quite all right. Do your thing. That's a nice angle. Kick it behind the yellow here. Surprised he didn't try to get the yellow. He tried to do an awkward double coming out the bulk cushion and put that red in, so he's left an opening here for Leo. Cut it in that same middle bag. Ooh, gotta hit it a bit thicker than that, and it went from bad to worse as that cue ball's found the top right corner pocket, gifting his player or his opponent 4 points. He's got ball in the hand anywhere in that D. Might have rushed that a little bit. Should have taken a little bit more time. But ego can get in the way there. It seems like most of the time when we have ball in hand, we're thinking we surely will make anything because we can put the cue ball exactly where we want. But we see players falter from time to time. Trying this thin cut on the red. This is tough because it's a lot of distance to cover. Oh, and he's missed everything.
Oh, that was trying to catch it real thin, I suppose. You know, he's looking at this red on the right cushion, but the two reds close together on the left cushion.
Yeah, been eyeing that plant up a lot. This is potential here for that red that he tried on his previous shot. A little bit closer now, not having a cue ball in the bulk area. He's found the gap there, and he's on the pink. It's actually, sorry, just a correction. Sharam is just coming in. Was able to get back into his leisure clothes after his match, but he confirmed with me that he had a 117, not a 112. So it looks like
very
he's the
good.
high break runner right now with a 117.
Wow, that's incredible on day one. And you know it's only going to get better from there. We hope.
Yeah, usually those first day jitters and stuff like that, and just gotta calm your nerves. That flick little helped him block that red. It's a thin cut here. He's able to make it happen. Oh, but once again, that seems to be the story of the day here. A lot of reds have gone in, and then players have gone in off with their cue ball. It's nice to see a lot of these players when they do have ball in hand, they place it. Just as I say that, Leo starts jostling the cue ball with his cue. You got to be careful if you slip a little bit and the tip just grazes the cue ball a bit. That is a actual legal stroke.
Yes.
So 59 on the table and only 11 points in it. Pink is relatively safe. Same with yellow. Black's in a tough position, but green, brown, and blue are open, but they're still in tough spots.
Oh. Oh, where's our camera got straighter and then it just got moved again. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was somebody
away
just
with his
yeah.
cue.
Yeah, that was somebody walking behind the table, didn't want to touch the player. They bumped the table and tripod went askew a little bit. That's okay. That's why we have multiple cameras, Dave, so if it gets really bad, we can pivot.
Well, it's like we just got the one other camera on table 4 going.
Yeah, we have 1 and 2 are not currently going at the present moment.
True. Camera 3 is a little Dutch, and I don't know. I'm a little bit frightened to see what camera 4 is going to give us.
It's actually not bad. But we're both in the opening frame of both matches, so yeah, I'm not even seeing a score, which is a completely separate link from the camera feed on those two tables. Okay, so camera 2 just gave me a score, Wyatt Leon and Luke Pfeiffer. So at least we know that's working. So something might be coming back, Dave, in a few moments. However, it's Leo and Krishna right now in the first frame, folks. Only 11 points in it. Leo leading 36-25.
Yeah, nice long pot, but we all know in snooker every shot has 2 parts to it. Putting the pot in and then getting onto your color ball.
Yeah, so it looks like they are working on the other two cameras to get them back. If not, they will fix it outright for tomorrow. From what I'm being told, David, it's a power issue at the venue with the plugs or the wall plugs or something to do with that nature. I don't know exactly because I'm not there.
Yeah, seems like we're getting power all right. Just trying to get word into the room to hopefully give some help to our camera askew, but our good friend Bob Hemnani likes cameras on a strange angle, so he's not helping us out. He's actually just taken off his shoe, so it looks pretty even to him.
Okay, yeah. So they will be having a look at the other cameras later this evening and see what we can improve. I'm sure we'll have a discussion after play is concluded. But all in all, I think it's been a good day, Dave.
Yeah, lots of ups and downs, great drama on the table. Do some high grades, some good safety plays, some colossal, really brain lapses by some of these players.
Oh, I'm glad you said it.
Well, I'm pretty sure they would agree as well.
Absolutely. You know, I've always been told when I started doing this, one thing somebody told me was, call it as you see it. If it's not good, say it's not good. But this match is getting a little interesting now. He's left that red for Leo. Now, I'm not sure, but is that dreadlocks?
Yeah, I think Leo does enjoy the dreads.
Something we don't see on a snooker table very often, so that's good. I like seeing new things, Dave. Or things we don't see very often anyway.
I think anytime we're at a snooker event, there's going to be bound to be something that you've never seen before.
Well, that's why I was so interested in doing this event, because I knew there would be a lot that I haven't seen before. It always makes commentary that much more interesting. When you get the regular host of players that we get over here, it's fun and still enjoyable. Don't get me wrong, but you know what to expect. So it's pretty much easy to predict what the play will be before it actually happens.
Yeah, we do see sometimes that in the pro side of things. It's obviously we're expecting them to make every shot, but they do miss from time to time. And as well as we saw in the World Championships this year, a record-setting 100-minute frame.
I think it was a little bit more than that, wasn't it?
Yes, it probably was. It probably was 100 minutes that they were tied up with that black and all the reds over the corner pocket.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Everybody loved it. Nobody wanted that frame to end. Mark Allen, unfortunately, putted the black, but, had a lot of good moments in the WST this year. Ronnie getting another record of 153 break. So, and also he just got 5 world records, I believe.
That is correct. And yeah, here's a question for you, Rob, as well, and anyone out in the chat. Interesting, when that colossal frame was going on with Booyaza and Mark Allen, I was talking a little bit to Dave Hendon in the press room, and he was letting me know that Clive Everton,
Mm-hmm.
the late great Clive Everton, once said, "Well, if that situation happens, maybe a re-rack happens, the score transfers over to the next, the re-racked frame, and all the reds that are down stay down, and then they just re-rack a triangle with the amount of reds that are left on the table."
Yeah, I can see that.
I think it's almost as well it would be something that they would have to investigate if it happened a lot more often. It was such a freaky occurrence, that frame.
Oh yeah, but the thing is, the viewers loved it.
Mm-hmm.
But you could tell the ref looking at Mark Allen. Mark Allen, I think he had like a 32-point lead at that point, and the ref was looking at him. We didn't have audio watching it at the club. We didn't have audio, so couldn't exactly hear the commentators. But it looked like the referee at the time was trying to get Mark Allen to go for a re-rack, and Wu Yuz is like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." Mark Allen was like, "Nope, nope." But correct me if I'm wrong. It is ultimately up to the ref. If he thinks that the play is not going anywhere, and the thing is, Mark Allen he had a point. He kept playing different shots. He wasn't rolling into the pack all the time, and so that's why I think the ref had to let it go.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. Usually the referee will see if it's becoming a stalemate. He'll check in with the players and say, okay, after a few more shots, if there's no more progress, I'm going to call a re-rack. You honestly actually see a lot more now these days that the players are actually just looking at each other and go, it's not going anywhere. You want a re-rack? And most players will comply.
Absolutely.
Haven't seen one of those today, so but the day's not done.
Yeah, but Dave, do they know they can?
That is a good question.
I mean, for the most part, some of the players do, but most of the play that we've seen today are maybe they haven't played as much or not into that role of a re-rack.
Correct. I think obviously re-racking with discretion. We've yet to see on any of our stream matches really any match that has started that would warrant a re-rack situation.
Because I know when I came back to the game a couple years ago, I found out about all these new rules about foul and a miss, the ball getting put back. I'm like, what are you talking about? Or the re-rack. I'm like, what? What's this? And then trying to get used to the new rules again. And like, I was not aware of this. It was completely foreign to me, so I totally understand. Some of these players will know the basic rules of the game, of course, but the little minor details. I think it was with Luke Pfeiffer, I believe, in that earlier match. Didn't know he fouled just by touching the red or the yellow, I believe it was. But he knows now. Okay, so I need to check where we are on our schedule, Dave, see how much longer we have, how many more matches to go. Of course, now we only have 2 cameras to work with, unless the other ones magically reappear. So, and I do think, Dave, that you said Leo was a late entry, I do believe, right? Correct?
Correct. Arif Mahmoud was scheduled to be in this group.
Ah, there we go. All right, so I found that match. Arif Mahmoud, Krishna Sridhan.
But once again, as we always see, a lot of the time these matches come down to the colors, and we're pretty much in store for that. Yellow's relatively safe, so we still got a lot of distance to go in this frame until we find a winner.
So we got 2 more sets of matches to go. The scheduled matches are 4:30 to 6 Colorado time and 6 to 7:30 Colorado time. This being one of the earlier matches, so we still got at least 2 more matches to go here, maybe more. Depends on where matches finish and what cameras we have available to us, folks. So we will bring you as much of this fine championship event as we can. Now, Dave, one question: will you be doing the emceeing for the? I believe there's a trophy presentation.
I believe so. Yep, at the climax of Sunday, we will find out who the winner is, and yes, there will be a trophy presentation. I'm pretty sure some words from our sponsors and all the people behind the scenes, and potentially some interviews with the 2 players that reached the final.
Oh, beautiful. And we'll have to work on which camera we do that on. Probably be our main feed. If we can get table 1 back up and running, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say probably a working table, probably a working camera would be the one that we use.
Yeah, working table will be our feature table. And right now, this is the match we are featuring. So this is our feature match of the moment, Dave. Still in the first frame, 2 points in it. And it looks like Dave Daly and Luke Pfeiffer kick off tomorrow morning.
Ooh, a lot of kisses there. It's not looking good for Leo. Just wonder if he's got a bit of an angle to come up for this green.
You know, it's going to be difficult.
That's okay.
Yeah, he was looking at the white like he wanted it to bounce, but if he put a little too much pace in it, he may have missed the pot. Oh, cue ball. Yeah, the way Krishna stands reminds me again of another of a pool player, almost kind of like a side stance.
Yeah, we were mentioning these tables might be just a little bit low. So a lot of the players kind of almost showing a Ricky Walden stance. He's a great professional player, has usually his stance involves 2 bended knees.
Yeah, I mean, Karen Wilson also does it slightly, not as much as Ricky Walden, but
see now he's got both sleeves rolled up, and that's kind of a no-no. As you can see, when he comes down to bridge here,
yeah,
shirt is nowhere near, and that's kind of a little disadvantage.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, both sleeves should be down. It is part of the dress code. If you're bridging over a ball and you don't want to touch the ball, then I can see temporarily lifting your sleeve up, right? But
I think you got to keep it down and that play. And if the shot doesn't work, if you're going to foul, you're going to use a little bit of fiber from that shirt. Hits it, it's a foul, and you might have to do a different shot.
Absolutely. But this is day 1. Oh boy, he's potted the white. My goodness. That's going to make a bit of a difference now. See, that 5 points puts him within 1, so instead of 6 down, he now only needs 2 balls. Attempted safety gets the white close to the bulk line, well short of the cushion, however.
I don't know, was that a safety or just a really bad miss? He had ball in hand and the blue was quite open. Potential safety here to get behind the pink.
Well, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that last one with ball in hand. I mean, if he went for it, he missed it by a good couple feet. Which, hey, can happen in pressure situations, Dave. You know, we've all been there. And we've
Sure,
seen
yeah.
some of the top players do it too. Not on the pro circuit really that much, but here on the amateur level, even the best of us have a moment or two. Oh, he's going to get it second chance. No, it's going to come short. So Leo now. You know, I like seeing, I like seeing the different styles of play. But as you were saying, Dave,
Yeah, it just needs this pink to take the first frame, this best of 3 match. And he does it. Black doesn't need, so Leo Shapiro takes this first frame.
and there goes the great Matthew Herm. Oh, he's going to shoot the black anyway. Oh, boy.
Nice little 18 there. So step aside and come right back with this exciting match between Leo Shapiro and Krishna.
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 I'm just going to leave it at Krishna because if I say his last name again, I'm going to absolutely butcher it. So
Siridharan?
Sure.
It.
I'll let you take that one. But good match so far, Dave.
Yeah, players had their chances and really like capitalize. I did actually get a chance to talk to Matt Herm a little bit while this match was going out, and I just kind of pointed out to him about Leo pulling up his sleeves and stuff like that. So probably at the conclusion of this match, just gently remind him, Leo, that's you're giving yourself a bit of an advantage to that over your opponent.
Yeah, it's more like he's wearing a short sleeve T-shirt.
Mm-hmm. If we don't have rules, it'll just be anarchy on the snooker table.
Yeah, you know, and that's one thing when I spoke to Matt early this morning. Well, early for him, not so much for me. But an hour or so before the event, I told him, I said, you can plan for the. He a little nervous about making sure everything goes well, and I'm like, you've done well. You've look at everything you've done so far, and you've planned as most you can do. If anything's going to go wrong, it's not going to be because you didn't do something. And if you have rules, make sure players stick to it because that's going to be your biggest obstacle is players and the rules. Right.
And the piano man coming in, giving Leo some pep talk.
Yeah, telling him he got the last 3 shots. Well, Dave, so did we.
Yeah.
So did everybody else on the NSL YouTube channel and the DT Sports channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe, folks, because we got a lot of snooker coming your way in the next couple of days. Me and Mr. Bernie here in the booth. David, of course, at the venue. As for the Canadians, we will see what we can do about getting together at the same location, Dave. We'll work on that.
Sure. Yeah, I will be there at Corner Bank, ready to go.
But I think that's going to be a little bit of an easier setup because you'll be able to, sit in that area and see the table. You won't necessarily need a monitor per se, but you would still like to see, of course, the feed and the chat and stuff like that. So you do need something.
Exactly, and Mixer does plug into the laptop so everyone can hear what I'm saying. And that's
That
the
too,
nice thing about these streaming broadcasts that we do. We do have a lot of fan interaction as
of
snooker
course.
is relatively new in America. It's getting a good regrowth in Canada, but there's a lot of new players or new fans that are coming in and they might not be aware of all the rulings, and that's what we're here for.
Of
So if
course.
you have any questions, feel free to fire them in. There are no silly questions.
Oh, and like you touched on earlier about getting youth, how do we get the youth? Because you say we've had a lot of growth of snooker or regrowth of snooker in Canada, absolutely 100%. Um, but and there's quite a few new players, but I find the majority of the players are players that quit the game for a while and have now come back. Right,
Completely agree with you on that, Rob. Yep.
right.
Uh,
So, but we still need the younger players. There's a couple, but there's not that many. The other thing
yeah.
is, Dave, we need more female players, and I know they're out there.
Yeah, I took part in the two iterations of the Women's U.S. Open down in Seattle.
Yeah,
It was great fun. Actually,
yeah,
there were three events. Actually, Jamie Hunter won the first, and then Mink Nutcharut the second, and An Yi won the third.
yeah. I want a rematch with Mink though. I got to get a rematch. She slipped by me. It slipped out of my hands, Dave, at Master Q a couple years ago. But yeah, more females would be great. More youth would be great, and that's exactly what we need to grow the game. We see females playing all the time, but they really don't join the competitions. I mean, because I know here, here we do the provincial Ontario championship, and there used to be a female championship. Hasn't been for quite some time.
Yeah, I earlier this year in February launched the BC Women's Snooker Championship, and unfortunately didn't have any entries. There are a few women that got back to me, just said they were playing in a different tournament, but hopefully, as we plan our next season coming up, they'll be aware of when this tournament is and hopefully can plan accordingly. But I think a big thing is we got to get. Oh, that's one of the last places Leo wanted to be. But I think if we can get maybe some Q zone in the school or get some advertisement about potentially snooker or pool or just Q sports in general camps, or maybe during March break, spring break, I should say, or Christmas break, or even over the summertime, kids can go for 1 week and just learn the fundamentals of these Q sports. And you might get a few that really take to it. Some might just go, "Oh, well, that was fun," but not very interested.
Oh, absolutely. You know what we need, actually, Dave, especially here in my region, or is like you just touched on, having Q sports in school. Something like on those little tiny tables that we see some of the top players come and do little exhibitions with the kids and show them a little bit of that and get some interest. All we need is maybe one or two teachers. Um, Back in the day when I was a youngster going to, middle school, whatever, one of my teachers loved backgammon. So he made a backgammon board on the chalkboard, and every day we would play a backgammon game or a few moves here and there, like the whole class, and everybody got involved, and then it became a thing. So if we had one, I'm sure there's a teacher out there that loves Q sports. If we can get it in the schools, I think that's where we need to start.
True. Yep. I think Qzone has had great success over in Britain. You know, the kids are happy because they get out of the classroom. The teachers are happy that they're learning arithmetic angles and some sportsmanship. I think this is the fourth attempt here for Leo, so this will be his final attempt on a colored
Yeah.
ball. It's tough because the black is so close, but it's so costly when he misses.
Yeah, and I think I heard somebody mention there that even though there's a limited amount of putbacks or right now, it still has to be a legitimate attempt. You can't just say, okay, well, I'm just going to shoot away because I'm not going to hit it, and leave your opponent at the other end of the table nowhere near the ball you're trying to play for. So the effort still has to be there.
True, as Dave Daly was saying last night at the players' meeting, they'll still call the miss, but the non-penalized player can come to the table and go, hey, you made a great attempt. I'll play on from here, or elect you to play on from where the cue ball resulted after the previous shot.
Right. Yeah, because it used to be, now it's foul and a miss. Before it was foul and miss because it was deemed an intentional miss, which isn't always the case. Right? So, but even, with the provincials that we have here or any tournaments that we have going around, there's always some kind of limited amount of time or attempts to be made on a snooker. But on the last attempt, it has to be a valiant effort. Otherwise, it can very well go back. And in the lieu of a referee, if you don't call somebody, then it becomes a he said, she said thing. Or a he said thing.
Yeah, it seems more often than not we see players call the referee after the shot has happened.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time they're not expecting their opponent to just pass on their last attempt, saying, "Okay, I'm not going to give him anything. I've already given him enough." But it's happened. I've seen it happen, and then the player gets put back an additional time. Oh, needed that white to go a little bit further, Dave.
Yeah. These are a bit tricky because if he misses, he's going to leave the cue ball in amongst the reds.
Well, good opportunity to open them up, but if he's got to be confident enough to take this on. Oh, he overcut that by a large margin, and he's left the red on.
This is where you have to punish your opponent for those mistakes.
Yeah, nothing to do with the white. Everything's waiting for him here. Now, this is going to be interesting. Does he try and play for an open red to pot it? Or does he take this black a little bit of pace and maybe disturb a red or two?
Yeah, because he's got that red left of the 2 by the pink, or that one red open right of the pink.
Or the one red below the bunch of 3, but he's gone wide. This is not all bad. If he plays this right, he can get the white back up in the bulk end area behind the blue, brown, green area. Nice little wall starting to develop up there.
Might have left a plant by the pink spot.
Yeah, I think it's close.
Definitely tough to see from our vantage point. Not surprised that Leo's not coming down to inspect it. Even just take a look, just to see. But he's happy with just going to play safe. Still, he can't find that wall.
Oh, this is going to be awful cueing here. I'm not sure what he's looking at.
He's playing billiards. He's not playing snooker.
Oh, wow. I mean, he had a much better cueing opportunity going down the right side.
Yeah.
Well, the white doesn't go back, even though because he potted the white. See, he's asking he can go anywhere in the D.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Yeah. A couple times there's been some air mails from
Oh, there's
Krishnan.
Ernst. You know, it's good to have people there like Ernst and Matt who, well, Ernst who definitely knows all the rules. He's a ref. Why is he putting it there?
I think a foul and a miss was called.
Yeah, because that white was closer to the yellow. A lot closer to the yellow. That was much closer if they're putting it back, yes.
And both players will corroborate on it. Because I don't know if Ernst saw the original position, so.
Yeah. I think they're fairly close. Might not be exact, but he was. Krishna was right. This red was on. Oh, well, he probably had a better chance going down the left side again.
Yep. And now we've got a lynch table. Beautiful colors in one end and a bunch of red ants crawling underneath.
Yes, sir. So this is going to be a slow frame. Krishna is going to be, like I said before in the previous match, he's going to be glad for that 15-point lead. When you're trailing in frames like this, it makes it difficult.
Just going to run through nicely. Has this red to yellow pocket.
Or left
For
middle,
the
wow.
middle.
Dave, there's got to be a roll to the brown here.
See a gap, but get that black back on its spot.
Yeah, I don't think he can see it, but if he can see it, fine. But if he can't, he's got to roll to the brown, leave the white behind the blue. Okay. Just like that. This is going to be a very interesting out.
Yeah, we've seen Leo struggle getting out of snookers.
Well, Dave, at least at the end of the day, you don't have far to travel back to your resting place, so to speak.
That is true. I might actually have to, depending on how the day goes, I might have to cut off the broadcast a little early as some old family friends that I haven't seen in almost over 30 years. I'm going to be paying a little visit with them tonight. So it'd be great to catch up. Unfortunately, I'll be missing you guys at the end of the day, but we still got 2 more days of this Colorado Open.
It's going to be close. Oh, just missed it by a hair. I'd say he's got to put him back.
Yeah, just obviously there's reds here that are quite easy, but there's no color ball for him.
No.
If the black was on, say, the pink spot, I think he would have played on Krishna, but so maybe just a little minor adjustment for Leo here.
Yeah, I mean, if the black was on the spot or the blue was on the spot, then yeah, you more than likely would have seen him play on from where it was, but there's no colors down this end of the table, and I think he was close to being straight on that red to the left corner. You know, one out here that he hasn't looked at might be using the jaws of the yellow pocket.
So that's why I don't really actually mind him maybe just hitting a red. Obviously, we see so many times, getting out of the snooker is one thing to hit a red, but you definitely don't want to leave an easy starter of a red. But just with all the colors on one side of the table and all the reds on the other, just how these players have performed, it's going to be tough.
Well, he's called himself on a foul. He's hit the blue. Well, he's made the call. He's not putting it back, so now he's going to take his on. I think this is straighter than the last one, Dave.
Yeah, that's surprising. It's interesting in the amateur game that we see sometimes players just automatically put the player back. They're just thinking they're going to get guaranteed the points.
Yeah, but
So
does he also know that once he's made that decision to play on, he cannot change his mind? Right? In the case of a foul and a miss, if he chooses to play on, then looks at it, and then decides that he wants to put it back, he can't do that. The choice has been made. But that's a slim detail that I don't think will come to play here. Not here in the early rounds anyway, of this group stage. Day one. We still got 2 more days to go.
might have 2 more days in this match. It's turning it to be a real slugfest.
Could be. Could be. We hear a brush going off, so a match may have just finished somewhere else. But table 4 is still running with Scott Sulling and Neil Cavendish. Neil leading that match 1-0, and he's 32-9 points up in the second. Anyway, Dave, I hope you're sitting comfy or have a comfortable chair, because we still got a while to go this weekend. Because I know I'm grateful for my extra cushion that I bought just a couple months ago, thankfully. Now look at the black sitting close to the corner, and he's giving Leo an opportunity here.
Great opportunity to bring the black back to the good side of the table.
You know, and at first glance, the score 41-16 looks quite large, but it's only 25 points. So this black will bring him right back into the frame. But you know what? He might not take the black on. I wouldn't be surprised, because he could also roll the white to the brown behind the blue, but this is going to be a big effort to get into those 2 reds by the black spot. Does the black spot? I think, you know what, Dave, I think it might.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be nestled nice and close to those reds. But safety coming up here, but he does have a nice wall to hide behind. Just come up 2, maybe 3 cushions. Get near the brown. Ooh, hit that incredibly fat, but as he fluked the red.
Oh, very close.
Nice, trying to get the snooker. Needed the cue ball to be just welded to the black. See how Leo retorts.
Okay, a little bit of good news. We got table 2 back.
That's a nice long red. That's going to boost up your confidence. Got a couple reds up here in the bulk area, so you can kind of dance around a little bit. Might be if you can get that angle on the brown, push them up for the red that's along the bulk cushion. Maybe he's got the right angle on the green to come off the side cushion and go for that other red, but you got to get the red in first, or the colored in first, I should say, to be on a red. As he baited him to just slide that red into the left middle. No, he's not going to take it. Is he straight on this red? He'd love to be a little bit higher on it to get the natural angle to be on that red after this brown. Krishna is a very interesting player. Sometimes he makes just shots that you think are just out of this world, potting them from the lampshades, but then sometimes he makes colossal misses and just airmails his cue ball by his object ball. Yeah, he's giving Leo a shot. Unfortunately, that red to the right of the black blocks the pot for Leo for the black, but he could come up cushion, could be on the green.
Well, certainly thought he had that one, Dave. A little surprised, but
yeah, I think he was a little frustrated, as you could tell by that body language. He missed it by quite
absolutely.
a large margin. So Leo not punished for that missed red. Well, the yellow goes past the pink, but it's tough. I don't think the blue passes the brown. Or you might just be running into the brown to get the snooker behind the blue.
Well,
Just a bit too much pace.
I think he's left this red on. I think he can definitely get to the red nearest that corner, Dave.
Yeah. Just can lightly put it in, come off the cushion, hold for the black.
Well, I've been surprised before. However, I'm going to go out on a limb here and saying I'm getting a very, very distinct feeling that we're going to have another deciding frame for the match here. which I'm okay with. But, like I said, Dave, I've been wrong before. Over another match just starting on table 2, which is now functioning again, is David Hunt and Jonathan Glennon. You know, being the group stages, I like to bring having the ability to switch from one match to the other and get as much of the action in as we can is usually what I'd like to do. Even though we're still one camera down at the moment, we can still get as much of today in as possible. Only 20 points separate the two.
Yep, 43 on the table. Having a good look at it. Does that red pass the pink into the yellow pocket? It's going to be close. Looks like it doesn't go.
Yeah, he was trying to hide the open red.
Yeah, let's run on.
Well, this is going to get interesting if that white travels.
Has it gone just enough?
Well, this is going to help Leo because he's going to need to open the red by the green. He needs it anyway. And it's a great angle to get back behind the bulk colors, or the colors in the bulk area. Just like that. Very simple, very easy. Oh, and he's tied. Well, he's put the green in front of another red, but this red now still pots into the right middle.
Well, Robbie, glancing out the left side of that pink. Get near that yellow and pink for the snooker. Oh, it comes a different way. And it's got the brown
that'll
to his
work.
rescue.
That will definitely work. Oh boy.
This could get quite costly. It could get Leo right back into this second frame.
I might have to take those words back of having a third frame.
Interesting how some of them are not marking. I know we see up in Canada some players mark.
Yeah.
Put a coin down maybe, or even our good friend Kevin Patrick has mentioned with the Paragon cue ball marker.
Yeah.
Use that and a white Taylor's pencil. Yeah, That's a good solid contact. And has he fluked the
He,
bread?
he has. Oh my word. Would you believe it? Seems to be my tagline these days. We're gonna get a T-shirt made with that on it, Dave.
It's not real until there's a t-shirt.
Exactly. Oh, a good pot. Way to take it. I mean, we see players have, good opportunities and good luck. That was definitely a good stroke of luck from Krishna with that red. If he failed to pot the color, that would have been not so good. But now, oh my goodness. Oh, no, he almost pots the green. Well, let's see if Leo can do it. 50 to 33 down here in the second frame. 17 points down in a frame. He needs to win this match.
Not a lot of trouble balls here.
No, the pink might give him a bit of an issue. He needs to be in a specific spot to get back down for the black.
But I think he snookered himself. He had to hit
Yes.
that yellow with more pace.
I think he's come off the side cushion. Might be a mistake. If he comes off the bottom cushion, it'd be better for him.
Yeah, this is okay. He is going bottom. That's good. Coming off the side as a threat of in-off.
That's right.
I think he's going to be a little upset with himself there. I think he had a pretty good opportunity, at least curl back and make it real close in the second frame.
Oh, wow. Krishna's not wasting time.
He makes like shots like that, and then he airballs some
Yep.
others. It's just Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Yeah, I mean, that one there, he just walked up to it, did a John Daly stroke, and hit it. Or is it a Happy Gilmore? Must have been a Happy Gilmore. Remember in the movie Happy Gilmore playing golf with Price is Right host there?
Price is wrong, Rob.
That's
Remember,
right.
that's your namesake, Bob Barker, right there. How do you forget that name?
I have so many names in my head, Dave, and some useless facts. It's amazing I can remember my own name. But yeah, that was a Happy Gilmore. He walked right up to the ball and swung as he was moving still. But good on him for potting that green. My goodness.
Just don't sell out the blue here. It's a long pot. It's going to be okay. So 14 points in it, 18 on the table. Krishna just needs the blue. And Leo needs them all to get a whitewash match victory of 2-0.
All right, and in some more good news in the background, Dave, I've been working my computer fingers off, and we now have Cam 1 back and Cam 2, so we have them all. That noise you hear is Ernst brushing the table on camera 4, or table 4, that is. Let's see, Krishna looking for the pot, doesn't get the pot, but look at this result he's had, my word. 14 points in front, Krishna is. So Leo was only going to have one attempt at this.
Yeah, hopefully someone is there to remind them there. Obviously, when they've reached the snooker's required stage, a miss cannot be called.
It's going to be close. No, no, no. He's going to touch. There we go. He got the wave off. I think Leo was just about to grab the white, as you said.
True. And make sure that if it even was in a beautiful blue to force us into a decider, even if that ball was moving and we weren't at the snooker's required stage, make sure you don't touch it, because if the cue ball's still rolling and you touch it to put it back for a foul and a miss, that's a 7-point
That's
foul.
right.
So
Well, wouldn't it be similar situation, more of a penalty than a foul? Like we saw in the WST on the Pro Tour, the one of the players put his hand, the ball was going into the pocket, the player put his hand in the pocket, blocked the white from falling, which the ref called a foul, but the other player came to the table, grabbed the white, put it in the D. The referee called him on a foul because he lifted the white off the bed of the table. The white had never gone
correct.
in the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
So they got to keep that in mind as well. And we do see that a lot, even, oh my.
Sometimes you make those great shots just when you don't need them. So
Right?
the cider is
But
upon us.
so yeah, as I was saying, they we see that here. People will miss a foul, and the white will still be moving, and one player or another will grab the white and go to put it back, which technically that's a foul in its own right, or a penalty, whatever they want to call it. Minute detail. Not that these gentlemen will be worrying about that. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. I think they have taken a short comfort break, as will I. Dave, good opportunity to stretch your legs, sir, if you haven't been doing that already.
Yeah.
Okay, I shall be back, ladies and gentlemen, in 2 minutes. Thank you for being here. Stretch your legs, refill your coffee, tea, get a quick snack, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, sounds good, Dave. Enjoy that little break. And yeah, as the cider is upon us. Tough to tell. Both players have had their chances. Yeah, I'm not sure what the ruling is in this tournament, but obviously in these short little matches, best of three, obviously players, if they need to use the restroom and comfort break, they can go, but probably shouldn't leave the room, because I feel like if Krishna racks up the frame here and his opponent isn't there, there's a little bit of delay. Could be a concession. back here, frame 3, just about to get underway. Featured match here with Leo Shapiro, a late entry, filled in for Arif Madmu, taking on Krishna Saridharan. Good sportsmanship. They shake the hands. And Krishna set to break off. Tough to call this one. Yeah, that doesn't help. Giving your opponent 4 points, but that's probably the best 4 points you can give an opponent right off the break, early on. Knock black a little safe. Yeah, no real pathway for a shot to nothing here. First chance here. Krishna, mid-range red. Got an angle to just draw it back and hopefully be onto the red to the opposite corner pocket.
So this is our third and deciding frame in this match. We're getting down to it.
It's come up nicely for the blue. Would like a little bit more pace to be on the right side, but he can roll this in. And there's that open red left of the pink. Yeah, Krishna's definitely got the momentum winning that last frame.
Definitely.
But as we see most of the time, usually all bets are off when we hit a decider.
But deciders are exciting, nonetheless. I think he's, well, the black's moved. It's got a good way if it gets past the green, but it won't. Well, there's a bit of a tricky out here for Krishna. You know, Dave, I think if he plays the red just below the pink, it's got to be thin, but if he plays the other red, the outermost red there, he can get past that left pocket.
That was a bit poor.
Yeah, I expect him to be in a bit of trouble now.
Well, no. Interesting. It's obviously tough to see sometimes, but I felt almost that second red below the pink. If he's to take that cut into the left middle, there might be a little pathway between those two reds. At least he could come up for the blue. But it looks like he's angled. Krishna, but he gets out of it.
Now,
And
does this red go past the black? He had a look at it before and didn't take it on, and it hasn't moved, so I expect it still doesn't.
And you are right in your observation, Rob, from a previous frame. Leo does have a rather sweat top kind of active wear. Now, obviously, being a late entry, he might have just got the call earlier today, and his dress shirts might have been in the
Not
dry
fully
cleaners.
prepared, yes.
So
I expect him to be a little bit different tomorrow. But one thing I was thinking about, Dave, during the little break there was I kind of like the fact that they have the two wild cards to make or as many wild cards to make that top 16. As you know, generally in group play, a player more often than not, more often than I would like to see, they don't play their final match because they can't get out of their group, win or lose. Or both players playing their final match together, they don't play because neither one of them can get out of the group. However, in this format with those two wild cards, they could still advance to the top 16
That
because
is correct.
they
Yes.
might have a better record than other people that don't make it out. So it really, well, pretty much ensures that they play all their matches. Oh, he's got to be careful of his bridge hand there with the brown. Oh, what a pot. Well, I would feel the black is assured here. Position is going to be questionable. Looks like he may run into that red above it. All right, he managed to get around it. Nothing too straightforward for him. Well, we saw him in an earlier frame stretch over. Oh, in a previous match, rather.
Yeah, just got to be a little bit mindful. If you wanted to take that red below the pink of the in off into the left middle, but it looks like he's going to grab some redwoods and try and take this open red close to the top right corner. Every table is equipped with the necessary material. That's great to see. Full of the extension rest, the traditional rest, the spider, extension spider, and actually even the swan has made an appearance.
That's right. One thing I haven't seen is the X rest. These are more of a traditional.
The smaller rests have been X rests. They've been using the cross ones for those. I think when they have the extension rest
That's
here,
right.
the traditional crown one. But one thing I question some snooker people, is it a swan or is it a slug?
Well, it kind of looks like a slug now that you mentioned it, but yeah. All right, looks like we're getting some weather outside, Dave. I know it's getting dark because of the time of day here, but wind's picking up. It's a lot more gray out than it was just a few moments ago. So hopefully we don't get the storm that you guys just had.
Yeah, it seemed it was a traditional kind of Ontario storm, as I remember. You know, it was a beautiful midday here, sunshine, and all of a sudden the gray clouds swooped in, thunder, lightning, heavy rain came in, and then it was gone, and we're back to blue sky with puffy white clouds and turning into a beautiful Colorado evening.
Yeah, well, we had a beautiful afternoon here. It was nice and sunny and warm. It's still not bad temperature outside. The wind's picked up a little bit, but it's certainly gotten within the last few minutes, a lot more gray, a lot more darker than it usually does at this time.
So Krishna didn't convert on that black, and it's given an opportunity for Leo. Oh, he needs to run a bit more.
Well, this is now going to get interesting. And I believe this red, well, there's a red that will go. Shooting a color right now, can't see the black, of course. Well, one good pot here from Krishna. This red bottom right corner will get him up. Doesn't have to do anything. Black sitting there waiting for him. A little surprising, opting for the safety. Which is understandable.
I think a little bit, but you get to the side, or you kind of, know where your opponent's at, I feel. And both players struggled to really kind of put a good, substantial break together. So, there's lots of reds on the table. He could get at least that red, as you mentioned, with the black, and then could run and hide. So he's got 8 more points. So he could slowly build his lead, brick by brick. He doesn't have to do it all in one break. So
Absolutely. He's got a 16-point lead now. If he had taken on the red that Leo just spotted, he would have needed the rest. So if you're not covered with the rest, then yeah, safety was, for him at that point, was the right play.
Leo's doing the correct job. Is he going to punish him?
Well, he should do.
Like to be just a little higher. You don't want to be straight on, possibly just have a little angle so naturally it'll pop up for the black with the stun shot.
Oh, is that red going to drop? It does. Well, he's got one choice here, Dave, and that's just the black. Sorry, my little co-commentator has entered my booth. You may have heard him little bark there, Dave. Sorry about that, folks. I'm sorry.
No worries, I speak dog. He says, take on the shot.
He does. Hey. He's like, Daddy, what are you doing? This is our playtime. Get off. I call him my co-commentator. Well, this is going to be an interesting finish to this match for sure. But how close, we don't know just yet. Excuse me. Okay. He's left. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, just a cute little guy wanting some attention. Because everybody's working and he wants to play. Wow. Krishna taking this red on to right middle. He's going to run into a little bit of traffic, I would think. Oh, and he's opened things up. Well, not an easy putt to right middle. One I wouldn't really love to be faced with. You know, he doesn't have to play it. Wow, I think he did play it, Dave, but that's too much pace. I think he would have had a better chance of actually putting the red with a lighter touch.
Might have just been forced in to take that red, but it's very nice. Nicely on the black. He's got a good angle to push out these reds on the right side.
Well, he just cinched the black. As you mentioned earlier, he's just slowly but surely increasing his lead incrementally. Back to that 15-point lead, 29-14 in front. Oh boy, good attempt. Wow, he's got a good white. A little fortunate. Well, 37-14, the score. Krishna in the lead. 23 in front. 5 reds remaining, so still time for Leo. But the way how close Krishna is coming, I think Leo has got to make a move soon. Either with a good putt, put in a few colors, or pretty much see if he can get Krishna in some trouble. And see if he can force a mistake out of him. So he's certainly taking his time here on this one, Dave.
It's the understatement for this match. I think they're definitely taking their time.
Yeah. That was a lot of thought process for. See, I don't know if he was playing safe and me being down. If I was down a few points, I would have tried to get a red off the cushion. He could have played off this red on the left side cushion where Krishna's close to now and had that other open red and still been safe. I mean, sometimes, yeah, you could open it and leave it for your opponent, but you got to make a move, especially in a decider. Few reds left, down 20 odd points. You know, and but like I said earlier today, Dave, this game is so much easier from our position. And it's funny, I noticed that when I play now, Dave, and I go to the club and I play a few frames and I'm thinking, why the heck did I play that? And then I think about if I was actually commentating on that shot, how badly I would commentate on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's definitely much easier from this side of the fence, so to speak. Now things are definitely getting a little bit tighter here. All right, so table two's gone back down, but like I said, it's a power issue. We don't have to worry about it. We will bring you as much action, ladies and gentlemen, from the Colorado Snooker Open as we can today. We're getting down to the final matches of the day. Oh, wow. That white, I don't know, Dave, but that white looked like it rolled off a little bit near the end.
Certainly did, yeah.
It looked like it was going right straight towards that red yellow, but completely missed the two. But that could have been just the white rolling over a previous hand mark on the table or a bit of chalk, who knows. Well, absolutely everything is safe now, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like a Pollock painting. Manic.
Mm-hmm. And this is where that 22-point lead for Krishna is going to mean more. Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't think he looked at that.
That's definitely going to help Krishna as well with the reds in the bulk area.
Yeah, not easy to get onto a high-value color. Of course, blue's still there. Black's not too bad should he get down the area, but this red top left corner is definitely still on.
Yeah, going for that blue and black. That's a lot of space on the table to cover.
You know, he's got I don't think he's going to play it, Dave, but he's got an opportunity here to play this red to the corner and nudge this red off the side cushion and stay on the brown. Oh, he was definitely coming down the table.
I think in our previous frame, we saw all the reds on the top end of the table and the colors in the bulk side. And now we're seeing the opposite, colors in the top area and reds in the bulk area.
Yes.
Does have a reprieve here if that red is tight to the bulk cushion. Can hit object ball and cushion at the same time with his cue ball. Shoot it down the rail, drop in the yellow pocket, and hopefully his cue ball will travel down at least to the middle part of the table.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's a difficult pot on its own, but the white will coming down the table. Oh, wow, great pot. Weight seems good. Should be on the block to right center. Of course, to get position, easy position, it's going to be brown to the bottom corner. So I hope he's not looking at the black, which he's not. And again, should be a good angle here. Played that with quite a bit of pace. Didn't expect that. A lot of unpredictability here in this frame, Dave.
Agreed. Sometimes later in the day, a little frustration just forces you to just throw that cue at the cue ball, giving it a lot more pace than you actually should.
Oh, he's going to get another bite at the apple here. But Leo keeps making the red, but missing the color. Oh, what's he done? Oh, he's put himself in an awful position here. I think at this point he may as well take the brown on into the yellow pocket. As long as he can keep the white out of left middle.
Yeah, potentially, or maybe just judge weight so perfectly that he can get behind that brown and snooker him on both reds, but that's a tall, tall order.
That's why I was saying the pot, but see, at least he made the attempt.
Oh,
unfortunately, the angle was good for position.
And he sold out this red. Yeah, he's, as you mentioned, he's got to start getting at least a color with a red. That's a surprising miss, but it's decider pressure.
That's
it
right.
happens.
Oh, I think he had a touch of side on that. Which would be why he threw the white off and overcut that red. What's he doing here?
This is a very strange choice.
What?
Okay, good hit, but
he had a shot there, Dave, from where he was. He could have played thin off the red on the left cushion, depending on the correct angle, which it's hard to see from our point. Possibly left the white, if not behind the brown, on that top cushion.
Either way, he had the red on and just throwing the chance there of playing on the red that he was snookered on. It's a head scratcher.
Because if he didn't hit it, it would have cost him 4 points. And he could have left it on, which could have been another 8 points.
Yeah, and we see so much that just one little falter can shift the momentum into your opponent's favor. So, yeah, luckily he was successful with hitting it, and it's been left at a long pot. And Krishna has been making them, and he does again. Some of the routine shots he misses, but some of these really tough shots, he just bats it in like he's been doing it his whole life.
Absolutely.
Maybe another walk around the table. We see a lot that player makes a fantastic shot. Boom, the adrenaline starts pumping. But they might just want to walk around the table just once more just to get a cool, level head. Okay, I think Krishna's going to make this red. Just watching him all match. He makes these really tough shots all the time, but the easy shots he doesn't.
But you got to applaud the effort. Oh, the white. No, he's okay. I tell you, Leo's not out of it. He made another good. Oh boy, I thought he made that red. And he was dead on the black too.
Yeah.
Well,
Krishna just needs red and color.
I don't want to say this red is unmissable.
But anything is missable.
I mean, I kind of said it and kind of didn't all at the same time, hoping for the best, right? He definitely cinched that. Could have played better position, of course, because the color would have been his frame ball. 25 in front. Can he see the blue, you think, Dave? I think he can.
Yeah, it's tough to tell. I think if he saw the blue, just knowing how he's been playing, he probably would have jumped at it, but
Just going to tuck up behind the brown.
good
Okay.
disciplined play.
Yeah. But, if he could have seen the blue, the frame was in his hands, and now it's in his opponent's hands at the moment.
Yeah. 26 points in it and 27 on the table.
So no miss will be called. Oh, don't do that.
I'll let you go from here.
So you got 6.
6.
So that should give him a 32-point lead now.
32. 32 ahead.
So Dave, barring any unforeseen actions, it looks like Krishna is going to win this match as our camera decides to take a walk. Wow. I think we're having a lot of fun with the cameras getting live. Like when they said we're going to have live cameras here at this event, they really mean they're having live cameras. But we will be switching cameras, folks, momentarily. One table to our left, which will be Brian McCreelis and Matthew Herm in the first frame, tied at 14 currently.
Yeah, no color balls on its spot, but maybe the brown's not a bad and green spot for the snooker for Leo. But don't think he can get there right now on this shot, so just a little bit of patience.
Oh boy.
But
Well, this should, by all intents and purposes, seal it for Krishna here in the third frame. Yeah, you see Leo just in the background there at the top of her screen, just doing a little bit of a stretching. It's been a long day for everybody. So a little bit of physical and mental fatigue is setting in, I would expect.
that green was that more than 3 snookers concession ruling there, so there's still a slim chance for Leo.
I mean, right idea, just too much pace, unfortunately. The blue is not in a great position, but brown is not too bad for snookers. Black is not ideal. It's too much in the open. Oh, would you look at this, Dave? How
Yeah, one thing when your opponent needs snookers, it's always great to put them into one.
intentionally or unintentionally.
I was kind of surprised that
Oh, he hit it.
he did just rub gently. I was surprised on that last shot by Krishna that he didn't just roll the green trying to get over that.
Oh boy,
See?
why?
Yeah, that previous green, he could have just tapped it, just got it, trying to get it close into the jaws of the pocket. If it drops, great, but force Leo to actually put that green in. But now he's giving him 4 points and really giving him a little bit of hope. 30 points, 25 on. So
Yeah, but I mean, not that he's going to, Dave, but that's only one. He needs one 4-point foul. But if he makes yellow and or the green and brown rather, one snooker with the blue will do. I think from here, I'm not sure the exact angle because our table's a little bit askew. If he can get down towards that bottom right corner, cut a little thick. But more importantly, he's got the brown safe to the bulk cushion. So 27 the difference.
we've got a great cafe here at our venue. So if anyone brings some sandbags to the venue tomorrow, I will buy them very nice coffee so we can just lock down these tripods so we don't have these Dutch angles.
How would you feel about a roll of duct tape?
Again, Leo's gone enough. Oh no, that was Leo that went in. I thought that was Kirshner. Duct tape probably could do, and I think they do have duct tape. I'm just not too sure. Obviously, these tripods are on the table from the hotel, so sometimes that duct tape can leave a little gooey residue.
Well, just a little bit of Windex afterwards will remove any kind of residue. Oh, and look at this. Has he got him again? So 27. Yeah, 27 the difference. 22 on. Back to 2 snookers required. But now, 27 the difference. If he pots the brown, it'll be 23 down, 1 to tie with the blue.
Oh, that blue
And
should
that
do it.
should be it.
Yeah, kind of a little surprise here that Leo's not extending his hand.
But good sportsmanship, letting him finish out his turn. It's over. He just needs to touch it.
Pretty much so.
This is the one you just stretch out.
Yeah, just hit it like that, and Leo's coming back to the table, but that's
31 difference.
18. Yeah, and,
3 snookers.
because the snookers are now 5 points with the blue there. So he's still in it, but he's definitely a huge uphill battle.
Maybe over. So it's 35 ahead. 18 left on the table.
Oh.
Fouls on the blue will be another
35.
33.
I've got 59-24, so that's
Yes.
35.
Yeah, 35.
18.
So
35 ahead. 18 left on the table.
yeah, frame's over.
Yeah, 18 and 15 is 33. So this should be an automatic concession. I think that's what they're just discussing.
Well, we'll find out here momentarily.
I think so.
So
Krishna
18,
just
yeah,
beat
18
you
and
away.
15 is 33. But a case could be made if the rule says more than 3 snookers going into the colors. If it doesn't specifically state what happens during the colors. So I think there's still, you see Krishna just walking over to, I would suspect, a director.
Yeah, because I believe it's stated if a frame has a position where more than 3 snookers are required for victory, it is a concession.
Yes, and that's how I interpret the rule. At any time, after the reds are gone, of course, that a player requires more than 3, then yeah, the frame should be called.
I just confirmed with Mark. He said that. Yeah. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so we just got a confirmation. So frame is over. Krishna has won this deciding frame and the match. 2 frames to 1, Dave.
Yeah, definitely a Herculean battle right there, that's for sure. I think each player got their money's worth at the table there. But we still got some great action here. Day 1, the Colorado Snooker Open,
Yeah.
2026. Just not sure whereabouts we're going to head to.
Well, Dave, we're going to head right on over to table 4, where we have Brian McCreeless leading Matthew Herm 22-14 in the first frame. A little bit of a better view, not so wonky. I think we'll have to adjust some cameras positions for tomorrow. Shouldn't be too much work for the morning.
I think all we just need is a couple of sandbags.
That would work.
Because not a lot of room for putting the cameras in certain spots.
But it's Brian McCreeless just potting the red. He's nicely on this pink to left center. What a day for these gentlemen. And, you know, as physically tiring as this game can be through days like this, Dave, it's also, I touched on it earlier, mentally tiring. Just from
Yes,
all
we know.
the focus and the concentration needed to keep up a certain level of play.
Snooker is not a highly physical game, as other sports are out there, but everyone can learn the great technique, but really it's what's going on between the ears is going to make you a winner or a loser.
Yeah, you still need to have some endurance and keep your mind sharp. You know, when the body gets tired, the mind is soon to follow.
Yeah, you just got to concentrate on technique.
Very interesting. You know, Matt is not out of this frame yet. Only down by 16. Still 2 reds remaining.
Yeah, lots of points on the table. It's got a red, long one into the green pocket. Could hold for the black.
Yeah, Matt certainly likes to go for his pots. And you know what? That's not a bad play either. Of course, if he had potted it, he would have had better position, but more importantly, he hasn't left anything on. I hope he gets past the blue, but it won't. Well, looks like we have somebody on. Do we know who that is, Dave?
That's the man of all trades right there. Mark Watson over there.
Oh, Mark Wilson.
Wilson, I should say. My apologies. Tournament director, table mechanic, jack of all trades this weekend. It's definitely a big ordeal when you put on these tournaments.
Oh yeah, what a day he's had. He's not been playing, but he's been there. First there. Tournament directors are usually first in and last out. Having a little chat with Leo just walking past our screen about that ending the frame call. liking the position he's in, just shaking his head. You know, the only thing out he's got, well, he's got two outs. He can play this red by the green or the red by the pink to the left corner.
Yeah, and a thin cut
Nicely
will
done.
avoid the yellow.
And you know what? The blue goes past the brown, I think.
Sometimes you get forced into taking those pots.
Yeah, he didn't like it, but he didn't really have a whole lot of choice, really. Oh, he's taking the brown. It's going to leave a long red should he putt it. You know, quite possibly he didn't like the angle on the blue, or the blue, from his vantage point, didn't pass the brown. By the way, he's still got a long putt here on the red.
Ooh.
Oh, I think he may have left it.
Yeah.
It's going to be close. My
Hope it been
goodness.
some fluke.
Wow. Well,
Yeah,
at
let's give it
least,
a chance for that.
yeah, at least for both these gentlemen, I do believe it's their last match of the day. So, both of them can sit back and relax after this one. Oh, good pot there. If he gets past, where's the white?
It's fortunate enough he got into that pink, but really hit it with a lot of pace. Thought the pink would deaden it a bit, but it's gonna be tricky. I don't think he's got the potting angle on the yellow.
Yeah, I think needs a touch aside, just get past the green here. Oh, he doesn't have the snooker, the white, or the yellow rather, held up. Oh. Slight left-hand turn there as the yellow came to rest. Well, obviously Matt's first intention was to hit it on the way down, but as you heard him say, that was close. It's worked out, but he may not like his next one.
Yeah, he's got the cover with the brown.
Well, Dave, we are just past 9 hours of live streaming. adjust.
Yeah, then we have one match that was at least 5 hours, so
Yeah,
we took a couple today.
yeah. Well, considering we were several hours behind because of the scheduling, we've made up some time with some of the matches, but later in the day, as expected, the players have understandably so have slowed down a little bit.
Hmm. Yeah, Brian definitely thought he had it there. I think so did Matt. Good to come and just survey the table here. He does need the green as well. Frame ball.
And I see they got the good triangles for racking the balls here too, not just the regular club triangles. Yeah, needed to get past the black, gave it a good effort, didn't quite get there, but from here you can screw the white behind the pink off that top cushion.
Two ball. No, it's facing the table. No, sorry. It's good. Yeah. It's good. I thought it was.
No, yellow does stay down. I think he thought there, Dave, that he probably the red before the yellow. It's getting late. It's been a long day.
That can happen.
Oh, this green's coming all the way back. Wow.
Not too bad. It's a slow table. Do like Brian's snooker mind. He doesn't try and force the issue. He knows that sometimes it's more advantageous to play a snooker than go for a risky pot.
Absolutely. Especially now he's got a 23-point advantage. This foul will give him the first frame. Good hit.
It's a run. Oh, it's thin.
It's very thin. These are the ones that, because you want to play position, Dave, on the brown, but you need to hit it at pace to come around 3 cushions.
True.
To get there, which you can miss very easily.
He doesn't need the brown.
Just
this
like
green
that.
is his frame ball, but
Oh, that's not bad there by Matt. Good play.
very smart.
Well, that pink's in a great spot for snookers. And the brown and black are also helping that, but Matt's got him fairly good here. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to bounce a little. This looks a lot easier here on our video feed, Dave, than it actually is. Because if he goes for it, he can't play it with a whole lot of pace whatsoever.
Yeah, you just gotta gently roll it in, and it looks, yeah, it usually
Played it
too.
perfect.
And I think that red, or brown, I should say, I'm not colorblind, I swear, does pass the pink.
Yeah, it's tight.
It's got a good angle to come back down for the blue. It would have been a great clearance if he was to take the frame there. It would have been crushing to Brian.
Absolutely.
Just Matt would be beaming with confidence, but brown frame ball here for Brian. See what I've seen from him, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't miss it. Oh, but he did.
Well, if Matt can hold himself together just a little while longer, he might be able to pinch this frame from Brian. Wow. That's one of his better hit balls that he's had today, Dave.
Yeah, just a little too much pace. Maybe adrenaline there got on the wrong side of the blue. It's a blind cut. He's got to go up and down table.
But all he's got to do is concentrate on the blue. Doesn't have to worry about the pink. He's got to worry about the white. Oh, he is okay. Oh, has he got him? No, I don't think he's got him angled. Or does he? I think he does, Dave. I think he has him angled on the knuckle.
It does look like it.
Oh, maybe not. Still difficult cueing. Oh boy. No, I think he may have had him angled there.
I don't think he can put him back. No, he can't, Matt.
No.
Hold on a sec.
No, he can't. What's he?
No.
No.
The 5 points goes on for the foul. Oh, this is not correct, but they're all learning here in Colorado. As you can see, the scoreline says 21 points in it and 18 on the table.
Yeah. So now Matt needs a snooker, so it's.
And you can put him from that position.
Well,
if
you know what? You know what, Dave? I mean, a foul and a miss is not called when snookers are required. The ball doesn't go back. However, I have seen cases where the player playing the shot who committed the foul said, "You know what? I can do better. It can go back." And now it doesn't matter because Brian has made the blue.
True. But when there's snookers required, a miss is never called, and a miss is when the cue ball would be put back to its original position.
Correct. But I think they're playing with a level of sportsmanship that we're not used to. Possibly not knowing the exact rules also. Right? But I know myself, I've called myself on a miss, even though a miss shouldn't be called because snookers are required, but I know I can do better. I know I didn't hit it as best as I could. So I've said, it is what it is.
Well, unfortunately, Rob, I have to say good night. I have some old dear friends coming to visit that live here in the Colorado,
Alrighty.
Denver area. So we've made plans to have some dinner. It's going to be a great little catch up. So I'll let you take us into the sunset tonight to finish off the day. But it's been lots of fun and looking forward to having some more fun with you when we start again at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time here in the Rocky Mountain state of Colorado in Boulder at the 2026 Colorado Snooker Open.
Well, Dave, the sunset has already gone down here. It's actually pitch black. But I do thank you for being here, and thank you very much. It's been a great day. We've had some challenges. We've worked through it, and yeah, enjoy your evening, and we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you, good sir. Good night, everybody.
All right. David Burney, ladies and gentlemen. All right, folks. So it's just you and I. Brian McCreeless leads Matthew Herm 1-0. I must step away for 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and I shall be right back. Stay tuned. All right, folks. So with that, I had to get a little bit of nourishment going, and we are back in action. Frame 2 underway. Matthew Herm leading the second frame, only 4 points in it, 7-3 in front over Brian McCreeless. So Brian's in a bit of a tough spot here. Matthew Herm, ladies and gentlemen, such the gentleman on and off the table. Well, this could be a chance for Matthew Herm, ladies and gentlemen, here in the second frame. He's been in these positions before, but he needs to take on the red to left corner. He hasn't looked at it yet. I'd be surprised if he took anything else other than this red. Needs a good bounce, won't have it. Well, it's okay. He's on the brown to left middle. Not exactly where he would have planned to be. Well, that's some good effort. Wow, another good putt from Mr. Herm. Positionally, he's a little bit challenged at the moment. However, if he keeps knocking in balls like that, position won't matter.
I don't think I'm marking one, so I'm marking 1 and 4. 1 and 4.
Second round. Rather be lucky than good, I guess.
folks. Sorry about the departure. Had to quickly eat my meal there. Back at it. Second frame. Brian McCreeless leads Matthew Herm 19-15. 4 points in it. He's in the balls. Not sure what his objective there, but I think this pink might just pot to right middle. If it does, it's going to be tight. If not, you can simply take the white up the table. He's definitely having a good look at it though, which would suggest to me that in fact it does go. So we are down to the last few matches of the evening, folks. What a day it's been, let me tell you. Matthew Herm giving it his all here, leading now 22-20, 2 points in front. Definitely want to thank the organizers, Matthew Herm and Mark Wilson, for bringing me on this year for this the 2026 edition of the Colorado Snooker Open Championship. Oh, Brian looking to get that safe, which he hasn't. Quite possibly has left this red on by the bottom of the yellow. So he's part of the red. Little obstruction with queuing here, but he should be okay. Doesn't need to do too much with the white. Concentrate on the pot. Oh, and I think he's okay to the red closest to that left middle. Or if he doesn't like the pot, he could play the snooker behind the black, but he definitely can see the pot.
Yeah. Trying to get some points. Makes it trying to boost my confidence.
So is it Matthew Herm in control of this second frame at this juncture? Oh, good attempt there from Mr. Herm. I don't think that red passes the yellow. If it does, it's awfully close from our vantage point.
Good PR.
Didn't quite go. Where's this red going to be covered by the brown? Now it does. Can Matt get through to the red just below the pink there? Oh no. Well, folks, our feed has stopped here for the moment. All feeds have stopped. Well, we're going to give that a minute. All right, folks. Bear with us. I'm not exactly sure what's happening or if it will come back or not. I definitely don't want to end the day like this. But we'll give it a moment. I know they're having some power issues. Okay, so we're going to try and get you something, folks. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back. See what we can do. Hang tight. All right, folks. So apparently, this is the only camera that we can get back running. Unfortunately, the match has concluded here. We were down to the last few balls and frames of the day. Unfortunately, our cams are not coming back up at the moment. We'll have that resolved for tomorrow. They're having a bit of an internet issue, folks. As you can see here, it has gone off again. So thank you all for tuning in. We will see you all tomorrow morning. I am Rob Richards saying good night, goodbye, and we will see you again tomorrow, 9 a.m. Mountain Time. That's 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Good night, goodbye, and see you then.